You think I'm an ignorant savage, and you've been so many places, I guess it must be so. but still I cannot see if the savage one is me. How can there be so much that you don't know? You don't know. You think you own whatever land you land on. The earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew, you never knew. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue-corn moon, or asked the breeding bobcat why he grinned? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest. Come taste the sun-sweet berries of the earth. Come roll in all the riches all around you, and for once never wonder what they're worth. The rainstorm and the river are my brothers. The heron and the otter are my friends, and we're all connected to each other in a circle, in a hoop that never ends. How high does the sycamore grow? If you cut it down, you will never know. And you never hear the wolf cry to the blue-corn moon. I'd rather wear white or copper skin. We need to sing with all the voices of the mountains. We need to paint with all the colors of the wind. You can own the earth and still all you'll own is earth until you can fight. With the colors of the wind, the
My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Redcon 404, Little Morphine Annie, Token Brazilian, Electo, Somniostatic, Asphodel, Transgirl Jade, Palm Dad, Gayfesh, Possum, Punk Corpse, Tiny Whiny, Uncle Gumbald, Queen Laura, Sean Solo, Witch Knight Melody, Mika Meow, Ether, Furman Hands, wonderful to see you, Mr. Krabs, Bill Portley, Yasmin, Lady Kelgana, Fafella, Blablato, Hippie Punk, Bennett for the Potato Fish, Sneeze, Mistress Lynn, Peppy Toaster. And from the YouTube chat, we have the Vegan Rancor, Lillian, Tori, Cassiatori, Arden Rose, another bored person, Rhodes, Ren Does Stuff, Leanne Scott, Espidem, Furcifer, Kawaii Edgelord, Sunny Joe, Thomas Brand, Appalachian Anarchist. Wait, I already said Sunny Joe, but Sunny Joe again. Eddie Spencer, Kevin L, Ant, Ix Drums, Arcadia, Prancing Goldfish. I think we got Fel's Informa, Puerto Rican V Musician, Do Boots, Chara-chan, Joey Ravioli. I think we got everybody now. Evelyn, no, we haven't apparently. Ink Frog, To Hell With It, Monsters, Leith, Ideas in the Gourd. Couldn't believe the Disney music when I jumped in. Well, this is a great cover of a Disney song. There's some really banger Disney songs, okay? Don't be hating. Internet Fox, Alberto T. Falmer Flamingo, Blablado, Redux, Bun Smoke. Yeah, this is a really good cover. So, Green Kerbal. Well, I'm glad you said balls. We all needed to hear that today. My lovely, lovely imps, if you are here, please, would you be so kind to press the like button? That's right, this like button. The like button injects me and this stream with lycotocin, which grows the stream. The stream has been growing massively lately, thanks to you all being willing to press the button. The button lets YouTube know that you like me, which means that YouTube will recommend me to new people, and the stream will continue to grow, which means, which means that I get to make a living that's better than the current one, which is, you know, acceptable, but I want to grow more. Anyway, Balls got 1984. On the website, for some reason, it gets auto-modded. I don't know why. Von Tux with the incredibly generous $5. How does a midweek day off get any better? A Demon Mama stream, that's how. You're very welcome. Thanks for being here, and thank you for supporting the show. If I seem a little tired today, I apologize in advance. Yesterday was a really busy day. I ran like a ton of errands yesterday. Can you handle the stream's growth? Its girth? Of course I can. I grinded harder than I am now to get to this point. So I will obviously be able to handle it as the stream grows. Yeah, the stream is girthy today. We have a lot of stuff to talk about today. I have been running a bunch of errands this week. Actually, to be fair, this week has been I've been on my grind set this week. And the reason for that is because I'm actually going camping this weekend, which I'm quite excited for. I'm going to post pictures and things like that on social media when I can. But yeah, I'm going camping and hiking this weekend, and I'm very, very excited for it as winter is finally over. Winter has finally ended, and it's really nice to be able to get out of the house more regularly. Not that I don't like winter. I do go outside a lot in winter, but it's cold, it's gray. It's not the same experience as going out in the brilliant warmth and color of spring. So we're gonna go out, and I'm gonna be doing a bunch of hiking. We're going to a lake. It's gonna be cool. And then I'll tell you all my stories when I get back, because I'm gonna be camping for a couple days, so I'm sure I'm gonna see all kinds of animals, gonna see all kinds of interesting sights and whatever. So yeah, it's been it's nice to get out in the air and stuff. Socialist Kowalski says, I finally stumbled into your Discord. Thank you so much. I feel like I found a home. I think you'll love the Discord. I'm very proud of the Discord. It's a very chill space. We have a very low tolerance for nonsense, so we try to keep it pretty chill. There is debate spaces if you want to engage in debate, but the debate spaces are very structured so that they remain productive and valuable and whatnot. Yeah. How would you rank the seasons from best to worst? I don't think I can rank the seasons. I like all the seasons for different reasons. I guess I've always Mr. Krabs, you're lining up memes already. You've got a queue of memes. My goodness, it's getting to be a whole queue. Seasons, I've always had a soft spot for fall, of course. Just because there's something very nostalgic to me about fall. You know, when I was younger, it was my favorite time to be able to go out and walk. It wasn't too hot. But I don't think I have a favorite season, and I don't think I could rank them at all. I think all of the seasons are wonderful in their own way. In spring, you get the incredibly active birds. You get all of the blooming of the spring flowers. Summer is this time where it feels like during summer everybody either chills the hell out or parties the hell up, and both of those things are great. Fall is like the winding down period. Everybody is getting cozy. The wind rustles through the dried leaves. You get that sharp cold in the air. And then, of course, winter, when it becomes so quiet and everybody just wants to curl up and watch the snow fall and listen to the utter quiet of snow. Yeah, I don't like summer at all when it's muggy. I can understand that. Some areas get really, really oppressive during summer, and I can understand that. Yeah. Forgive me the assumption, but I always guessed that your favorite season was fall because you could recruit more fellow demons. Well, I mean, it is true that during fall, well, summer obviously is the slow time for streamers. People don't watch as much streams, like on a massive statistical level. People watch less videos and less streams during summer, so it's always the slow season, which doesn't mean we get to stop grinding or anything. We still have to grind, but it is like a slow season. And yes, it does. Business does pick up in fall, and of course it reaches its peak in the depths of winter. But also, it's always, I'm always tired in winter. I'm always like, I want to go lay down and curl up in winter. So, you know, I don't know. It's how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, that's just how it goes. No one should do meth on Christmas. Well, you should probably be careful about doing meth on Christmas. Christmas is supposed to be cozy. You're supposed to eat food and sit around and open presents, right? I think that statistic has people answering that go outside. Well, sure, but like a lot of people go outside during the summer. It's just how it goes. People have a lot of stuff going on in the summer. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably some streamers who do really, really good in the summer. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Chris meth. No, I was reading a comment. I don't listen. Meth has its value and place. Just use it with reason. Okay, don't be smoking that street meth. Okay, try to avoid that shit. That'll hurt you. Gayfesh says, today's weather has been gorgeous. Was hanging on the deck and then a crow landed on the railing right next to me and my cat was like, yeah, some cats don't like crows. We have a whole bunch of crows in our neighborhood that are very friendly. We toss them little treats and they'll come over and eat the treats. It's quite cute. It's quite cute. I of course often talk about the birds in my area. My house and my yard is loaded with birds. The birds are awesome and I love them and I cherish them and protect them and feed them because I love birds. So birds are the words. No, birds are the things. They are a huge passion for me. I absolutely adore birds. Crows are the goats of birds. I guess that could be correct. They are talkative and goats are talkative, right? Get it? But it's a mix up. You know, you get it? Cause goat, bird, yeah, shut the fuck up. Anyway, don't give me that look. You guys say the dumbest jokes in chat. I get to make a couple dumb jokes every once in a while, okay? Here's the last meme for now. All right, here. Let's watch these memes. All right, let's hit a meme. Here we go.
It's Black Friday. Quick, search for those chaos emeralds.
we need sell at Best Buy. We need the sales on everything. We need to see like what's going on here.
GPUs, officer.
Major cities around the world.
What happened to all the GPUs,
Sir, they're being used for bit mining still. So in this day and age, it's ridiculous. There's not even any fucking Bitcoin value. They're still doing it, officer. They're still stealing all of the fucking graphics cards.
All those crypto bros. Delete their computers. Delete their wallets. All of it. Shut it down.
Sir, we can't just do that.
All the NFTs, the blockchains. Guess what? They are blocked forever.
No. Oh God. I gotta sell. I gotta sell real quick.
It's too late. Your money's mine.
True. Wait, this is a good opportunity for us to check on the value of Bitcoin. Let's take a look. Oof! Oof! Let's look. Okay, well, it's up year to date. It's up year to date overall, but over the last few months, it's begun to tumble quite a bit. Let's look at the 5-year. Oof! Here's where it was at its peak, the highest it's ever been, and look at where it is now. It's tumbled quite a lot. Damn, people who bought way back here, they're really rich, but people who bought up here are literally broke and in debt. It would suck so much if you were like, yeah, now's the time for me to get into Bitcoin. And then you buy all the Bitcoins because you already have a ton of money and you're like, I'm buying some Bitcoins, bro. And then it just goes, boo! And you're like, I don't got no fucking money yet. I guess though, if you bought here, if you bought back in January, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself, right? Because it was at like, okay, so in December, in December it was 16,000, and now it's gone up to 28,000. So, but I actually don't know if Bitcoin is actually negatively affecting the GPU market, at least in the same way that it was. For a while, it is true that Bitcoin mining completely destroyed the GPU market, but now people use these different things. They use these custom designed rigs that aren't GPUs. People kind of moved away from that. As soon as Elon started talking about crypto, I sold everything. Fuck that clown. I did make a ton of money though. Hey, congratulations. I'm glad you were able to get out. It's not like, keep in mind, it was Ethereum that was destroying the GPU market. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, now nobody's GPU matters at all. Damn it, I dropped my thing again. Why do I do this to myself? This is what I get for not having like a fidget cube or something on my desk. I mess around with my pens and drop stuff. You have another, oh yeah, we have another meme. But I have to finish talking about Bitcoin. I don't think, yeah, Ethereum, I don't know what the state of Ethereum is. Obviously people could and can make money off of Bitcoin, but like the hype around Bitcoin is beyond stupid. I had a fidget spinner, I just don't know where it went. I put it somewhere and now I am Adolf Hitler! See, that's what I get for looking around on my desk. I hit the soundboard button. Incredible, amazing. Absolutely incredible. You love it, don't you? I was trying to find where I put my fidget spinner, which I don't actually know. I used to have a fidget spinner on my desk, but it's gone missing. So I'm guessing that I put it somewhere and I don't know, I haven't found it since then. Yeah, whatever. All right, let's check out this other meme. Click this if you want to see Nick Fuentes get in a grade school fight. Wait, did he get beat up by teenagers? All right, let's check it out. Let's check out the Nick Fuentes. Let's check out the let's check out the Nick Fuentes fight.
Wait, you need to stop. You need to stop. Don't fucking, hey, don't fucking touch him. Stop. Just, yeah, we will, sure. Just fucking stop.
Why is he wearing galoshes? Like, what the hell's going on here? Why are you in like a hotel lobby wearing like waiters?
Walk away.
I'm gonna flap you. I'm gonna flap you, Philly. You're not more Nazi than me. I'm gonna flap you, Philly. Nick Fuentes is so pathetic. All right, let's see this meme. That was a funny meme. Let's see this meme.
Nisei is non-canon. The sequel series, Kinnikuman Nisei, takes place 1 decade after the ending of the original Kinnikuman. It ran from 1998 to 2005, with the ultimate tag arc running from 2007 to 2011. After these 2 series, Yuri Himangu decided to reboot the original Kinnikuman, jumping back to 1 year after the original ended. And due to contradicting events of the new series, Nisei is considered largely canonized. Kinnikuman Famicom Disk System commercial. This entry refers to the commercial for the Famicom Disk System game called Kinnikuman. Nisei.
That wasn't really a meme, but I guess it was a PSA for the fans of Kinnikuman. I don't know enough about Kinnikuman to be able to access this information, but if you're a fan of Kinnikuman out there, I'm sure that was incredibly valuable and interesting to you. That was an informative, yeah, that's the show that in America was called Ultimate Muscle. It happened because that guy called Nick a cum hunter, but isn't that just true? Oh, okay, all right, that's fair, Mr. Krabs, I get you. You have to be a millennial. I don't think you have to be a millennial. There are just some people are fans of Ultimate Muscle, aka Kinnikuman. That's just how it goes. 1 out of every 6,394 viewers understood that. I actually think, oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, Ultimate Muscle is about Kinnikuman's son. Sorry, correct. It's more than you're underestimating the number of people who actually like Kinnikuman. It's actually shockingly popular. Yeah. No, it's not people saying weebs in chat. Some of you people don't know what that means. Like, look, I get it. I don't know enough about Kinnikuman, but some of you people just, you see something that you don't understand and you go, huh, weeaboo. It's like a baby seeing the color red for the first time and going, weeb shit. I don't know. A weeb isn't just someone who likes manga. Well, no, a weeb is anybody who likes anything that I've never heard about that has like a connection to Japan, apparently. Vontix with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you very much. Vontix says, I made 10K with a buddy via crypto years ago, and while I could have made more money by selling later, I'm glad I didn't wait. Crypto ended up becoming a big cult. Who knows? Maybe I'd have become a crypto weirdo. What a scary thought. That is a scary thought. I actually had, like, way back in 2010, a little Bitcoin wallet. And I ended up recovering that Bitcoin wallet, and it had like $80 in it. And I used that to pay for a hotel. And I'm very happy that I did that. I had a friend who became a crypto obsessed person, and they were a bit of a crypto evangelist. They literally believed that like crypto was gonna change the world. And they were right that crypto changed the world, but the way that they thought crypto was gonna change the world, they were completely wrong about. They thought that crypto was gonna bring us into like a decentralized future. And in reality, all it did was like make the planet cook at a slightly faster rate. Like it like increased the climate change doomsday clock by a few minutes. That's about it. And it made the world a lot douchier. Yeah, I don't know. I never bought into the crypto hype. To me, it all seemed like very blatantly a bunch of con men who were like classic con men. Like they're saying, oh yeah, bro, this is gonna change the world. You don't understand. You won't need to wipe your ass anymore now that this thing came out. You guys don't get it. This coin, it's gonna completely topple everything bad about the world and enhance everything good about the world. Cryptocurrency will allow you to buy whatever you want, whenever you want, and you won't have to pay any taxes on it, but you'll still get a retirement fund, and you won't get speeding tickets, and you won't get headaches, plus it'll jerk you off. And I was just like, I don't know, dude, that sounds like a bunch of hooey. And it turns out it was a bunch of hooey. It made it easier for some people to buy illicit drugs, yeah, for a little bit, and now it's like hyper-regulated, just like everything else. For me, the warning sign for Bitcoin, or not just for Bitcoin, but for like cryptocurrencies in general, the warning sign for me was the moment that it started to get bought into by a bunch of major companies. Like major corporations set up Bitcoin management apps and stuff like that. And the moment that they did that, it became unbelievably apparent that that was what was going to happen all along. It was like, and that's all that was ever going to happen, is that already rich people will just pick up a whole bunch of that stuff, and then they will functionally command the economy, exactly like the regular economy. So while it definitely cut the government a little bit out of certain things, it didn't actually fundamentally change anything about the world. Insanely rich people were still able to just basically command the economy however they want. And of course, this became, like years later, this became comically illustrated with like Elon Musk being like, le Doge, and he would send a tweet that said like le Doge, and it would cause like the value of Dogecoin, which was a joke currency, to like skyrocket, and then the next day he would go, Doge is le dog shit, and then it would tank, and he would make a fuckload of money out of like fakely pumping Dogecoin, and a bunch of literal dribbling idiots would just buy up and sell their Dogecoin. But you know, him and his friends would make a whole bunch of money by basically playing like doing the like a little swap, like the Lucy and Charlie Brown fucking football bit. I like how the SNL Dogecoin skit crashed its value. Yeah, it's pathetic. Hui is pronounced with a hard ch, like Hanukkah. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. That's good to know. Thank you. Rug pulls. Yeah. Yep, it's bad. The meme behind Dogecoin was the people buying it. Okay. Back in the day, you could there was a bunch of websites that were partners with Dogecoin, including a subreddit, where just by visiting the site, if you logged into the site with your Dogecoin wallet ID, they would just give you Dogecoin. They were called Dogecoin faucets. And the goal was to make a joke cryptocurrency where one Dogecoin would be worth like 0.01 of a cent, because nobody would actually want to buy it. But people then decided to like jump whole hog into it. Yeah, it's very silly. Eddie says, what camera or mic would you recommend to start streaming? There's no single answer to that question. However, a lot of people use a very easy to use and very high quality camera that people use is the, oh God, I always get this one wrong. Logitech webcam C920, I think it is what it's called. The webcam C920. Let me make sure. I think that's what it's called. Yes, the Logitech C920 is one of the most popular and reliable and relatively cheap webcams. And while it will not get your stream to look like mine, because as you notice, I have depth of focus. Like there's like a, or sorry, depth of field. There's like a depth of field effect. You notice how like I'm in focus and my background is out of focus, which creates like an effect, like it makes it look like I'm actually, you're able to see me in a 3D space. You don't get that with webcams because of the way that the lenses are designed. However, the quality on this Logitech C920 is very good, and it's perfect for when you're starting streaming and just want to start practicing your hand at making content, and it's relatively affordable. As for a microphone, Audio Technica is a really, really strong brand. And of course, also the microphone that I have, which is right above my head here. It's a Shure SM7B. It's a little bit of a pricier microphone, but it is very good. There's a device called a Cloud Lifter, which is about $25. If you get a Shure SM7B with a Cloud Lifter and a cheap Behringer audio interface, you are going to have basically top-notch audio that's really easy to handle. It is a little pricier, but that's like the grand total for that setup is like $500, and you can start streaming with really, really nice quality. Visual and audio quality are like two of the most important factors in sustaining a stream. You don't have to go all out from the bat. XLR or USB mic. XLR is slightly more expensive, slightly, but it's worth it to just embrace XLR from the get-go. USB microphones have a lot of drawbacks. They're not unworkable, but there's a lot of compression issues and limitations on USB microphones. So I always say, you know, just embrace going with XLR. It's not hard to get set up, and XLR cables are not that expensive. You don't need you still need a dedicated audio interface with an XLR mic. Yes, but Behringer makes like an $80 audio interface, and yeah, the audio, a Behringer audio interface works perfectly fine. Plus, you can get them secondhand for like $20. There's so many Behringer audio interfaces out there that you can get them secondhand for basically nothing. For real, I wish I just went XLR from the beginning. It's worth it. I know that it costs a little more, but we're talking like $50 for 2 XLR cables. It's not that big of a difference. Is XLR basically replacing USB for entertainment? Well, XLR is what's been used as an audio standard for I don't even know. I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out when XLR was invented. It was the predominant cable when I was in film school, which was a long time ago. So when was it invented? Let's see. 1955. Yeah, it's been around for a long time. It's the standard. It's been the standard. Yeah. The USB is affordable, portable, and adaptable, which means if you're changing computers all the time, but if you're streaming, you're not going to be changing computers. There are good USB mics. Don't get me wrong. There are USB mics that are good, but the problem with USB is that you're always going to have with USB going directly into USB. Obviously, audio interfaces ultimately transfer through USB, but you have to understand the audio interface processes the audio in itself and then sends it to USB. So yeah, the point is, sending directly from a mic to USB opens you up to compression issues. It opens you up to interference issues, and and also USB buses are notoriously fail all the time, which is no good. So yeah, I personally recommend just starting with XLR if you have a little bit of extra cash, or if you can save up just a little bit extra. But a Shure SM7B with a mic arm, a cloud lifter, because you need the cloud lifter, and a simple interface will get you set up really, really good. So the audio box thing for XLR essentially cleans up the audio. It takes the pressure of processing. The simple answer is it takes the pressure of processing the audio off of your computer. It does it for your computer. So all your computer has to do is receive from the interface. I use a microphone that has a headphone jack. That's also perfectly fine. Though in my experience, 3.5 millimeter is the absolute most likely to get interference. And if you have an interference problem, if you don't have any interference issues, that's great. But a lot of motherboards do not have well-crafted 3.5 millimeter, which means you can end up with buzzing. Long story. Some of you guys will remember the audio nightmare era, where I was trying to work with I was trying to clean up the audio, and it just, working with 3.5 millimeter became impossible because of the way that it worked. So the box is what powers it. It's an amp. It's not just an amp, but yes. Anyway, XLR can also let you plug in extra mics. Yes. Yes. Don't use USB. Direct to USB mics have issues. That's just the reality of the situation. You might not have them, you might be fine. But my recommendation, if you're starting streaming, is to just pick up a affordable Audio Technica or a Shure microphone that goes on XLR, get a cheap Behringer 1 or 2 input audio interface. You can find them on Amazon. You can find them used for, like, again, a used Behringer is like 25 bucks online. It's shocking how cheap they are. I gave one of my Behringers to another streamer. I have a spare Behringer that was given to me at one point when my old interface went out. Anyway, there you have it. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah. Soup loop, what? Is this true? Well, let's check and see if it's true. George Lucas once said that late Soviet film industries gave artists greater freedom than Hollywood. I also think it was the same interview he said where Disney were white slavers. I don't know if I would be able to say, I don't know if that's entirely true. However, I will say that at the time that George Lucas was at his peak, Hollywood was incredibly controlling. They just didn't, it wasn't via explicit law. Well, actually, let me see. When was the... Okay, actually, yes. When he started, the Hays Code was still formally in action. Now, the Hays Code was not a law technically, but it was heavily encouraged by the U.S. government, and it was a set of industry guidelines that was incredibly repressive. So he's actually at least partially correct. I don't know 100% all of the restrictions that the Soviet film industry had at the time. But I do know for a fact that Hollywood had an absolute incredible amount of restrictions placed on writers, directors, and filmmakers generally. And that didn't go away even when the Hays Code officially left. I mean, it wasn't even to this day, there are certain things. We talked about this with Star Wars. We talked about how, like, the film industry will constantly, totally, like, studio heads will shut down all kinds of ideas because they are afraid that it will damage their sale value, that it will look bad. There's an incredible amount of monetary control that is wielded in the American film industry, even to this day, and we live in the post-Hays Code era. In the Hays Code era, when George Lucas would have just started making films in, like, 1968, and then of course he went on to make make films after the Hays Code ended. But while the standards of the Hays Code were still strongly practiced, even after the Hays Code was formally no longer in action, lots of studios still practiced by the Hays Code, and the Hays Code was unbelievably restrictive. Like, I mean, here, hold on, let me just read some stuff from the Hays Code. This is directly from here. I just want to, we've done this on stream before, but I want to do it again. Here we go. The Hays Code. Here are some don'ts, okay, from the thing. No pointed profanity. No Lord, God, Jesus, or Christ used in vain. Hell, son of a bitch, damn, God, and any other profane or vulgar expression should not be used on film. Licentious or suggestive nudity, in fact or in silhouette. Any lecherous or licentious notice thereof by characters in the film. Illegal drugs. Any inference of sexual perversion. Do not depict white slavery. Do not depict miscegenation, race mix. Do not depict explicitly. Do not depict race mixing. Sexual hygiene or venereal diseases. Don't talk about or show condoms. Don't reference, talk about, or depict any sort of sexual disease. No ridicule of the clergy. And here's a whole bunch of other ones. Special care should be exercised with regard to the use of the American flag, the use of firearms, depictions of arson, theft, robbery, safecracking, or any other crime. Literally just don't make criminals look. Oh yeah, here's an amazing one. Do not depict sympathy for criminals. You're not supposed to make criminal good guys. Yeah, so. Do not depict excessive or lustful kissing. Anyway, yeah. The Hays Code is a bit of a joke. Is the Hays Code when they stopped making mature cartoons? That was the Comics Code, which came at a similar time. The Comics Code Authority was a also unbelievably severe crackdown on depictions in comic books and cartoons, which was a separate thing, but very, very similar, yeah. Blablato says that's why at the end of some of the older famous heist movies, they don't actually win at the end. Literally, one of the most famous, The Italian Job, ends as a cliffhanger for that reason. Yes, there were all kinds of ways that artists tried to get around it, but the Hays Code was nonetheless very oppressive. So that was a long way of me saying, yeah, George Lucas has a certain amount of correctness in this statement, at least to some degree. Gabe Taylor with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Thank you so very much. I'm a regular VOD watcher, and I want to say thank you for being so entertaining and making sure we hear the signal. You're very welcome. I look forward to your updated spiritual deconstruction. I was very moved by the original. I will be working on the spiritual deconstruction a bunch in the coming days. So keep your eyes, ears, noses, and mouths open for that, because that will be coming very, very soon. Scroll down a little, it's a small thread. To clarify, he didn't mean that Disney were like white antebellum slavers, but that selling his characters was like giving them away to slavers who specifically enslaved white people, which is very silly to say because C-3PO is not white. K-3PO though, I think I'm like the white C-3PO is his iconic line from the movie. What? Who's K-3PO? I don't know who that is. Who the hell is K-3PO? Who the hell is this dude? A masculine protocol droid? What is he from? Oh. Oh, he's in the originals in Hoth? All right. I didn't know that. He's like a droid that's in the background. Yeah, in Empire. Hello, hello Anthony Schuler. Welcome to the stream. He's the silver C-3PO. I guess, actually, he looks white here. He does look like he's actually white. I was watching some of your prequel Star Wars reviews before stream, and I'm curious if you did reviews of the original trilogy. I did. I did the sequel, and I did the originals. We just haven't posted them to the channel yet because we've been posting news. We're going to have those up on the channel very soon. We're going to be posting all of the Star Wars reviews, the original trilogy, and the sequel trilogy very, very soon. So they will be coming soon. The sequel reviews are very fun, specifically Rise of Skywalker we had a really good time with. So by the way, if you are here, please make sure that you have pressed the like button on the stream. It means the world to me. It always ensures we get a ton of really cool new people in here. Those likes are basically the equivalent of my paycheck from YouTube. Okay, they're not that's a little too dramatic, but they are basically how we grow the channel. So make sure you smack the like button. It would mean the world to me, and you would be a very, very lovely imp for doing so. Allmark101 says, I've been watching Andor, gave it a second chance because of your reviews. Holy shit, is it good? Isn't it? Andor is amazing. I'm gonna be doing a full season review of Andor. Unfortunately, I'm very sad to report that Andor Season 2 is filming in defiance of the Writers Guild strike. They're filming without writers. So unfortunately, I think Andor Season 2 might be a... Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Tony Gilroy is refusing Disney's order. Has it changed? Is that news? Hold on, I didn't know he refused. I thought he said he was going to. Wait, hold on, let me look it up. Did they decide to stop? I think they're still filming, but Tony Gilroy isn't involved. No! That's even worse! Oh, yeah. Oof. Yep, it says here. I just looked up an article. Yeah, so Gilroy is stepping away because Disney has ordered them to continue going forward. Oof! No! He was removed. Oh yeah, here we go. Gilroy was removed from production on May 2nd. Oof. Oof. He discontinued all writing and writing-related work on Andor prior to the strike. He also stepped down from his duties outside of the writer's room. Wow, okay. It's okay. Season 1 was awesome. You literally do not need, even if there was never a season 2, even if they never made a season 2, season 1 was a self-contained, absolutely incredible story. So it literally can stand alone perfectly fine. So, yeah. It does suck. It absolutely does suck. But still, season 1 was incredible. All of the arcs are fine. They didn't leave us on any cliffhangers really, so. Are you gonna review Rogue One? I will be reviewing Rogue One, but I have not had time to watch it, so there's gonna be a very short pause while I'm camping, and you know, I gotta get the other reviews out because we're a little bit behind on posting the Star Wars reviews. But yeah. Yeah, season 1 well, yeah, I don't want to spoil, but yeah. It's totally self-contained. Yep. That is deranged, Vines. I didn't hear about that. Speaking of, how's Jedi Survivor? Awesome. Really, really awesome. production for Stranger Things 5 is getting delayed. I can't even believe there's still a Stranger Things 5. I mean, I guess it makes sense because the show's so popular, but honestly, I had no idea. I don't even know where the story has gone. I watched the first season and I really liked the first season of that show. And then I was just like, After that, I was like, are they like, what are they gonna do? Like, they kind of did it, didn't they? I don't know. Maybe that's too cruel. Oh, that's good to hear, Anthony. Its end was kind of post-apocalyptic. Well, regardless, 4 ended on an open cliffhanger. Yikes. I hate that. I hate it when seasons do that. All right, everybody. We're all warmed up. We've been warming up for 55 minutes. It's time. It is time for us to begin talking about the subjects of the day. And today, we have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. We are going to be reviewing a debate between Lance of the Serfs and Tim Pool. And we are going to be watching and reacting to the Trump deposition. So Donald Trump recently lost his sexual assault case, and a lot of people are pointing to his atrocious deposition, which led to that. So we're going to react to the whole thing because I have heard that it is very funny. I only saw one clip of the deposition and I figured, wow, this is gonna be a real treat because I heard it was deranged. Do you wanna know, actually just as a quick preview, do you wanna know where I heard the clip? It was a clip of Howard Stern, and Howard Stern was saying, this is one of the worst depositions I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know how you fuck up this badly. So I think we're in for a real treat today, my lovely imps. I think we are going to have a lot to laugh at, a lot to cringe at, and of course, it's going to be joyful because there's nothing better than who was Howard Stern? Howard Stern is like one of the most famous American radio broadcasters. He's like he's a very raunchy individual. He's a comedian who ran like one of the most popular radio shows in American history. He's really he's really well known, and I don't think he's like an amazingly amazingly politically based guy. I disagree with a lot of his politics, but nonetheless, he's an incredibly famous and well-known person who tends to be, he tends to have a pretty good gauge on the normie outlook on a lot of things. He's kind of a guy that a lot of normies listen to. So I don't know who a modern comparison is. I don't think there is anyone. Howard Stern is the guy. He had on a porn star to have an on-air orgasm. Well, yes. He's done all kinds of wild things. Like I said, he's a very raunchy individual. Yeah. Is he a proto Joe Rogan? He's more, I would say he's more talented than Joe Rogan. Howard Stern did a lot more ambitious and wild things, and also, but you could argue that Howard Stern paved the way for all of the podcasters who followed after. The format of his show is one that that sort of set the stage for the modern podcast. Joe Rogan basically ripped off, not really, but he copied the general format that Howard Stern popularized. Yeah. He pushed the envelope as far as what is acceptable to put on air. He's gotten in trouble a lot, okay? And yes, of course, the famous, as of course, this sound effect. If you've heard this sound effect, here, I'll just play it real quick. I used to even have it on my, here you go. Is this the one? Wait, where is it? Yeah, here it is.
Remember his birthday message to you?
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like the same guy.
Where is my birthday? Fafafui. Baba Fafafui. Fafafui. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Fafafui. Fafafui. Fafafui.
That sound, the Baba Booey. The Baba Booey sound effect, which is used all over the place. It is one of the most memed sound effects, has its origination from Howard Stern's show. We used to have the Baba Booey button on here because it's just that iconic. Yeah. Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis. Yes. Yeah, it's a meme that has been reborn like 8 times. It is the most like, it's like an immortal meme. It will continue coming back. His show was a meme factory. Oh yeah, it absolutely was. We haven't had Baba Booey on here for a while. I mean, we still have it. We still have it, the file somewhere here. But yeah, no, like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, everybody. So, Family Guy made references to it. Of course they did. Most of the people who made modern, you know, most of the people who've made modern comedy would have listened to Howard Stern. That's just how it is. Yeah. Yeah, he was a comedy legend. Anyway, my lovely, lovely imps, today I have a treat for you. As many of you know, Donald Trump recently lost a pretty major court case. This court case was a defamation, sexual assault, and rape court case. Now, it's a civil court case, not a criminal one, so he's not going to jail. However, he is liable for a rather large amount of money and a bunch of other things as a result of this case. Now, just so that we know in advance, he was not found guilty on he was not found liable, is the term that's used in civil cases. He was not found liable for the rape charges because there was not enough evidence to prove that. This is unfortunately very, very common. It's pretty difficult to win a rape case at all because the evidentiary requirements to prove rape are often nearly impossible to attain. Unless you are like literally filmed doing something or there's a bunch of witnesses, it's very, very difficult. This is one of the reasons why a lot of rape crimes that assuredly happened do not end up being criminally punished because the evidence that's required to prove rape is quite high. However, he was indeed found liable for both defamation and sexual assault. However, we're not actually going to be talking at great length about the court case findings because that's pretty straightforward. The jury ruled that he was liable, and the jury also ruled that he was liable on the sexual assault. What we are going to be watching is the full video of his deposition, which was released very recently. If you have not seen this, I have not seen the entire video. I saw a single clip of the video. Actually, I saw a clip of Howard Stern reacting to a clip, and it made me laugh so hard that I knew that I had to share it all with you. So today, we are going to get to watch Donald Trump absolutely crumple under a civil lawsuit deposition. This video is making the rounds because it is so audacious. So I'm very much looking forward to watching this with you. Anyway, that's the gift from Demon Mama to the imps today. So I don't really need to wind up with anything else. No preamble today. We just got to get right into it. Let's watch the Trump deposition together, shall we? And this one is conveniently subtitled for us so that we can make sure that we can hear all of the glorious Donald Trumpisms. As you all know, Donald Trump has been having a rough go of it, which he deserves for sure. But today, we just get to enjoy him trying to react to being asked questions. Which part did you see? I'm not gonna... The part that I saw the part when they ask him about the pussy grabbing. And I saw about a 20-second clip. So I have seen the vast majority of this I haven't seen. Now I don't know how much of this video we're gonna watch. We might watch all of it if it's all really good. But we're gonna watch at least a good chunk of it because I have heard that it is wild, okay? Yeah, I heard it's all really good. Yes, LH Fruit with the $2, the incredibly generous $2. We'll be talking about that afterwards. Also, thank you very much, Thomas Brand, for the incredibly generous super chat. This show is 100% viewer supported. So make sure you smack that like button, press subscribe, and toss me some super chats. Anyway, let's get right into it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
1990s, would it be fair to call you or to characterize you as a real estate tycoon?
Yeah.
Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, that was completed in 1983?
Around that time, yes.
And when did you move into your penthouse apartment there?
Maybe a year later.
And that remained your primary residence until you were elected president, correct?
That's right.
And where's Trump Tower located? I obviously know.
57th and 5th.
And at some point, you became the owner of the Plaza Hotel in New York, correct?
This is his apartment,
and where's
by the way.
the Plaza Hotel located?
59th.
Just so we're clear, the apartment they're discussing right now looks like this. It is like the ultimate eyesore you could possibly imagine. How could you ever even be comfortable? Look at these chairs. These chairs aren't even, everything is made out of gold and it looks like shit. It's like blinding. I know that like people are like, yes, yes, but honestly, this is like what I would imagine like a child's idea of what a rich person, like what a rich person's house looks like. It's like a baby would be like, everything would be made of gold and the toilet would be made of gold and everything is gold and the toilet paper is money. It's like the most swagless way of flaunting your wealth. It's just paint everything gold or something.
Fifth Avenue.
And for how long were you the owner, withdrawn? During what years were you the owner of the Plaza Hotel?
I don't know the years, about 5 years.
And do you know when it began, when you bought it?
In the early 90s.
Okay. Now, in the 80s and 90s, is it fair to say you had a busy social life?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you'd have to define social life. I wouldn't say that busy. I was working very hard, so I didn't have time to be too much onto the social calendar, but yeah.
Define social life?
Well, let me try to phrase it this way. In the evenings during that period, you went out quite a bit in New York City to benefit.
Also, keep in mind him saying this. Just remember, Donald Trump, through the 90s, he was photographed at these events. So him saying, oh, I don't know, I didn't have much of a social life. There are videos and pictures of him at events. So it's just, I don't know, like, why would you ever do this? Oh God, let's just.
It's galas, etc.
A lot of charity events, yes, but I don't think that much, no.
So in the period in the 80s and 90s, we've already discussed you would go to benefits and parties. And is it fair to say that a lot of those parties there would be or benefits, there would be kind of a photography line either at the beginning or throughout the event?
The lawyer asking the questions here is literally trying to nudge him to be like, you know that you were photographed at all these events, right? Like, every event that you went to and the dates of those events are a matter of the public record. You understand that? And he's just like, yeah,
Yes.
so?
And that people would take photographs like Getty Images and then put them up. And this is another Getty Images printout. And is it fair to say that this document indicates that you were the Grand Marshal of the New York City Veterans Day Parade on November 10, 1995 in New York City?
Yes.
Similarly true that during this same period you made appearances on television, correct?
Yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall any TV interviews that you did that you remember?
I did everything.
When you say everything, give me some examples if you can.
I did the late night shows. I did the newscasts. I even did some of the political shows on Sunday, even though I wasn't really in politics as I am now. But they wanted me to do that, and I did that. They'd ask me to do them all the time. So I did quite a bit of television.
I think you already answered this question, but just so the record is clear, did you watch the program Good Morning America from time to time in this period of the late 1980s through the mid-1990s?
A little bit.
A lot of Apple says, remember, chat, his entire defense in this particular case is that he claims he never met her in his whole life. Oh my God.
Did you appear on the Today Show during this period?
Yes.
Same question, did you watch the Today Show during this period?
A little bit.
During this period, did you have any friends in the television industry, who worked in the television industry?
Probably. I wasn't much involved at that point in the television industry, but I probably did.
Anyone come to mind right now?
Maybe Bob Wright.
Who was Bob Wright?
He was the head of NBC, I think, at that time.
What about Roger Ailes? When did you become friends with Roger
Later.
Ailes? Approximately?
During the, more in the 7-8 year ago period.
What years were you married to?
Roger Ailes is the Fox News guy. He's the founder of Fox News. So Murdoch is like the owner of the Fox General Network, who we talked about, Rupert Murdoch. He's the guy who owns like the broader Fox network. Roger Ailes is the guy who is like, Fox News is my thing. I want to make Fox into a news brand. Roger Ailes was like the guy who did Fox News.
Your first wife, Ivana Trump.
So, about 78 to the early 90s.
Your next wife was a woman by the name of Marla Maples.
Right.
And sitting here today, do you recall what years you were married to Ms. Maples?
I'd have to get the exact dates for you. I can do that very easily.
In the course of your dating life and your married life, did you have occasion to buy gifts for women you were seeing?
Not much, actually.
Well,
I mean, if it was a birthday or something, I guess, yeah.
Dude. Did you ever buy anything nice for your wives? No. I mean, maybe, yes. This is like, oh my God. It's already, we're only 5 minutes in and this is just him. He's just voluntarily posting cringe. Wouldn't you, to me, the obvious answer here, I mean, unless he literally didn't, is you just have a simple yes, no answer, right? Like, you just go, yes, I bought gifts for my wives, duh.
And other than birthday presents, did you buy gifts for women you were dating?
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think very much, no.
I take it you bought gifts for your wives for their birthdays?
Yes, generally.
And I take it you bought gifts for women you were dating?
It's, you know, probable.
Wait, he just said no, he didn't. Oh God. Does he even remember what he said 5 seconds ago? He just said, no, I didn't buy gifts for women I was dating. I only bought it for my wives' birthdays. Oh, Jesus Christ.
At least in your first marriage, you were seeing women outside of your marriage while you were married, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you were very public about the fact that you were seeing Ms. Maples when you were still married to Ivana Trump, no?
No, I don't think I was public about it.
Well,
No.
there were many articles about it at the time, correct?
No, I don't think I was public about it. But if,
Dude.
no, I don't think I was public about it at all.
Yeah, isn't it true that you were seeing Ms. Maples before you were divorced from Ivana Trump?
I don't know. It was toward the end of the marriage, so I don't.
Wait. If it was towards the end of the marriage, wait, I don't know. It was towards the end of the marriage. She just asked, is it true that you were seeing Miss Maples before the marriage was over? And here he says, I don't know. It was towards the end of the marriage. Oh my God, I don't know, but also yes. Okay, I have to take a moment here. This is terrible. This is hilarious, but I want you all to remember something, okay? Trump fans, remember back in 2016 or 2015, I don't remember the year exactly when he was on the news, and he said, he was just like, I could go onto Fifth Avenue and shoot someone in the face and my followers wouldn't even give a shit. Do you remember him doing that? I know I don't have a perfect Trump impression, but I don't really care. Do you guys remember that? He was 100% right about that, and no Trump person will ever watch this. The Trumpers who watch this turn their brain off at the exact same times that he turns his brain off, and so they're not gonna hear anything contradictory when he literally says, I don't know if I was dating this woman. I was dating this woman towards the end of my marriage. And then the lady's like, I just asked you if you were dating her before the divorce happened. And he goes, well, yeah, but the divorce wasn't over, but I don't know if my marriage was over yet. And the lady's just like, but Trump fans, again, don't care. So I just felt the need to remind everyone that this is for our enjoyment only. This is for us to sit here and gaze into the abyss that is a life of lies, just slowly starting to catch up with you just a tiny, tiny bit. Yeah, Donald Trump was called by Jesus Christ to be our God Emperor. I had a vision. I was painting my house and I passed out into a bucket of paint because I forgot to open the windows while I was painting the walls, and I had a vision that Donald Trump was supposed to be the president and that Jesus Christ chose him. And then you go, well, wait a minute, don't you think that Jesus Christ would have a problem with somebody sexually assaulting people and lying all the time? And they go, shut up, Satan, shut up.
No, really. It could be a lap over, but I don't really know.
Did you ever have occasion to go to the department store Bergdorf Goodman?
Very rarely.
You say very rarely. Can you give me more detail? How rarely?
I mean, almost never. I would very rarely go there.
When you went there, what do you recall shopping for?
I don't know. It's possible I was there, but I don't know that I ever shopped there for myself.
So when you shopped there for yourself, to the extent you went there, you were shopping for others?
I don't think I ever shopped for others. It's possible that one or both of my wives.
Which one is it? Did you very rarely go there? Did you not buy for yourself? He's literally just there is no truth, is there? He doesn't know what they want. Donald Trump is so used to just reflecting the energy of a crowd of simps that when someone is just asking him simple yes, no, truthful questions, he doesn't know what to say. He actually doesn't remember what it's like to not just be channeling the energy of a rally. I'm accidentally making him sound less full of shit. I don't know, like, this is just a level of, like, I don't know, like, it sounds like he doesn't know where he is. I would say this is dementia, but I don't know that he actually has dementia. I don't know that he can use dementia as an excuse here. I just think he's, like, compulsively lying. Great to see you, Merrick. Hope you're doing well. This is off the rails so far, and we're only 6 minutes in. Sorry, I don't know. I would very rarely go to that store. And, when I would go there, which I never went there. I don't think I ever went there, actually. I would go there infrequently, but when I never went there, because I didn't go there, I would buy things for other people that weren't me, but I don't buy things for other people, so I don't know, actually. Jesus Christ. Merrick says, I have a date with a doctor in an hour. Well, I hope that goes well. I don't know if you mean an actual date or if you mean that you have to go to the doctor. Regardless, just remember, if your doctor is having a hard time, don't push them too hard. Otherwise, they might start screaming, I am a surgeon at you. And you don't want that to happen. Anyway, regardless, I hope it goes well. It gets so much worse. I don't know how much worse it can actually get, but let's see. An actual I might get railed date? Woo! Good luck! I hope that goes very well for you. Get that fucking medical dick. I hope it goes really well, genuinely.
There a little bit, but I don't remember ever buying something for myself at Bergdorf Goodman. I went there very seldom, almost if ever.
Then let's limit it to Bergdorf's. Bergdorf's was pretty close to Trump Tower and very close to the Plaza Hotel, correct?
That's right.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as DJT 18. It bears the Bates range Carroll 24378 through 24385. Do you have that in front of you?
Yeah.
Sitting here today, do you recognize this document?
No.
I will represent to you that this is the excerpt from Ms. Carroll's book that was published in New York Magazine online, originally online, on June 21, 2019.
Okay.
At any point in time, did you read this article?
Excuse me?
Okay, I have not seen this part, okay? I told you the clip that I've seen. The rest of this is a fresh react from me, okay? I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say, he just said he's never seen this article. He's just said he doesn't know what it is. I'm gonna guess he tweeted about it a whole bunch. That there are public tweets that he made about it. I'm gonna guess, actually, he might have even talked about it on TV. I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say, I've never seen this thing in my life, and he fucking tweeted about it or talked about it on TV.
Did you ever read this article, this document?
No, I don't believe I did.
I'm sending you a book. It's marked as DJT 19. It's a book by E. Jean Carroll. It says, What Do We Need Men For? And
yeah, nobody posts spoilers. I know that some of you have seen this already, but please don't spoil for me. I have not seen this. The only part that I've seen is the part where he says, I'm trying to remember the part now. I'm blanking on the only part that I've seen. The only part that I've seen is what I mentioned earlier in the stream. I'm thinking about this now and I can't even remember what I said before. Good thing I'm not in a deposition, I guess.
If you look at the publication date, it says first edition, July 2019. Do you have that? You have that book in front of you. Sitting here today, sir, have you ever read?
Oh yes, I remember now. The only part of this that I've seen is the part where he says, where he's asked about the grab her by the pussy comment, and then he says, rock stars have done that for 1,000,000 years, which we're gonna get there, and I'm sure that's gonna be amazing. But that's the only part that I've seen. I have seen nothing else of this trial, of this deposition.
Either this book in its entirety or any portion of this book?
No, never have. I've never seen the book, actually.
Okay. You responded publicly to Ms. Carroll's allegations on the same day that the excerpt
I fucking called it. I knew it.
was published in New York Magazine, which was June 21, 2019, correct?
I think so.
Let's take a look at that. So what we've handed you as DJT20.
2 seconds ago, less than a minute ago, he said he's never seen or heard of this thing in his life. And now he was just asked, did you respond to this publicly? And he went, yes, to the thing that he supposedly has never read or seen in his life. What is he doing? Oh no.
Is a blown up, for legibility purposes, version of a tweet posted by a woman by the name of Laura Litvin at 5:17 p.m. on June 21st, 2019. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Oh no, dude.
The statement that is in this tweet, is this a statement that you gave?
I mean, essentially, that's what I said, yeah.
If you could read that statement.
What do you mean?
It says,
It's a direct quote. This is a press release from President Donald Trump. Dude. Lawyers on suicide watch? Fucking true, dude.
statement from President Donald J. Trump. Regarding the quote, story, unquote, by E. Jean Carroll, claiming she once encountered me at Bergdorf Goodman 23 years ago, I've never met this person in my life. She is trying to sell a new book that should indicate her motivation. It should be sold in the fiction section. Shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book or carry out a political agenda, like Julie Swetnick, who falsely accused Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It's just as bad for people to believe it, particularly when there is zero evidence. Worse still, for a dying publication to try to prop itself up by peddling fake news. It's an epidemic. Ms. Carroll in New York Magazine, no pictures, no surveillance, no videos, no reports, no sales attendants around, question mark. I would like to thank Bergdorf Goodman for confirming they have no video footage of any such incident because it never happened. False accusations diminish the severity of real assault. All should condemn false accusations and any actual assault in the strongest possible terms. If anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. The world should know what's really going on. It's a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. See, that's what you have in front of you?
Yeah.
And I think you've already confirmed that this is a statement that you gave to someone on your staff to give to the press.
Yeah.
Let's mark as DJT21.
Donald Trump's lawyers right now.
A document bearing the base range. DJT21, this is the next one, huh? DJT21, a document bearing the base range MP 1795 through MP, I've got it, just a second.
Oh my God.
Through MP 1807. You have that in front of you?
Yeah.
And these are statements that were put out when you were President of the United States?
Yeah.
And if you look at the top email, kind of the address of the email, it says under that, remarks by President Trump before Marine One departure.
Yes.
Marine One is a helicopter?
Yes.
And if you look where it shows you speaking about halfway or 2/3 of the way down the document, it says, the very first thing you say, so we're going to Camp David.
Yes.
So am I correct in interpreting this as this is a statement you made while boarding or getting on to Marine One?
Looks like it.
To go to Camp David?
It looks like it.
Okay. Let's go now to the third statement, which we're going to mark as, this one I can do, DJ222. Thanks. You have in front of you, sir, a document, 5-page document.
Oh, God.
The first page says in bold type, exclusive, Trump vehemently denies E. Jean Carroll allegations, says she's not my type. It's from a publication known as The Hill. It's dated June 24th, 2019.
Oh, no,
and it's attributed to the gentleman Jordan Fabian and, or maybe not be gentleman, but it's attributed to 2 people, Jordan Fabian and Cigar and Genti. You see that?
Yes.
Oh no, Sagar and Jenny. Oh no! How did Sagar get himself wrapped up in all this?
So this is 2 days after the last statement we're looking at, which was on June 22nd. Do you recall having an interview with reporters from The Hill on June 24th, 2019?
Vaguely, yes.
And do you recall where that interview took place?
I think it was in the Oval Office.
And
Session with the Tier 1 subscription. Thank you very, very much. Hope my night. Hey, Mama. Hope your night's going well. Thank you for these blessed horns. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for supporting the show.
You're quoted just below that paragraph as saying as follows, and this one I'll read. I'll say it with great respect. Number 1, she's not my type. Number 2, it never happened. It never happened, okay? And then the reporters say, the president said while seated behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. See that?
This guy, the fact that Donald Trump ever even managed to be president, that alone should make literally every single person lose all faith in the institution of American governance, okay? Like, the highest office in our country was occupied by a guy who is fucking disgusting to women, and when faced with an allegation, he thought it would be a great idea to, from the desk of the president, say, she's not my type. It's just, oh my fucking God. Oh, we are like, I know that it's like, it feels like for years, everybody just was sitting there just being like, oh my God, how did this happen? But every time something like this happens, you just gotta go, how stupid. It really is no different than like medieval kings, where it's like, they executed the court jester because the court jester made them laugh too hard, and they choked on their big turkey leg, and then while they were choking, they vomited their turkey and their turkey and fucking eel pie onto their gilded thing, and so they're like, oh, kill the jester, and so the knights like slaughter the jester in front of a crowd of peasants, and that's just what we live in now. There's no fucking difference between then and now. It's the same shit. This guy fucking sexually assaults a woman and then goes, yeah, hold on, let me go to my nice fancy official Oval Office president's desk and just go, yeah, not my type. I think she's ugly. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, I do.
And the statement that I just read that begins, I'll say it with great respect. That was a statement that you made to the reporters for The Hill on June 24, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And same set of questions. I take it, sir, that you stand by that statement today?
Yes, I do.
So before you made your statements that it never happened in 2019, did you or anyone on your staff reach out to anyone at Bergdorf Goodman?
I didn't have to reach out to anybody because it didn't happen. And by the way, if it did happen, it would have been reported within minutes. Talking about going to a major floor, probably, I assume, the most important floor, a major floor in a major department store, that's a very busy store, by the way, and checkout counters and everything else, and I would be in there. I mean, it's the most ridiculous, disgusting story. It was just made up.
After you...
Well, I never went into the store, but if I did, I would be on the most important floor because I'm a very important man. And so you're telling me that in this store that I wasn't in, on the most important floor for important men like me, that there wasn't any checkout desks, and the checkout desks that I would be around them as an important man on the important floor of the important store? Oh my God. What is this? What the fuck is this?
Made the statements that you made in June of 2019, did you or anyone working for you reach out to Bergdorf Goodman?
After the statement was made, no.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Litvin tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yes.
Was that a true statement when you made it on June 21, 2019?
It was a true statement when I made it. I think subsequently, or at some point, they showed a picture on a receiving. I was on a celebrity line for a charity, and I think I was either shaking her hand or her husband's hand on a receiving line. Like I say, shake a lot of hands with people, but I had no idea who she was.
So at the, if I can understand your testimony, sir, you're saying that at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows...
It was true when I made it, and then it turned out that I was lying, so now it's not true. Trump, that's not how the truth works. Yes, it is. Oh my God.
You with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line.
Along with a lot of other people. This was a very public, I think it was a charity or a celebrity event or something. And I think that's her big claim to fame, you know, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
Oh my God. So he literally, okay, keep in mind, again, this is a legal deposition, and he's sitting here being like, oh yeah, her big claim to fame is that she got to shake my hand. He's doing fucking petty insult, bitchy, gossip crap in the middle of his legal deposition when he's just been exposed, and he even realized that he's been exposed as lying, that he had indeed met her in the past when he made that statement. Whether he remembered it or not, it wasn't true that he had never met her. And he just said, no, the statement was true, even though it's provably false, and now he's doing bitchy shit as if that's gonna work in a court of law.
Claim to fame, you know, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes, that after you made the statement, you became aware that there's a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point, I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay, let's mark the photo. What number are we at? What? 23. You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy, I thought. I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman, let's see, I don't know who, it's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No, that's
here.
Carol.
Oh, is that,
the person you just pointed to was
E.
Jean Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
This isn't real. This can't be fucking real. This can't be real. He forgot who his own wife was, and he pointed to the victim and identified the victim as his wife. Fucking no. I can't even believe that this is a fucking real thing. She's not my type, I swear to God. She's not my type. Oh no. Oh God.
And the woman on the right.
Of course, yes, conservatives make fun of Biden. This is the most dementia moment I've ever seen. I actually cannot believe that this just happened.
Is your then wife?
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that
That's Carol.
Because it's very blurry.
Now, in your June 21 statement.
It's blurry, dude. You identified the guy with perfect correctness, and then you identified your victim as your wife. But it's because it's blurry. Holy fucking shit. This is insane. You know, Trump might actually need glasses. Then he should wear them. He should wear his glasses then. This is like deep dementia. Holy shit. Except the worst part is it's not dementia. This is lies. This is lie guy. His entire existence is lying at every single moment because there is nothing inside Donald Trump. There is nothing but a desire to channel the most unhinged crowd possible. That is it. And he can't, when faced with a situation where he has to simply lay out simple truths, he does, apparently, he confuses his victim for his wife, which he doesn't remember his ex-wife. He doesn't remember what she looks like. He doesn't remember when he started dating her, and he will lie. I should say doesn't remember. And then he will lie about when his relationship with his ex-wife started. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Which is in your June 21 statement, which is DJT 20, you said that Ms. Carroll was trying to sell a new book, and that you said shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
No. That's right.
Before you made that statement, did you have any knowledge, one way or the other, of the financial arrangements between Ms. Carroll and the publisher of her book?
No.
Did you even know who her publisher was?
No.
Had you ever seen her book contract?
No.
Did you know anything about Ms. Carroll's financial situation?
No.
Did you know anything about her expected book sales?
No idea.
Before you made the statement that appears in DJT 20, do you know whether you or anyone working for you did any research on Ms. Carroll?
I just don't know. It's possible somebody, when they heard this horrible accusation, it's possible that somebody did a little quick research, but not that I know of.
Oh boy, here we go. They're gonna get him again, aren't they? They're gonna get him. He's gonna have, they're gonna have evidence that he directly authorized research, didn't they? Or did it himself?
Another thing that you say in your June 21 statement is that Ms. Carroll was trying to carry out a political agenda.
Yeah.
Before issuing your statement on June 21, did you learn what political party Ms. Carroll
No,
belonged to.
I didn't know that.
Before you issued your June 21 statement, did you have any documents indicating that she was pursuing a political agenda?
No.
Okay, so this question here is to show that he actually had no evidence when he used the office of the president. He used the fucking office of the president to claim that this woman had a political agenda, and he did so without any evidence. Can you believe that there are people out there who believe in things like the sanctity of the office of the president, the legal, the dignity of the office of the president, when you have, and let's just be honest, Donald Trump isn't the first person to do this. There's been a number of presidents who've engaged in similar behavior. Donald Trump is just the worst. He's just done it the worst. And this guy's just like, yeah, I'm gonna use the office of the president to shit talk every single person who I don't like without any evidence whatsoever, and I'm gonna just coast by on the hopes that it never comes back to bite me whatsoever. And he almost got away with it too. He almost got away with it too.
At the end of your statement, your June 21 statement, you say, if anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. Did anyone ever notify you
I
about
don't
that?
know.
Sitting here today, you can't recall anyone who notified you?
I don't know, yeah.
One of the other things that you said about Ms. Carroll at the time appears in your June 24 statement, which is DJT 22. And what you said there is, I'll say it with great respect, number one, she's not my type. When you said that Ms. Carroll was not your type,
oh boy, here
you
we
meant
go.
that she was not your type physically, right?
I saw her in a picture. I didn't know what she looked like. And I said it, and
I saw her in a picture. I didn't know what she looked like. Contradictory statements.
say it with as much respect as I can, but she is not my type.
And again, when you say type, you just refer to looking at photos, so you mean physically she's not your type?
Physically, she's not my type, and now that I've gotten indirectly to hear things about her, she wouldn't be my type in any way, shape, or form.
But when you were talking back on June 24th,
oh my God,
you were referring to her not being your type physically,
I
correct?
saw a photo of her,
okay.
And the only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type.
I take it the three...
Super honest, bro. I'm super honest. You've been fucking... In the 20 minutes of this deposition, you have... I don't think that he's managed to say a single true thing. I don't think he's managed to be truthful once. Every single question, he has said both yes and no, or explicitly lied.
3 women you've married are all your type.
Yeah.
You just identified E. Jean Carroll as one of your former wives. Oh my God, dude.
What is True Social?
It's a platform.
This is the first cut that we just hit right here, I think. I don't think, maybe there's been small cuts, but this is the first major time skip we've seen. Let's see. Yeah, see? Now it's jumped forward like an hour and a half approximately. Anyway, let's continue.
What is True Social?
It's a platform
They
that's
cut the
been
pee
opened
break?
by me as an alternative to Twitter.
And your handle on True Social is @RealDonaldTrump?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, On October 12, just a few days ago, you issued a statement on Truth Social about Ms. Carroll in this case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And
Bonks Daily with the incredibly generous $5.50 donation. Hey, Demon Mama, thanks for streaming tonight. Just got back from my birthday dinner. Happy birthday. Let's tear into this news, shall we? Also, give the dough pats for me. I absolutely will do that. Thank you for supporting this show. This show is 100% viewer supported, so it means the world to me when people like you are able to throw a few bucks into the tip jar. Thank you very, very much, Bonks Daily, and happy birthday. Let's tear in.
the statement that you posted, who wrote that statement?
I did.
You yourself?
Yeah.
Did you post the statement yourself?
Yes.
And in addition to posting the statement on Truth Social, you also sent it to the press.
Yes. It's called Truth and Post. We post much like, how would you say it? We put out a statement and we also put it on Truth.
Okay, let's look at the statement. Let's mark it as.
Okay.
What's my next number?
28.
DJT 28. Okay, so this one.
I can't read this.
Well, we have a blown-up version. Let's mark it as 28 and 28A.
Same guy.
So what we have in front of you is DJT 28, sir, is the post as it appeared on Truth Social on October 12, 2022, and a blown-up version, because we appreciate the reading. The type is very small. A blown-up version that should be more legible. Do you have
I
both
can
of those?
see it, yeah.
Okay. So it says October 12, 2022, statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. This, quote, Ms. Bergdorf Goodman case is a complete con job. And our legal system in this country, and our legal system in this country, but especially in New York State.
Why would you ever tweet this shit out? I mean, I don't know what Donald Trump thinks is gonna happen. Does he think that like, if he gets himself in as much legal trouble as possible, that as long as he's posting on Truth Social, that brave patriots will literally bust him out of everything? Because I don't think that's happening so far. So far, his brave patriots have completely failed to be able to actually rescue him from any of his garbage. We just had the recent arraignment situation. He's now lost this case. He fucking lost the election in January 6th with a giant fucking pants shitting embarrassment. What is his strategy here? Like, where the fuck is his brain at? Like, I understand that he's kind of set in his ways, but also just, does he not realize that he's actually actively making it worse for him in every single case? Does he think that, like, the patriots are gonna come save him or something? He's gonna lose the election again? I like to believe that. I do think that in all likelihood, Donald Trump will lose the election again. But also, again, I have said this before as well. If Biden gets sick, or if Biden, God forbid, passes away from old age, Donald Trump has a shot at actually winning. The Donald Trump post January 6th, post getting arrested and arraigned, post getting sued and found liable for sexual assault and defamation, Donald Trump has a chance at being the president again. It is actually terrifying. And it's actually terrifying that that's a reality that we have to grapple with at all. That Donald Trump, that this fucking shitbag, obvious liar, scumbag, piece of shit even has a chance to come close to the president the first time, but not just that, a second time after all of this, just screams about the fundamental state of insanity in America. That America is so far off the rocker. We are so far from even coming close to being a country that functions in any way, shape, or form. That there's any hope, how do you reconcile with a political faction that literally is willing to completely look the other way at this type of behavior? Any political faction. How is it possible that there is a religious faction of the Republican Party, the biggest and most popular part of the Republican Party? The answer is, of course, what I always say, which is that the conservative movement in America, the GOP, is a stone around the neck of America, but also the world as a whole. They are so demented and their internal culture is so deranged that they literally think they don't care. They don't care that Donald Trump sexually assaults people. They don't care that all he does is lie to them. They don't even care that he lies to them. They don't care that he's a blatant fucking grifting piece of shit. All they care about is that he gives them the safe feeling that there's a daddy in charge, a brain-addled, lying, sexually assaulting daddy in charge. That is the party. Okay, that's the GOP, and people have to grapple with this reality that this is the struggle in America right now. The struggle in America is between a group of people who literally do not give a shit about truth. They do not give a shit about sexual assault. They do not give a shit about minority rights. All they care about is establishing a hierarchy that makes them feel safe and nothing else. They will stop at nothing except apparently getting up off the couch. Maybe that's what's going to save us all. Maybe comfortable couches really are what will save humanity in the end. Because if everybody can fucking realize that we just need to find a way to navigate politics that makes it impossible for Fox watching people to actually get up and like go to the polls or whatever, then maybe that's the real way we save it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe we need to develop a strategy. We need to make couches a little bit more comfortable, and we need to figure out a way to make Fox News programming the most exciting on election days so that Republicans just won't get up off the couch to go vote. And maybe we'll fix it. I don't know. Maybe that's the answer.
Just look at Peekaboo James, is a broken disgrace. You have to fight for years and spend a fortune in order to get your reputation back from liars, cheaters, and hacks. This decision is from the judge who was just overturned on my same case. I don't know this woman, have no idea who she is, other than it seems she had a picture of me many years ago with her husband shaking my hand on a reception line at a celebrity charity event. She completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Swooned is in quotes.
See you later, Anthony.
It
Have
was
a
a
good
hoax
day.
and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years.
Professional Dork with the $10. Thank you very, very much. Ooh, woo, indeed. Thank you for supporting the show. It means the world to me. By the way, we'll take this little moment in the middle of this long Donald Trump text rereading to say, if you are watching and enjoying this wild coverage of an absolutely deranged deposition, make sure that you subscribe to Demon Mama so you can keep hearing the signal. Your subscriptions and your likes mean the world. So like and subscribe down below and don't forget it. Thanks for being an imp. Let's continue.
And while I'm not supposed to say it, I will. This woman is not my type, exclamation point. She has no idea what day, what week, what month, what year, or what decade this so-called event, in quotes, supposedly took place. The reason she doesn't know is because it never happened, and she doesn't want to get caught up with details or facts that could be proven wrong. If you watch Anderson Cooper's interview with her, where she was promoting a really crummy book, you will see that it is a complete scam. She changed her story from beginning to end after the commercial break to suit the purposes of CNN and Andy Cooper. Our justice system is broken, along with almost everything else in our country. Her lawyer is a political operative, and
why would you put I mean, he did say he wrote this post himself. I guess that's why he would put Andy Cooper in an official statement. Also, I love the fact that Donald Trump still puts 45th President of the United States of America in his post because he still cannot cope with the fact that he got fucking bodied by Joe Biden. He can't cope, so he still just goes, yeah, 45th President, and if you ask me, there is no 46th.
Cuomo crony who goes around telling people that the way to beat Trump is to sue him all over the place. She is suing me on numerous frivolous cases, just like this one, and the court system does nothing to stop it. In the meantime, and for the record, E. Jean Carroll is not telling the truth.
Oh, cool.
Is a woman I had nothing to do with, didn't know.
Zoomy dear, that's awesome. Hey, Gayfesh, if you're in chat still, can you change that command? I didn't even realize, I forgot that they added that. Zoomy dear made a good point that we can actually change the like command now since they added the live tab. It'll automatically go to the current stream. That would actually be really great. If you don't mind changing that command, that would be incredible. Thank you so much.
Would have no interest in knowing her if I ever had the chance. Now all I have to do is go through years more of legal nonsense in order to clear my...
Donald Trump is 76. For the people asking how old he is, Donald Trump is 76. But keep in mind, this is very stable genius, man, woman, camera, car, dog, this guy. The guy who has spent the entire fucking last 4 years of his life trying to pretend that he has no mental issues whatsoever, even when his brain was actually shutting off when he had like the worst COVID infection that anyone has ever seen and he could barely talk. Yeah, this guy has no cognitive decline whatsoever. Now, just so you guys know, it is absolutely 100% possible for old people to not have cognitive decline. You know, eventually when you're like, if you get old enough that you're like bedridden or whatever, there's obviously going to be some level of cognitive decline, but there's lots of old people who don't get dementia. There's lots of old people who don't get Alzheimer's. It's certainly possible that Donald Trump is one of those. One of the things that makes it so hard to tell with Donald Trump is because he's always been a gigantic fucking liar. The guy is the biggest liar who's ever lived on the planet. I don't think, like, he just, in this fucking, what we've seen of this deposition, he can't even answer a simple question like, did you buy presents for your wives? He's like, no, I didn't buy them presents except when I did. And I didn't do it often, but probably for their birthdays. Okay, well, did you buy them gifts? No, I didn't buy them gifts, except when I did on their birthdays, but I didn't really do it then either, except sometimes I did. So it's like, dude, which fucking one is it?
Name of her and her lawyer's phony attacks on me. This can only happen to, quote, in quotes, Trump, exclamation point. Did I read that correctly?
Great statement.
And now that you've heard it.
True me. Great statement, me. Good job, me.
It again, and you have it in front of you, you're again confirmed that you wrote the whole thing yourself.
I wrote it all myself. All myself.
Did you? Now, at the beginning of your post, the reference Ms. Bergdorf Goodman is a reference to Ms. Carroll, right?
That's right.
Now, when you say in here, I don't know this woman and have no idea who she is, even though you're using the present tense, you're referring back to your knowledge as of when she first made the allegation.
I still don't know this woman. I think she's a whack job. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this woman other than what I read in stories and what I hear. I know nothing about her.
Do you see? He literally, oh my God. He's actually incapable. No wonder he was found guilty. How could you ever not conclude that this motherfucker is guilty when asked, in this statement, you say you don't know her, and yet it's very clear you know who she is now. Were you referring to the past? A smart liar or whatever, would just say, yes, I was referring to the past. But he can't even do that. He has to go, no, I don't know who she is. I only have read a whole bunch of articles about her, so no, I don't know who she is. And I'm referring to the now. Like, oh my God. Yeah, sorry, found liable, not guilty. I don't want to use the wrong terminology and get Trump lawyers funded by T-shirt coming after me. By the way, can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment of silence for all of the uncles, brothers, dads, and grandpas out there who are about to add another $55 Donald Trump shirt to their collection? Do you guys remember during the last court case that he got fucked on when he was selling that fake mugshot T-shirt that looked like it was made at like a mall T-shirt stand, like one of those instant print mall T-shirt stands? And they were like, Donald Trump, God needs Donald Trump God needs you to save Donald Trump now. You need to buy a T-shirt now or you're going to hell. And like the Donald Trump campaign sent out like those emails to every single Donald Trump supporter, like, if you don't buy this $60 Donald Trump shirt, Donald Trump will kill you. And, like, it's literally like... it's this meme. Every single it's this one. This meme right here. Every single conservative dad in America got an email that said, if you don't buy a T-shirt, we're gonna kill you. Oh my God. Anyway, just a very small moment of silence for all of the uncles, dads, grandpas, and brothers out there who still subscribe to the Donald Trump fucking email. When can I buy a Demon Mama shirt? Relatively soon, TM. Dorky with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for supporting the show. Dorky says, hey, Demon Mama, always wanted to do this for a very long time, and now I can. Gift subs for the chat. Thank you so very much. That's super, super kind of you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Dude, I get those emails and I have no idea where. I swear someone signed me up as a joke. Oh yeah, people do that all the time. People sign you up for crap emails all the time. I once got a friend of mine as a prank once signed me up to like Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, and Scientologists as interested. And so we had Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses. The Scientologists never actually showed up, but Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses came to our door to talk to us about our interest in the church. What an asshole thing to do. I got so mad. They signed up our address for that. It was so fucking annoying. A lot of apples with the unbelievably generous 3 gifted tier 1 subs. 3 more white names. Genocided. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
The distinction I'm trying to make, sir, is that when the allegation came out in 2019...
Stay safe, Mars Falcon.
I think it's your testimony that you had no idea who she was.
So I still don't.
Well, today you at least know that she's a plaintiff in a case suing you, correct?
Oh, yes, that I know.
Okay.
Rhodes says, Demon Mama, I think you should sell "If you don't buy this shirt, Donald Trump will kill you" shirts with the fact checked by Real American Patriots image. I absolutely should do that. I should absolutely do that. That would be amazing. And it'll be the only shirt on my entire store that looks like hell. It just looks terrible. It's like a low-res image. The text is impact font. It's all blurry, and it just says, "If you don't buy this shirt now, Donald Trump will kill you." Oh my God.
But I know nothing about her. I think she's sick, mentally sick.
Okay. You say in this post, use a strange word which I want to ask you about. You say she completely made up a story that I met her at the doors of this crowded New York City department store and within minutes swooned her. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What does swoon her mean?
That would be a word, maybe accurate or not, having to do with talking to her and talking to her to do an act that she said happened, which didn't happen. And it's a nicer word than the word that starts with an F. And this would be a word that I use because I thought it would be inappropriate to use the other word. And it didn't happen.
Okay, I was curious when I read this, so I looked up the word swoon in the dictionary. And under the dictionary, it means to faint with extreme emotion. That's not what you meant here.
Objection to form.
Well, sort of. That's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay? She loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that?
So, sir,
That is an insane thing to say. Why would he, and why would you answer? Why, oh my God, he's so, this is a matter of public record forever. Just mind you, this will be in history books, okay? In the future, well, maybe that's generous. Maybe there won't be history books in the future at this rate. But can you guys imagine the amount, like this is going to be talked about in American history. This is a part of the record of American history forever. Blablato says, if you want some kind of explanation for this, in the Anderson Cooper interview, she made a point that some people find the idea of rape sexy. Not that she does, but that some people are attracted to the power. Trump is trying to clip chimp her. That's not just a clip chimp. That's just lying about what was said. Yes, rapists are people who find the idea of rape sexy. You think Trump is a bad guy? Gee, I don't know. I couldn't make up my mind. He's trying to make her look deranged. This is one of the most insane things that I've ever seen in my entire life. Can we hear that back? Yeah, let's just hear this whole thing back. Let's just listen to what he volunteered into the record of the court. Okay? He was not asked to explain in this great detail. All the lawyer was asking is what he meant by the word swooned.
under the dictionary, it means to faint with extreme emotion. That's not what you meant here.
Objection to form.
Well, sort of. That's what she said I did to her. She fainted with great emotion. She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay? She loved it until commercial break. In fact, I think she said it was sexy, didn't she? It was very sexy to be raped. Didn't she say that?
So, sir, I just want to confirm. It's your testimony that E. Jean Carroll said that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, based on her interview with Anderson Cooper, I believe that's what took place.
Holy
we can define that. You'll have to show that. I'm sure you're going to show that. But she was interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and I think she said that rape was sexy, which it's not, by the way. But I think she said that rape was sexy, and it was, she actually said things that were very strange. And then she was a different person after when he said, we'll take a break right now. We're going to take a break right now. He didn't like what she was saying. He was very upset with and then she came back and she was a much different woman the second in the second half, so to speak.
Just babbling insanity. This clip, the clip of him saying that, should be used in every single anti-Donald Trump attack ad for the rest of all of existence. That should be the most used line forever. If the Democrats know at all what they're doing, they should play that line over and over and over again in every TV in America. That is one of the most insane things. I can't even, like, I do not have a particularly high level of respect for political officials, okay? You guys know this. I'm pretty critical of political officials, and even I am baffled that a former president of the United States would ever be caught dead saying anything like this, let alone volunteering it during a deposition for a sexual assault case. My fucking God. This guy is the head of the Christian faction of his party, okay? This is the guy the Christians chose. Just remember that forever. I don't care if you're a Christian. I don't care if you're right-leaning, centrist, liberal, leftist. Just remember that forever. This is the guy that the Christians of this country chose, voted for, and threw their support behind. That's the state of conservative Christianity. That's the state of conservatism. That's the state of the GOP in America. Never let them fool you into thinking that it's any other way. The conservative movement in America, the Christians included, they respect power and nothing else. All they care about is their strongman. They don't care about any other belief. They don't care about sexual impropriety. They don't care about literal rape. They don't care about basic human decency. Holy fucking shit. Sea Snake Jiri, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 subscription. Stuff Fluff, oh goodness. Oh goodness indeed. Thank you for supporting the show. Holy fuck. What a mess. Here's the transcript of that interview with Anderson. If you can find the whole quote and context. I'll take a look at that.
And so the question I'm asking you is, did she say in that interview that she loved being sexually assaulted by you?
Well, she said something to that effect. I mean, you'll have to take a look at the interview yourself. I believe she said rape was sexy, to which Anderson Cooper is dying. He's saying, let's get to a commercial break immediately. I think you better watch the interview. I'm sure you have, but you better watch the interview.
In the interview, when Ms. Carroll talked about rape being sexy, isn't it true that she said that's a view that many other people hold?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. All I know is I believe she said rape is sexy or something to that effect, but you'll have to watch the interview. It's been a while.
And just to clarify, I think you said a few minutes earlier that you used the word swooned as a synonym for, you said the F word, for sexual intercourse?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's because that's what she said.
What do you mean? She never used the word swooned?
No, she said that I did something to her that never took place. There was no anything. I know nothing about this nut job.
Okay, then you go on to say in the statement.
Did he just break? He just snapped? The lawyer was just like, I don't know. Okay, that's enough for me, I guess. I guess that was, getting that as a response is like, it's like gold for this lawyer.
And while I am not supposed to say it, I will. Why were you not supposed to say it?
Because it's not politically correct to say. Read the next, go ahead. That she's not my type? Yeah, because it's not politically correct to say it, and I know that, but I'll say it anyway. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But
what is he doing? He just lays into the fucking lawyer? That's the lawyer, right? Yeah, that's her lawyer. He's just, without any evidence, accusing a lawyer of being a political operative in the court of law. What, you didn't expect that? It's a stupid move. You're in a case where you're up at the stand, you're being deposed for defamation, and on the record of the court, without any evidence, you accuse a lawyer of being a political operative. That is the dumbest move you can possibly imagine. You're already being tried for defamation. And you just decide to add more to the pile? This is deranged. Donald Trump needs, I don't even know. I don't care, honestly. I hope he keeps burying himself. I was gonna say he needs, like, somebody needs to stop him. He's like self-harming to a degree that's greater than any I can imagine, but honestly, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Yasmin, this is something else. Yeah, exactly. Defense counsel. Oh my God, what the hell am I doing? How did my life come to this? My career is over. He doesn't care. He won't actually go to jail, and any fine he gets would be nothing to him. Okay, but this type of stuff adds up. Like, these things are adding up. And if people see how it is like this, then all the other, this is the way he reacts. All they have to do is keep pressing it. He's done a lot of other things. We've talked about this in the past. Donald Trump has a lot of things that he could get in trouble for. And let's just say, my personal belief is that there are a lot of things that Donald Trump has done that he has not yet been tried for, that he has not yet been brought into court. But this shit is going to add up. People seeing how flagrantly he's willing to lie in public, it does add up. You will never be able to reach Donald Trump's base. Donald Trump's base is, they believe that he's chosen by God. They believe everything, all of this was constructed by the deep state. They don't believe any of this is even real. They think that this tape was created by a wizard, that Donald Trump never even did a deposition, that a deep state wizard created this. You can't reach those people. However, everyone else in the entire world sees this crap and goes, nope, 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 he's done for, he's done. There are even, and they're not common, but there are even Republican voters, people who aren't dyed-in-the-wool GOP hardliners who see this shit and go, I will never vote for this guy ever again in my entire life. And there are more Democrats and centrists by a long shot than there are Republicans. Like, you add up all the Democrats and all of the centrists in the country, and there are way more of them than there are MAGA Republicans. The MAGA Republicans are deranged. They are violent and angry and evil people who make everyone's life worse. They are a weight around the neck of the world, like I have said. But there's way more of everybody else, and every other remotely sane person on the planet hears this shit and goes, what the fuck is wrong with America? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? This is what Donald Trump is trying to do to the lawyer. Mind crush! Yeah, exactly. He's trying to pull a Yu-Gi-Oh move.
She's accusing me, and so are you, of rape, and it never took place. And I will tell you, I made that statement, and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type. And that's 100% true. She's not my type.
Now, in your True Social statement on October 12,
what about voter disenfranchisement? It is actually incredibly true. Like right now, voter disenfranchisement, this is actually something I want to cover on this channel more because I feel like I haven't done it justice, but also I'm not like, I only have so much time and I'm mostly a political entertainment channel, but I still want to talk about it nonetheless. There are a lot of red states right now that are deliberately pushing laws to restrict student voting access. So for example, in many states, a valid student ID is a valid way to go and vote. It counts as an ID. So if you go to the polling location and you have a valid student ID, they go, there you go. It's a photo ID. It's issued by a reputable, institution. That counts as a photo ID. Here you go. Go ahead and vote. And also, in a lot of places, it's very common for polling places to be located at a university. The reason for that is fairly obvious. College students, by and large, don't tend to own their own cars. So, because college students are adults, they are legal voting adults, it makes sense to put a polling location there because we all know that these people might not be able to have an easy time practicing their democratic rights if they don't have a voting location within range of their school that they're going to, because statistically, they don't own cars. So, a lot of red states right now are pushing laws that forbid voting locations from being on university campuses, which is obviously targeted at disenfranchising citizens. It's designed to prevent people from voting. And you have to obviously ask the question, well, why do they care about students voting? Well, we know why they care about students voting, because students tend to be slightly more liberal. And so instead of accepting the fact, well, a lot of students are liberals and they want to vote and they have a right to vote, instead, they try to find a way to disenfranchise them. And a lot of red states right now are also pushing laws that ban student IDs as a valid form of ID, even though we all know that a student ID is a super fine reason for the purpose of voting. Keep in mind, voting is very secure. Every vote from a person is triple checked along the path to make sure that somebody isn't double voting. There's a lot of security that goes into counting votes. So a student ID is more than enough to ensure that people are safe, that they're not like fraudulently voting or whatever. But a lot of red states are trying to push these laws to make it even harder for students to vote. And it's kind of obvious. It's actually very obvious the reason why they're doing that. It's always been about control. It's always been about disenfranchisement. They can't win a fair election, so they have to cheat. They have to break the law to make it harder for people who have a right to vote. Remember, every adult in America has a right to vote. That's a constitutional right. If you're a citizen of the United States, you have a right to vote. Republicans want to make it hard for you to actually be able to use that right. They want to cheat. Anyway, let's continue. I'm trying to read through chat. Can you guys chill with the drama, please? We're trying to watch Donald Trump bury himself with a comically large shovel. Let's go.
You use the word hoax.
It's all good.
Specifically, you say
It's not relevant to the
it is
segment.
a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. You see that?
I forgot what I meant to say. I meant to say at the end of that, apologies. It will take a lot of voter suppression to outrun this, okay? Donald Trump got clapped by Joe Biden. It would take a phenomenal amount of voter suppression to be able to suppress the vote enough that Donald Trump is able to escape his reputation at this point. I think that the biggest risk right now, is general voter apathy, that people don't care at all and simply don't go to vote at all. But the true biggest risk is if Joe Biden doesn't hold out until the election. If Joe Biden gets really, really sick, or if Joe Biden passes away from old age, that's going to be a big danger. Other than that, personally, I don't think that Donald Trump has a shot in hell. Yeah. What's this? This is Donald Trump's ideal supporter. Donald Trump wants every single uncle in America to own the Donald Trump butter bust, the dancing Donald Trump Santa Claus, the Donald Trump trading cards, 600 Donald Trump t-shirts, the Donald Trump TV tray and lunchbox, the Donald Trump dining set, the Donald Trump fucking condom set, Donald Trump bed sheets. All of them priced at like $60 to $70 a pop, regardless of the product. You want your $45 Donald Trump bottle opener that bends the first time you try to open a bottle with it because it's made out of like fucking tin foil? All right, let's get back to this. Not the Donald Trump toilet paper? Oh, I bet they've got the Donald Trump toilet paper. Let's continue.
Recall making that statement. And I take it what you're saying there is Ms. Carroll fabricated her claim that you sexually assaulted her, correct?
Yes.
Another board person says a local VHS store had Trump the game. We played 2 years ago at on July 4th. I did a bit where I was Patriot Mama. I became a MAGA supporter for July 4th, and we played Trump the video game. Do you guys remember that? We played 2 Trump video games. Both of them were garbage. We got to do that again. Maybe this year I'll do that again. That was really fun. There's so many Trump games. You guys have no idea. We won't do Trump games this year though, but we might do Patriot Mama. That would be fun. We haven't done Patriot Mama in forever.
Totally. 100%.
Fair to say, you'd agree with me, would you not, that you use the term hoax quite a lot?
Yes, I do.
CNN reported that you used it more than 250 times in 2020. Does that sound right?
Jesus Christ, my man.
I've had a lot of hoaxes played on me. This is one of them.
And how would you define the word hoax?
A fake story, a false story, a made-up story.
Something that's not true.
Something that's not true, yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall what else you have referred to as a hoax?
Sure. The Russia hoax. It's been proven to be a hoax. Ukraine hoax. the Mueller situation for 2.5 years.
The Ukraine, what? What is that? Is that the Biden? Is he referring to like the Biden laptop?
Hoax ended in no collusion. It was a whole big hoax. The lying to the Pfizer court hoax. The lying to Congress many times hoax by all these people, this scum that we have in our country. Lying to Congress, hoax.
People are saying that's the Ukraine phone call thing, but I thought that was part of the Russiagate, wasn't that? No, it's the time that he intimidated Zelensky for info on Biden and got impeached. Oh, that one. But he got impeached for that. He fucking got impeached for that.
Spying on
again, his believers will see this and think that a wizard wove this video out of Fey energy.
My campaign hoax. They spied on my campaign, and now they admit it. That was another hoax, and I could get a whole list of them. And this is a hoax too.
This, when you say this and that?
There's this ridiculous situation that we're doing right now. It's a big fat hoax. She's a liar, and she's a sick person, in my opinion. Really sick. Something wrong with her.
Okay. In addition to the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, the Mueller hoax, the lying to Pfizer hoax, the lying to Congress hoax, and the spying on your campaign hoax, isn't it true that you also referred to the use of mail-in ballots?
Oh my God.
As a hoax?
Yeah, I do. Sure. I do. I think they're very dishonest. Mail-in ballots, very dishonest.
Every single sane place in the world that does elections uses mail-in ballots because there's no security difference of any difference. It's literally the biggest cope. This is reminding me, do you guys remember, anybody here remember when we did the post-election day copium streams? When we were seeing the like Donald.win meltdown of people screaming and crying, like worse than any SJW crying compilation you can possibly imagine. We were just going directly to Donald Trump, like to Truth Social, Rumble, all of these different places, and just watching people react, and they were literally just like, they got him, they can't keep getting away with this. That is what this reminds me of. Trying to say that mail-in ballots is like saying, it's like saying that using, like, it's like saying that telephones should have wires forever. Like, oh, every wireless telephones, that's how the goblins sneak in false messages into your ears. You always have to have a wired telephone. Otherwise, if you're using the wireless, the goblins can whisper into the message and you won't hear what your friend is trying to say. There were people like that, but they're not the president. They're not supposed to be the president. If you think that you shouldn't use a wireless phone because goblins will insert things that you didn't say into your wireless phone calls, you should never come close to the office of the president, okay? I'm sorry. Let me just remind you of this. Oh, God. We have to continue. We have to continue.
And isn't it true that you yourself have voted by mail?
I do. Sometimes I do, but I don't know what happened.
I told you, it's the most, it is his nostrils of, there's no skin left in his, there's no fucking membranes left in his nostrils because the amount of copium this man is huffing. He has no interior. His insides are coated with pure copium. It's just so cocked. So cucked.
Happens to it once you give it. I have no idea.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something that's often referred to as the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as, what, 35.
Absolutely amazing.
You know, and
She used to be great. She's still very beautiful.
I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy.
Yeah.
No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your
Set this up.
That is very.
You give me the thumbs
Look at
up.
you. You are a
You
piece.
gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up.
Can't be too happy. First? Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
funny.
gotta give me the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk down.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her. It's
Yeah, that's her, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
Look at those legs. All I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good legs. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the ham.
Okay, this tape is disgusting, but I always forget about getting stuck in the bus. Him getting stuck in the bus, you never get to see that part because everybody only plays the grabber by the pussy, but he fucking gets stuck in the bus right after saying you never want to fall out of the bus, look like an idiot like Gerald Ford, and then he gets fucking stopped by the door. Incredible. Just look at this shit.
Bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the ham.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how
nice
are
seeing
you?
you. Terrific.
Pleasure to meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing,
Very
Ariane?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely.
How about a
Melania
little
said
hug for
this
the
was
bushy? I
okay.
just got...
That's you in that video, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And am I correct that that video was recorded in January, withdrawn? Am I correct that that video was recorded in September 2005?
I guess that would, I don't know the date, but whatever date it was is fine with me.
And am I correct that you were engaged to your current wife sometime in 2004?
I don't know.
Am I correct that you married your current wife in January 2005?
I don't know relative to that tape, no.
And the person you were speaking to, it's now famous, in that video was Billy Bush?
That's right.
Please
This is very old news, fully litigated during debates, during everything else, fully litigated.
Okay.
And you know what I said then, and I say it now? Locker room talk. That was locker room talk.
Okay.
That's what goes on.
And you did say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily, correct?
Excuse me?
You do say in the video that you, quote,
Yeah.
moved on her heavily.
I did say that, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And you do say in the video that as part of trying to have sex with this woman, you took her furniture shopping, correct?
We actually did look for furniture, yes.
So that was true. You actually took this woman,
I
Nancy,
think so.
furniture
It's
shopping.
been a long time ago. It's how long was it?
Dude.
A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say, and again, this has become very famous.
Dude, this is pathetic.
In this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess.
This is the one clip that I saw before, and it's still making me laugh. Yeah, you're right. Stars for over 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000 years ago, for the last, just, you know, a small look through the history of the last 1,000,000 years. You know, Thok, the first star, invented the wheel. Maybe you've heard of him. You know, he could grab people by the pussy. You know, he tied a stick to a rock, clubbed her over the head, grabbed her by the pussy. God damn it. Insane. You may have heard of a guy named Fred Flintstone. Yes, 1,000,000 years ago. He, you know, his feet, he'd run around with his feet outside of the vehicle. You know, he had an alarm clock that was a pterodactyl. You might have known of somebody. Fred Flintstone, he could do it. He was the first star. His buddy Barney, real slob, looked like shit, nipples protruding.
It's been largely true, not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
Your Zoolander impression? I can't do Trump, okay? I don't care, but I'm doing my best out here, okay? Especially because my voice is already getting hoarse from laughing too much here.
I think you can say that, yeah.
And now you said before, a couple of minutes ago, that this was just locker room talk.
It's locker room talk.
And so does that mean that you didn't really mean it?
No, it's locker room talk. I don't know. It's just the way people talk.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with a woman by the name of Natasha Stoynoff?
No.
Natasha.
Stoynoff.
You'll have to give me a little bit of
Do you remember she wrote about you a lot when she worked at People magazine?
Oh, I do remember there was some woman that wrote, and then she, a long time later, I think she wrote a wonderful story, and then a long time later, as I remember it, a long time later she said that I was aggressive with her, but she wrote the most beautiful story. And then
Notice that he just admitted on video that it was locker room talk, but supposedly he was telling the truth in his locker room talk. The lawyer explicitly said, okay, but you actually did take Nancy out to go furniture shopping, at which point you made a sexual move on her because you wanted to have sex with her. And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, okay, but you say this is locker room talk. And he's like, yeah. And she's like, okay, but you actually did those things that you supposedly did in the locker room talk, right? He's like, yes.
Sudden, like, is it a year or 2 years later, she comes out with this phony story that I said, well, why would she have written such a good story for People magazine? She wrote a really nice piece. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, years or months, many months later, she came up with this phony charge.
Let's watch a video, and again, I apologize for the technology, where you talk about Ms. Stoynoff's allegations.
Oh boy, here we go.
Are we marking this?
We're going to mark it. It's a clip of a video from a campaign event in West Palm Beach on October 13, 2016, and we're going to mark it as DJT 36.
Then there was a writer from People magazine who wrote a story on Melania and myself on our first anniversary. The story was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was lovely. But last night we hear that after 12 years, this took place 12 years ago, this story, a new claim that I made inappropriate advances during the interview to this writer. And I ask very simple question. Why wasn't it part of the story that appeared 20 or 12 years ago? Why wasn't it part of the story? Why didn't they make it part of the story? I was one of the biggest stars on television with The Apprentice, and it would have been one of the biggest stories of the year. Think of it. She's doing a story on Melania, who's pregnant at the time, and Donald Trump, our one-year anniversary. And she said, I made inappropriate advances. And by the way, the area was a public area.
When did they say this video is from? It's actually fascinating. If you watch his old rally videos to how he is now, dude, his energy has drained so much. Also, his crowds have drained so much. The energy is so low. The Trump train is totally running out of steam. It's like a fucking deflated balloon. Sleepy Dawn. Yeah, the COVID really got to him. It really did.
All over the place.
Well, also, I don't even think it was just the COVID. I think he actually, I think he actually couldn't conceive of the fact that he would lose to Joe Biden. I think it like actually fragmented a piece of his soul off. Like when he lost to Joe, it was just like gone. Some part of him permanently died. He's never reached that energy again since then. 2024 Dark Brandon versus Sleepy Dawn, fucking true. He's gonna get fucking clapped.
Take a look. You take a look. Look at her words. You tell me what you think. I don't think so. I don't think so.
You'd agree with me that the person you were just talking about in that video was Natasha Stoynoff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with a woman by the name of Jessica Leeds?
No, I don't think so. But explain. Go ahead.
Does that mean that this refreshed your recollection
Yes,
of who Jessica
it
Leeds
does.
is?
This woman made up a story.
Oh my God. No, I don't know who that is. Oh, it's this. Oh my God.
Like your
it's
client
pathetic.
made it up. Just made up a story. Having to do with sitting next to me in an airplane. And I mean, I'll have to read this again, but that story was so false also. But this was, I guess, making out as opposed to what your client said. This story was so false. This is a disgrace also.
And do you recall speaking about Ms. Leeds' allegations at campaign events in 2016?
I might have. I thought it was so, like your client, I thought it was so ridiculous.
Okay, let's take a look at the next video, which is DJT 38, correct?
Hopefully our great movement, and there's never been anything like this in the United States, and the only way they figure they can slow it down is to come up with people that are willing to say, oh, I was with Donald Trump in 1980.
Nothing changes.
I was sitting with him on an airplane.
He's adding commentary over a court deposition tape. Man, this guy is dumb as fuck.
And he went after me on the plane. Yeah, I'm going to go after. Believe me, she would not be my first choice, that I can tell you. Man, you don't know. That would not be my first choice.
When you said in that video that Ms. Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical looks, correct?
Just the overall. I look at her, I see her, I hear what she says, whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you.
Dude.
I'm honest when I say it. I would.
A fucking wild play. Just, again, cartoonishly large shovel. Like one of those, like a kid's beach shovel, but the size of his fucking head. Shh, shh, shh. You're referring to her looks. I wouldn't fuck you either, bitch. Oh my fucking God.
Not have any interest in.
The video we just watched, where you talked about Miss Leeds. What else did you know about Miss Leeds that would indicate to you that she would not have been your first choice, other than how she looked?
I don't know. I think I probably saw her on television or something. But I don't want to be insulting. But when people accuse me of something, I think I have a right to be insulting because they're insulting me. They're doing the ultimate insult. They make up stories, and then I'm not allowed to speak my mind. No, I disagree with that. No, she would not have been anywhere on a list. I just wouldn't have been for me.
No.
It's disgusting. It's what she said was disgusting. Can you imagine doing that on an airplane? What she said? I'm doing that on an airplane. That's almost as ridiculous as doing it in Bergdorf Goodman in a dressing room.
Who does he, where does he think he is? Does he think that he's like at a political debate? He's talking to the lawyer that's deposing him. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe he's always been this bad in court. To be fair, we don't get to see him in court very often. Usually that stuff is like, because of the nature of it, we don't get to see him in court very often. This is like horrible.
Isn't it true that just a few minutes ago you couldn't remember the date of your engagement to your current wife, Melania?
No. We're talking about a different thing. We're talking about a woman where something happened that was...
Now he's gonna lie about the fact he couldn't remember. It was just like 2 minutes ago and he couldn't remember the date, and now he's gonna lie about it. This guy is done. His brain is cooked. It's gone. It's on the tape, you fucking idiot. He's done. There's no fucking way. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is next level. This is next level even for Donald Trump. Holy fucking shit.
Inappropriate, right? Inappropriate. It was highly inappropriate. She would remember that date. I would imagine she would have complained to the airline. She would know the flight. She would know everything about it. She didn't even know the year, as I remember it, just like your client doesn't know the year, doesn't know anything about it. If something happened like that to your client would know the second, should know down to the second, should know the day, the month, the year, right down to the second.
In the last paragraph of
Dude, you can't remember how to fucking tie your shoes. Who the fuck are you to talk? You haven't remembered a single thing in this entire conversation, except when you do. You thought that the victim in this case was your wife, you deranged freak. That was like 20 minutes ago in this video. In this thing, it was like an hour ago that he mixed up the victim in this case with his ex-wife. That is a next level.
Made on June 21 that appears in the Laura Litvin tweet, DJT20. You said as follows.
Last paragraph where?
DJT20.
Go ahead, what is it?
You say as follows. The world should know what's really going on. It is a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. You see that?
Yeah.
And the person you meant who should pay dearly for such false accusations was E. Jean Carroll, correct?
Yeah, and I think their attorneys too. I think the attorneys like you are a big part of it. Because you know it's a phony case.
Man, that was insane. I can't even believe that half of what we just watched actually happened. That is... To be fair to the people who think this was woven by a wizard, I don't think a wizard could make like a more damaging deposition for Donald Trump. Like, I actually don't think that even the Illuminati could come up with a way to make Donald Trump look worse than Donald Trump did. That is just like everything about that. Insulting the lawyer, just lying within the same second, the confusing the victim with his own ex-wife and just like being like, that's my ex-wife, isn't it? Oh, she was a great lay. Oh, it was so good. I loved it. Oh, she was so good in bed. And they're like, Donald Trump, that's the victim, the alleged victim. Oh, I mean, she's disgusting. I can't see anything. It's, oh my fucking God. Like, what the absolute fuck is going on? This is, by the way, this is the most watched part of this video, or the second most watched. The grabber by the pussy is the most watched. The second most watched part of this video is this part right here.
In front of you, a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess her
need
husband,
to see this again.
John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy, I thought. I mean, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did. I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here. Oh, is that?
The person you just pointed to was
I
E. Jean
see.
Carroll.
Who is that?
Oh, did you hear that bang softly in the background? That was the sound of his own lawyer committing suicide in the back room when that moment happened. If you guys just heard that soft bang. That's my wife. No, that's the alleged victim, sir. Oh my God. Literally, yeah. True. Wait, so is this actually true though? Wait, is this true? People are, okay, this is a viral tweet. The rape part of the charge ended up being a no because E. Jean Carroll said on the stand under oath that she didn't know for sure if she was penetrated by his genitalia because she couldn't see or feel his cock. She says tiny mushroom. I mean, that wouldn't be the first person to say under oath that Donald Trump has a tiny penis. Like multiple people have said that Donald Trump has a tiny penis. That is actually true. Jesus fucking Christ. I wonder if we could get a clip of that. I don't think there's I don't know if we can find a clip of that. Jesus Christ. Nothing wrong with a micro penis. Okay, for Donald Trump, the guy who tries to pretend that he's like the macho man who has no flaws, it actually is quite funny to discover that his penis is so small that nobody can feel it. Stormy Daniels said that it was the size of a baby carrot. Jesus fucking Christ. How does this absolute troll have so many mistresses, ex-wives, or ex-wives? Money. And he's the president. He's unfathomably rich. You guys like have to understand, he has so much money that unless we have a few Oilers in chat right now, some pretty rich folks in chat, which if you are here, please consider funding my channel. I don't make a crazy amount of money from my show, but I would love to. So please consider funding my show if you're really, really rich out there. But if you're not, I don't think you can comprehend exactly how much money Donald Trump has. Donald Trump has so much fucking money that none of us can actually fathom exactly how much that amount of money is. This guy is an heir to a real estate tycoon who became a real estate tycoon of his own right and a serial grifter and the president of the United States. The guy is so loaded, it's unbelievable. It's yeah, reality show host. Anyway, that was one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like I said, it won't matter to a single one of Donald Trump's fans. They won't believe that this video is real. They won't care even if they did believe it was real, because they believe that God handpicked Donald Trump to be their savior, which of course he isn't. And that's kind of the sad part, right? That's one of the sad things about the state of America. There was a large chunk of the politically active populace who are so miserable. They're so truly and deeply miserable that they have chosen Donald Trump as their savior. I want you to think about how horrible and bad and miserable your life must be that you find Donald Trump a figure of hope. And I want you to remember that there is a decent chunk of the adult populace who fall into that category in America. That is an indictment of our entire nation. That is an indictment of our entire way of living and system of life, okay? It is a sad state of affairs. However, that faction is full of some of the most despicable people, and regardless of how pathetic and sad their lives are, the way that they engage with the world is to inflict their misery on as many other people as possible, to support a guy who tried to ban Muslims, who successfully banned trans people from the military, who is currently threatening to create internment camps for homeless people, who is currently threatening to create an expedited death sentence for what he calls drug dealers, who thinks that there should be less judicial oversight in trying drug dealers because he hates them so much. A guy who put people in place to remove the rights of women to safe abortions in this country. These people are, in short, the enemies of the sane world, the enemies of a good world, not even a sane world. That's not even putting it clearly enough. They are an enemy. They are the enemies of any sort of good existence. And the only way that this world will ever get any better is if these people are thoroughly defeated politically. If people like Donald Trump, sexually assaulting freaks like Donald Trump, are never allowed to get near power ever again. That these people are defeated over and over and over again until this faction no longer can manage to carry any political power. And until then, we will continue to be plagued with the problems they bring. Just keep that in mind. However, I will say, it has been a good time to not be a Republican, because basically the entire right-wing movement in America is collapsing in on itself. Their desperation has led to an unfathomable amount of infighting, and their mistakes are catching up with them. Their endless lying is catching up with them. Their fucking endless heinous behavior is finally at least to some degree, catching up with them. We have seen Steven Crowder, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, all of these people taking a fall recently, and thank fucking God for that, because these people have plagued our lives for the last half decade, and it's about time we see some of them face even a drop of the consequences that are coming their way. People are mentioning George Santos too. We haven't even talked about that. Anyway, if you all enjoyed this absolutely deranged but hilarious reaction, please make sure that you press the subscribe button down below so that you don't miss any of my videos, so you catch the signal. And also, make sure you hit like and tell me your thoughts. Comments help all of my videos grow, so leave a comment down below, even if it's just something small. I'd love to hear from you. Thank you all for being my imps. And keep tuned in. My God, that was wild. We haven't done Lance on Timcast. We're about to do Lance on Timcast. We're about to do a debate review. This stream is not over. We're about to do a debate review. And I'm hyped for a debate review. I am super psyched for a debate review. Nuts is here. Wow. Welcome, Nuts. Good to see you. I'm just getting going. True. Donald Trump, oh man. A lot of people, I don't know. God, I don't even know. What else can I say? That was one of the most deranged things I've ever seen. Just insulting the lawyer. Oh God. I feel like it really is an indictment of our country. Like, it doesn't get, like, how much worse. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Obviously it can get worse, but I feel like Donald Trump is like, the bottom has fallen out of the expectations of like a semi-decent world. Like, we've reached a point where just like the most disgusting person was able to reach the highest office in the country. And it's like, I don't know, man. Where does it go from here? Where the fuck does it go from here? I've seen the debate, so big trigger warning. I'm gonna peace out for my own mental health when y'all start watching Lance versus Tim Pool. Wait, is that bad? Is that Yoda barking? Yeah, Yoda barked downstairs. Is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. Somebody went outside, and probably one of my partners went outside, and sometimes she barks when we go outside because she wants us to take her with her. Take us with her. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Holy shit. Did I miss a dono? I'm sorry if I donated. If I missed a dono. Punk Course with the $5. I can't donate much, but I wanted to say you're doing a killer job, and I hope your camping trip goes well. Thank you so much. I am beyond excited to go camping. I can't even begin to tell you. Camping used to be, when I was younger, I used to camp all the time. Camping was like one of my favorite things in the entire world. And also, I lived in the middle of the woods. When I was younger, I lived in a very, very rural area. So even when I wasn't going camping, like our backyard when I was younger was like a bunch of woods. We had like a fire pit off near a little copse of trees, and we had a hammock. And our summers, we would basically take logs and burn a little fire, roast marshmallows, hang out, and sit in the campfire, play guitar, have like cold drinks out there. That was our lives when I was younger. I love it so much. It's like, I don't know. It's camping is the type of thing. This time we're going camping because we're all out of practice. We're staying in a cabin. We're not doing anything. We're not roughing it, basically. We are all of the people in my house. We haven't gone camping in a long time, so we're not doing anything super ambitious. We're just renting a cabin, and we're going out into the woods, and we're going to be hiking a whole bunch, swimming, doing some stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, easy mode camping. Yep. Although in the future, I intend, of course, to do other types of camping, but we're going easy this time. We're going relaxing this time. Nice and easy. Puerto Rican musician says, Vache debate bros thinks Lance did bad, but Lance actually embarrassed him and kind of exposed him. Well, we'll find out, won't we? No spoilies. If you turn it on peaceful mode, creepers won't spawn. I'm very good about my lighting, so creepers shouldn't spawn anyway. I think Lance was pretty well prepared. We'll find out. We'll find out. We're about to watch it, everybody. You guys have to remember, whenever you're going on the Tim Pool show, it's always a hostile environment. It's designed to be a hostile environment, and it's very difficult to navigate that, even for the best rhetoricians. It's really difficult to navigate a totally hostile, like, where there's 4 people versus you. You have to fly to their home turf. They have the ability to prepare, and you don't really. But yeah. Heads up, only the free section is currently available online, but Lance has also been posting clips from the pay-per-view section. Well, we'll watch what we can. Have you watched Vosh on Timcast? Yeah, I did, actually. I think Vosh did very well on Timcast. But also, it was, you know, it seemed fairly clear that, like, that Vosh was, like, not defensive, but it was very clear he was on edge. Like, not in, like, a bad way, just that, like, you have to be. You have no choice. It's very difficult to have a relaxing conversation when you are going into a place with a guy whose entire job is to spread the most far-right propaganda you can possibly imagine while constantly lying and saying he's a centrist. But yeah, I think Vosh did very well, at least to my remember. Uller-Sloth77 says, is it safe to go camping alone? I don't like going camping alone, but lots of people do go camping alone, and you can do it more safely. But of course, I don't know. But of course, like, it's always safer to be with other people. Somniostatic says, I think Vosh did very well, at least to my remember. Yeah, sorry, I'm having after watching that Trump thing, my own brain is breaking. Sorry about that. Apologies, everybody. Don't mean to pull some Trump shit on you. Lance and Xanderhall haven't really gotten along. That happens sometimes, guys. Okay, hold on. Before we do this, let me just take a moment here. The drama that is going around right now between various creators on, again, mostly Twitter, it seems, there is a lot of stupidity going on, okay? Guys, this shit is tried out and tired. People are really tired of this shit, okay? Not everyone is going to get along, and that's not always newsworthy, nor does it really matter that much in the long run. However, there is a difference between not getting along and, like, constantly rage baiting people that you don't get along with. You guys might notice that for a long time, this channel has been very, very free of drama. And that's because drama is fucking boring. And if you'll notice, most of the drama that people are talking about is fucking ancient shit. It's shit from like 2 years ago that people are still rehashing. It's fucking pathetic. It's pathetic. It's boring. It's not productive. It doesn't give us anything new. It's like a brain disease. Something happened during the pandemic that as the pandemic was ongoing, people had like everybody was trapped inside and nobody was able to go outside and do anything normal. And so everybody in the world, some content creators included, were hyper fixating on certain types of drama. And it led to a toxicity level that was genuinely destructive to everyone's entertainment. But guess what? It's only gotten worse. The toxicity like severely caused like entertainment necrotization. There's like, and now we're in the phase where like rotten flesh is like flopping off. And some people keep consuming it even though they don't even like it. Everybody feels this, not everybody, I don't, but a lot of people feel an obligation. A lot of people feel an obligation to like keep scooping this rotten necrotized garbage into their mouth, and like it's like they're gonna, like they're missing out on it, like it's a part of a war they have to be engaged in, and it fucking sucks. It makes the space more boring. It makes the content worse. It makes our brains worse, okay? There is a lot of really fucking stupid drama going on right now. And I gotta say, it's some of the most boring, pathetic, petty, and reachy crap that you could possibly imagine. There are plenty of studies going over how COVID can infect certain brain cells. I'm not even talking about that, okay? I'm just talking about the social aspect of people being limited in their ability to behave like normal people and engaging in never-ending tail chasing on the internet. It's terrible. Puerto Rican musician with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Demon Mama, for this wonderful community and for fighting for trans and human emancipation. Keep it up. Always. I always will. What are you talking about? Is it the shark drama? There were so many sub dramas going on. There's a video that was published about shark. There was there's been a bunch of rage. There's been a bunch of drama baiting. There's been a bunch of people angry at drama baiting. There's like 3 different things, and all of them are fucking dumb. They're all stupid. They're a fucking giant waste of time. It's literally nonsense. Who fucking cares? Windleby says, I've been disengaging from this shit more and more, and it's nice. Not feeling obligated to give your takes on random bullshit. But then again, I'm not even a content creator. The more content creators disengage from stupid, petty infighting and obvious, like, drama baiting, the better the space will become. You guys don't know. Well, actually, you do. My audience knows how good it can get, okay? We do so much stuff that is not drama related, that is not related to this never-ending back and forth, he said, she said. We've done that for a long time. And even when I did drama stuff more frequently, my Drama Mama videos, we didn't do streamer drama intentionally. We used to a million years ago when I was a tiny channel, but very early on into the Drama Mama, I decided we're not doing Drama Mamas about streamer drama. We're specifically doing drama that is relevant on a bigger picture. There is some drama that's unavoidable. Like if somebody fucking says something shitty about me, that's drama, but I'm gonna respond to that obviously if it's relevant. But also, there's a bunch of random irrelevant assholes who say stupid garbage about me all the time. Trust me, guys. I can't even begin to tell you, there are accounts on Twitter active right now who tweet about me multiple times a week. Their lives are devoted, at least to some decent degree, to being a anti-fan. Instead of enjoying their lives, instead of engaging with something that makes them feel good, they just are angry about me and post deranged shit about me, okay? Genocide says, with the $5, I used to work for the IRS, but I quit since it was too taxing. Then I worked for a bank, but I quit that one too since I lost interest. Ha! I see you're a fan of puns. Can the drama be I prefer Demon Mama's hair being parted on the other side? Well, sometimes I do it the other way, sometimes I do it this way. Today, I didn't even do much to my hair today. My hair's getting long again. It's making me, I'm actually happy. My hair is starting to grow out of the awkward phase. I decided I wanted to grow my hair out completely. So, I got a meme clip. Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Okay. There's a big stupid confrontation with Palpatine. Although there is one funny part. There's one funny part that happens, okay? Which is Palpatine, he's like, I will destroy you! And he absorbs energy from Rey and Kylo Ren, and he's like, he does the big suck, and he sucks up all their energy, and then he goes, there's a okay, that's a really good edit. That's an extremely perfectly timed cut right there. It's true, that is what happens. After that, I yell and do a loud boom. Well done, Mr. Krabs, well done. I think we should be willing to criticize. Fortnite says, I think we should be willing to criticize people when necessary, but the vast majority of this drama is a complete waste of time. That recent video definitely seems like one of them. I can see Shark responding because of specific accusations against him, but for everyone else, I think it should just be ignored. Waste of time at best, irresponsible platforming, and brain poisoning your own audience with drama brain at worst. Okay, but the foundation of this is rehashing a very personal slap fight between two content creators from like over a year ago. Do you see what I'm talking about? That drama was 2 years ago? It wasn't 2 years ago, was it? Was it 2 years ago? Was it that long? Maybe it was. I thought it was less than that. Scarlet Volcano with the incredibly generous $5. True, I'm glad you continue to see things that it seems others are unable to. The super fixation on drama after Trump and during the pandemic really affected people. I just want to get out of, I want things to get better, okay? For God's sake, I really, really, really want things to get better. I want more people to be able to work with one another. I want to see cooler collaborations. I want to see people being chill and taking down fucking psycho conservatives again. I want the content to improve. Everyone is bored and I can't carry it all on my back, okay? I can't be the only one. I can't. I mean, I can, but I don't want to be. Anyway, everybody, it's time. It's fucking time. That's right. My lovely, lovely imps. a very well-known content creator in these spaces by the name of Lance from the Serfs.tv, someone who I quite like and met in person and had lunch with, and we had a really good time. I quite like Lance a lot personally. Recently debated Tim Pool. Tim Pool is a hyper-conservative talking head. He is one of the most popular conservative voices on the internet. He often, still to this day, somehow tries to refer to himself as a centrist, but if you actually analyze his politics and you have any ability to honestly analyze politics, it becomes very clear that all of his politics are right-wing politics. Interestingly, Tim Pool has found himself in hot water recently because somebody who is apparently a large fan of Tim Pool recently did a mass shooting. Yes, that's right. In fact, I can actually show you this right here. The Allen, Texas shooter, a shooting that just happened just a couple of days ago on May 8th, I believe, or May 7th. Apologies on the date. He committed a mass shooting, killed multiple people, and as it turns out, in addition to posting a bunch of deranged content, Nazi shit, in addition to posting his right-wing Death Squad armor set and his Punisher skull logos, in addition to posting extremely weird, like imitation Zodiac killer codes, and also his pictures of his tattoos, which included, and yes, this has been confirmed, this is indeed a photo of the shooter, the swastika and the SS symbols. He also posted a ton of pictures of him watching Tim Pool. He seemed to be quite a fan of Tim Pool. And Tim Pool, of course, has basically completely denied this and tried to say that oh no, it's not he can't be a Tim Pool fan. Those must be AI. This is a deep state conspiracy against Tim Pool. However, I want to take a moment before we jump into this debate between Lance and Tim Pool, just to remind you of the type of behavior that Tim Pool is engaged in. Because I have a feeling that in this debate, we're going to see Tim Pool continue to pretend that he's some kind of a centrist, like he always does, and then he's going to leap into far-right talking points, while still trying to say, oh no, I'm giving a fair voice to the right and left. I just want to remind you that not only is Tim Pool favored by neo-Nazi shooters, mass murderers, but also that Tim Pool excuses this type of behavior. Let me show you right here. This was a tweet that was made by Tim Pool following the mass shooting at the Club Q, which was a gay bar in Colorado Springs. Tim Pool, of course, did not have anything to say except for the following. We shouldn't tolerate pedophiles grooming kids. Club Q had a grooming event. How do you prevent the violence and stop the grooming? Now, what he is referring to is the fact that Club Q was planning to have a drag brunch event, an all ages, a specifically all ages, non-sexual drag brunch event that would involve people eating brunch and drag queens being present, because drag queens aren't dangerous monsters, and having events where you go have brunch and there are some drag queens is a peaceful, fun, and good event to have. Now, he calls this, without any evidence, a grooming event. Now, let me remind you, okay? Let me remind you that grooming refers to a predator over time basically manipulating a child into a position of vulnerability whereby they can sexually abuse them. That is the definition of grooming. But Tim Pool defines an explicitly all ages safe drag event that's happening during the day legally as a grooming event, and justifies the shooting by those means. Let me give you another tweet from Tim Pool. The grooming of children is not stopping. People are calling for more violence. I do not think legislators will stop the grooming. People will not stop calling for violence. So you tell me what happens next. Interesting opinion, Tim Pool. I just wanted to be clear that we remember, before we dive into this debate, exactly who Tim Pool is. Exactly who Tim Pool is. Tim Pool has been pushing and calling for violence in his typical cowardly, veiled language where he doesn't say, he'll say, oh, a civil war is coming because there's no other option if these crazy lefties don't stop insert like raw made up misinformation. He does the same thing over and over and over again. And this is what he's done for the entire time he's had his gigantic platform on YouTube. Tim Pool pushes this type of violent rhetoric all the time. This type of bigoted, violent rhetoric from his platform all the time. His job is to play defense for mass murderers. His job is to water down the idea that these people aren't violent bigots looking to kill anyone who disagrees with them. That is Tim Pool's job. So I just want you to remember that. And let's see if in this debate that we're about to watch, I have not seen this debate. I am very curious to see if Tim Pool will continue his habit of downplaying bigotry, downplaying violence, and ultimately basically working as a PR manager for neo-Nazis, if he continues that trend in this debate. What is this? This is a clip of him?
To be honest, like, I think it's funny and I really just don't care. I think we've...
Wait, is this him talking about? Hold on.
So my point is, this is grasping at straws, right? Because even if they can definitively prove, even if it turns out that this is legitimate, that really is this guy's profile.
It is, by the way. It really is this guy's profile. That was the killer's profile on social media, and he really was a fan of Tim Pool, and he really was a neo-Nazi, and he really was pushing the exact type of rhetoric that Tim Pool shoots out of his platform all the time.
They're telling the truth and they have good reasons to be confident. That still is not the nail in the coffin that they think it is here.
I mean, I gotta be honest, like, I think it's funny and I really just don't care. I think we've won so much ground in the culture war that it is completely meaningless that they would even do it, assuming it.
Yep, you heard it there, folks. Tim Pool thinks it's funny that a neo-Nazi fan of his murdered 8 people. Incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Again, this is what we're dealing with. This is, in a box, the conservative movement in America. They cannot win. They have not had a win. They can only resort to increasingly deranged stochastic acts of violence. They aren't winning minds. They aren't convincing new people. They can only hope to further radicalize their own and then whitewash events like this. Pretend that it's not so bad. When a guy literally, who has a history of anti-LGBTQ public sentiment, goes and commits a hate act against an against an LGBTQ facility, a gay bar, innocent people living their own lives, Tim Pool rushes in to say, no, that's, well, what else is supposed to happen when there's all this grooming? No evidence for this grooming, literally lying. What else are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? That's Tim Pool's entire purpose. So just keep that all in mind, that this is what the conservative movement is. This is what Tim Pool pushes from his platform. Anyway, let's enjoy the video, shall we? Let's enjoy this debate. Let's see how Lance holds up against Tim Pool. This is the one. The left protest over homeless man's death in NYC, demand Marine be charged with the Serfs TV. Here we go. When's Lance come on? Hold on, I want to get to the part where Lance is here. Oh, he starts right off. Okay. We'll fast forward just a tiny bit. Here we go.
Effort to subdue him. The guy died. It was ruled a homicide, and now you have protesters calling for charges of this Marine. And things are starting to get a little hectic. Police are calling for help as things kind of heat up. But we're going to get into the nuances of that.
Yeah, a guy, an ex-Marine fucking murdered a homeless guy. How long was it? How long did he do it? How long did he choke the guy for? He held him in a chokehold for over 3 minutes. No, wait, it's longer than that, wasn't it? Yeah, for at least 3 minutes, possibly longer. The video showed it for at least 3 minutes in a chokehold. It was a 15-minute chokehold? Why does this story only say that? Was that, oh, because that's an old story. Sorry, I was looking at an old one. 15 minutes. Jesus Christ. Yep, according to NBC News, the police said that Neely was held in the chokehold position for approximately 15 minutes. That's insane. That's what we're talking about. Let's just remember that, okay? So when fucking Tim Pool here says, oh yeah, he held him in a chokehold. No, he fucking choked a guy for 15 minutes straight. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about what was going on there. This wasn't subduing. This wasn't keeping anybody safe. This was fucking murder.
Discussion, so I'll save a little bit. We do have news out of Russia. They're blaming the U.S. for the assassination attempt, so they claim. And we've got some news. Barstool Sports fired one of their hosts for rapping lyrics that contained an offensive word. I don't necessarily think it's fair to call what he said a slur, because he wasn't calling anybody the word, but, you know, he said the word, and then Penn Entertainment.
So this happened 6 days ago on the 4th. The story happened. The original event happened. I want to see if I can get the exact date. Hold on.
It was like, you're fired, and now Dave Portnoy is like, I don't know, there's nothing I can do. I sold the company. So
on the 3rd. So Lance, at this time, Lance is operating on a story that has been out for 1 day. Just keep that in mind.
That plus a whole bunch of other stories, and we'll talk about the news. Banks collapsing. We got Paul Stanley, the lead singer. I'm sorry, the frontman for Kiss, is kind of walking back his statement on transgender kids, and a lot to talk about. Before we get started, my friends, today's episode is brought to you by Cast Brew Coffee. Take a look at this bag right here. This is Cast Brew Coffee over at Cast Brew.
Shut the fuck up.
If you want to members,
get your
at least
fucking garbage out of my face.
I took evil acid or something. Thank you so much.
With your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Lance from the Serfs.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm tripping balls being in this room right now. It feels like I took evil acid or something, because I've been watching this show so much. Yeah, just like everything is here. It's wild.
It's bigger than it looks like, right?
It's bigger than it looks like, and when you're actually sitting in the room, it's actually, there's a lot more props than you ever give this place credit for. I thought there was just like some samurai swords and like the occasional gun or something, but there's like
that's a real Civil War rifle.
There's a real Civil War musket in the.
That's right, rifled musket.
Yeah,
yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's a like Union Civil War. It was never used.
It's like a museum here.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. Yeah. So what do you do? Who are you?
I am a leftist commentator. I do politics, comedy from a dumpster fire perspective, and I have opinions, and sometimes people like to hear those opinions, and then they tune in to listen to them.
Well, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we have a lot of opinions to go through. Yeah. We also got the exact inversion of Lance, Seamus Coughlin.
That's how they describe me on the streets. My name is
Anti-Lance?
Yeah, exactly. I thought, no, they call him the anti-Seamus, I thought. But my name's Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons. We call them
British.
Freedom Tunes. And he's British? Well, is that why you always got to take it to an ethnic place with me, man? Always ripping on me for being Irish. I was born here, but I make cartoons. I have a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. I'm also a podcaster. We uploaded a cartoon today, by the way. Y'all might want to check that one out. And I also have a stream on Rumble called.
Is this one of the new guys? Because there was a huge falling out in Timcast. Didn't Timcast have a big falling out with his former co-workers? And this is like one of the new guys. I don't remember this guy.
Shamer, if y'all want to take a peek at that as well.
Now we have Moon Lord himself.
I am the Moon Lord.
He knows.
No longer Weed Lord. I have evolved. I have become
he knows.
one with the essence of the vibration and the fabric of reality. So good to see you, Lance.
So good to be here.
And if you don't know, you don't know.
was Freedom
But I
Tunes?
am the
Oh,
Moon Lord.
God.
Let's get hot.
And I am Serfs.com as always, guys. Let's get to it.
Let's jump into this first. You
Wait, actually,
pressing the wrong
but
button over
this
here.
is I gotta flag this. This is the first time Ian and I have done a show together in almost a year.
Since we
Oh,
screamed
not
about,
bad.
I was yelling at you about
Yeah,
religion or
exactly.
something.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
And
But this is
alcohol,
our
I
first
think,
show.
too.
Oh, the other employees were the ones from Subverse. Oh, that's right. Sorry, it's been a while since I covered that one.
Oh, yeah, that's our first
Welcome
show
back, Seamus.
Yeah,
Great
it's
to
good
be here, man. Yeah, I've evolved on my stance on religion.
What
We've
happened?
also talked off air. We've talked off air a good bit, but it's just funny that it's like I just realized this is our first episode we're both doing together because I've been seeing you for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. We went last time we talked.
By the way, just sorry, I don't want to be a giant asshole to this guy, but we've watched Freedom Tunes on this stream before, and let me just say, Freedom Tunes are rough, guys. Like, conservatism aside, they are just. If you don't believe me, just go check it out yourself. You know what? Do your own research. Do your own research.
Talking about, like, I brought up vice. I was talking about, alcohol, it's your vice or whatever. I said, I think that was the real point of contention. And everyone's like, Ian, you're such a dick. I was like, I was just talking to Seamus. Like, we were just talking. Like,
Yeah,
we
but
were
bro,
talking.
he's Irish. You can't say that.
But we were talking about.
That's racist.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I don't really care. Do you?
No, yeah,
what
well,
was it?
I was just, it was a discussion about alcohol because I was saying that alcohol is not inherently sinful. Like Christ turned water into wine. It was his first public miracle.
I've gone
his
through.
blood was made of wine, right?
Well, no,
through-
with transubstantiation, the properties of bread and wine remain, but it actually becomes his flesh and blood.
I've had like serious problems with alcohol personally, which is probably why I was projecting issues. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, like, when you actually.
Transubstantiation. For those who don't know, transubstantiation is a controversial Catholic belief. And it is the idea that when you take communion, when you are given the wine and the bread at the ritual of communion, that once the priest blesses it and puts it in your mouth, because the priest has to give you the wine and put the bread in your mouth. You have to open your mouth and he puts it in. At that moment, it literally, according to the teachings of the Catholic Church, it literally becomes Jesus's blood and Jesus's flesh. However, according to the teachings of the Catholic Church, despite the fact that it literally, the act of transubstantiation, transforms it into the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ, that it maintains the properties of bread and wine, which, if that sounds like confusing nonsense, that's because it is. In fact, there have been literal religious wars over transubstantiation because people couldn't agree on it, and there were people who basically said, that's insane. It's clearly supposed to be a symbolic ritual, and the church said, to the stake with you! Anyway, there you have it. That's transubstantiations. I know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't know that, but yeah, now you do.
Eat the blood of Christ. Is that Christ is inside you? And
Yeah.
But like his blood is alcoholic. Is that why it's wine?
So the properties of bread and wine remain, but what we believe as Catholics is that it's his literal flesh and blood.
Okay.
By his body, blood, soul, and
There you
divinity.
have it.
But he's not made of bread and wine.
No, he's not literally made of bread and
And
wine, no.
get crunk.
All right, let's read the news. Here we go.
Wait, we also have Serge Dupre. I didn't mention.
We already did say what's up. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Man, Moonlord.
Thanks, Doc.
All right, here's the story. We got this ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. They say the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in the Times Square Transit Hub. On Monday afternoon, he was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said. They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage.
By the way, this right here is part of the reason why we never cover Tim Pool anymore. Why we just don't watch or react to any of Tim Pool's stuff, because a lot of Tim Pool's stuff is just unironically, he just reads an article and there's basically very little commentary. He just reads somebody else's article, and I don't really care most of the time to hear Tim Pool's voice as an audiobook. However, I guess he does it even when he's doing debates with people.
Identify and interview as many witnesses as possible and obtain additional medical records. Read a statement from a
By the way, I should just be clear. That's not me shitting on needing to read articles. Everybody needs to read an article so that you have the stuff on hand. But when I say we used to try to react to Tim Pool content, there will be he'll read multiple articles back to back with basically no commentary besides, wow, that's so fucked up. It's crazy what the left is doing to this country. Anyway, next article, wow, that's so fucked up. It's crazy what the left is doing to this country. It's fine to read the news and to reference sources, but damn.
Spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is the story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer.
It's super funny, by the way. It's super funny to me that Tim Pool pretends like he was in the middle of doing journalism. Tim Pool is part of the faction that fucking freaks out about the media all the time. He hates the media. He hates journalists all the time. The faction that he supports, that he does apologia for, destroyed cameras en masse at January 6th because they were screaming and chanting that journalists need to be hanged. Bro, you are not in a protected class, my man. You have no ground to stand on, bro.
And his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die, and he would.
Hey, guess what? Somebody's past crimes or alleged past crimes, because of course we're taking Tim Pool's word for it here, doesn't mean that you get to be murdered by a random vigilante. I know, shocker, right?
Would hurt people. This is when the three men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left.
He was killed. He didn't end up dying. He was choked for 15 minutes and killed.
Like AOC, whether or not people were, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him.
What? Anarcho-tyranny is when somebody gets pushed onto the subway, but people get mad because a Marine publicly on camera choked a guy to death who was having a mental health emergency? What the fuck? this is another problem with Tim Pool, is that Tim Pool is basically speaking in code at all times. When you engage with Tim Pool, you have to try and figure out what he's trying to say here, what this is supposed to mean. And basically what he's saying here is, wow, that's so fucked up. Can you guys believe what the left is doing to this country? Wow, that's so fucked up. Can you guys believe what the left is doing to this country? It's like anarcho-tyranny. The last time someone got pushed on the tracks in New York City, they literally held vigils for her and her murderer was caught on camera. People don't protest because in that case, justice was actually served for that murder. But also, notice that Tim Pool is just bringing up random contextless things. We don't know about this incident. We have no idea what happened around that murder. We don't know if it was it a homeless person that did it? Who fucking knows? You'll never get to know because the context doesn't matter. All he's trying to do is say, oh, that's so fucked up. Look at what the left is doing to this country, bro.
Right? Kills him. He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed onto subway tracks.
What? What do you? That literal whataboutism. This is just a pathetic whataboutism. Let's see how Lance responds.
That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
I'm never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of like the guy who just got killed, isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't.
Kaboka with the incredibly generous $5. Just turned in my last assignment. Now I'm a master of public policy. Thanks for soundtracking my study sessions. Congratulations, Kaboka. Kaboka, that is awesome. Congratulations on getting your master's degree. That is incredible. And thank you for supporting the show. May your future be bright.
In self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional. Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the leap?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
Oh, I'm not saying that he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
That's immaterial.
But what has to be material, Tim, has to be, is he doing what he's doing?
Are you making a proportionality argument, or are you making
Yes, I'm asking you that because
YS says, Lance did such a bad job here, whether or not you agree with him. Lance has been talking for like less than a minute so far. What do you, I feel like you might have some pre-existing dislike or something.
He did proportional to the threat. Yes. So the threat that he was going to do.
It is proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
And end up killing him, even if that was...
See, now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call 911.
And killed him. And choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke up.
Absolutely. If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's a difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No.
Or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on. Stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why?
You are saying that I'm saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because what he did to him, his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing.
I don't think there's a leap here at all. I just think Tim is being really, really fucking weird. Like if I was in this situation, I don't think I would have gone the same route that Lance went here, if I was in Lance's position here, I would have simply said, dude, I feel like you're reading a lot into this. Like, some people are outraged because a guy killed a man on camera. I don't know, like, I can't speak to people getting pushed in front of a subway. In fact, I would be amazed if people weren't outraged by that. It sounds like you're just kind of asserting that. But this happened like yesterday, and you're sort of editorializing on an event that happened because you think it's bad that people are mad that a guy choked out a man on camera. There was no video or 15-minute estimate at that time. Well, that's even more. We don't know what happened. A guy killed a guy, and we don't know anything else yet. That would have been my response. I would have been like, okay, so we have a video of a guy getting choked. I believe that you have a right to self-defense, but that doesn't mean that people aren't right to be mad about this. Somebody getting killed in public is a pretty big deal. Yeah. That's what I would have done, but...
Is that proportional? Is choking someone with the possibility of death with the possibility of death?
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So that's
I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home and illegally entering my home. Right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Now, you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here. Like, if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. Mm-hmm. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. Sure. It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered fourth-degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from...
Okay, and who cares? We're not in West Virginia. We're talking about New York on the subway, not somebody's house. This is, again, a total whataboutism. Like, if I was there, I would have been like, okay, yeah, but this happened in New York on the subway, man. What are you talking about, bro?
Legally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
even if that in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say, because
give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Zero, absolutely zero.
Okay, so
zero.
There's a
and I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo room?
I just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbow.
That right there was a good move by Lance, by the way. Do any of you have martial arts expertise, bro? See, I think that that's the type of thing that like is effective. At least for me, if I was in a situation like this, my goal would basically be to basically get Tim to talk about it. Be like, well, you're saying all this shit about like how outrageous it is that people are mad that this guy's dead, but like, are you a martial arts expert, bro? Like, I don't know, man. I think that people are fucked up because some guy, like a homeless guy, got choked to death. That seems like a pretty fucked up thing to happen, man. And it seems like you're pretty gung-ho for this Marine, even though you don't know anything about the story. That's how I would approach it.
but no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet,
but now
right?
going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this.
Yeah. So certainly will contend. I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the
capoeira, isn't that a dance? I mean, I think it is technically a martial art, but isn't capoeira a dance form? Like, it's a performative martial art. It's not, you don't hit people. I'm sorry. Let's listen.
If someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims.
Yeah, but we don't have evidence that he was committing a crime, do we? do we have evidence that the guy was committing a crime at this point? I don't think we do, right? I don't think we was a crime committed?
This, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him?
The people who are being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him? Do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face.
Do we have evidence that the threat actually happened?
Right.
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about.
But who cares? This is a completely different event 7 years ago with a different person, a different guy, a different what? And who cares? What? This is so stupid. Like, again, my response to this would be like, what does that have to do with anything, dude? Like, you're talking about an event that happened yesterday, like some other guy being called a hero 7 years ago. Like, how does that make sense to you? That guy put a guy in a chokehold for 9 seconds? Jesus.
But a narco-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of, you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual. Nor
none of us do.
Nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright.
What? Tim Pool is the one being defensive here. Okay, unironically though, I don't understand why people say Lance looked bad here. Tim Pool comes off as mega defensive and super desperate here. Like, he's like jumping on everything that Lance says. And Lance is just like, you don't have that either. Like, I can agree that like letting him get away with the weird anarcho-tyranny thing isn't good, but I don't think Tim Pool looks good here in comparison to Lance. Tim Pool comes off as like weird and jumpy. He sounds mad already, and it's like 15 minutes into the show.
Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes, that's why he wasn't
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged, he was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is a narco-tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, yo, he was threatening all of us, then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he...
Yeah, Moonlord just pointed out exactly what Lance was saying. We don't have video of this, which kind of reveals that Tim Pool is jumping to conclusions here.
Fought back. So there's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people and even said he was prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, I'm going to cause harm to people, and then said he was willing to die, you'd probably want to stop him because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. And I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rudkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, we're not going to get involved at all. And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're going to...
So far, their citations have been myth-informed. Myth-informed is a right-wing convention, and their second source has been Matt Walsh, a theocratic fascist. An unironic theocratic fascist. Do you remember what I said? How Tim Pool's entire purpose is to launder right-wing opinions, downplay and whitewash terrible right-wing events? Kind of interesting, right?
They're going to hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person and then you respond?
And I'm just curious, you know, honest question. We have the story from the Daily Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year. 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
Well, you know, where was the video footage of it?
There's video. There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube. But yo, there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC?
But what does this have to do with a homeless guy getting killed? Was it this guy? Did this guy shove 25 people in front of a subway car? This just, it's a literal whataboutism. Like, my response here would be like, dude, that sounds terrible. Terrible things happen all the time. I don't know if there were protests. I haven't done the research to find out. For all I know, there could have been protests and vigils for these things. It seems like there was. Everyone in chat is saying, yeah, actually people dug into this, and it turns out there was actually vigils, protests, memorials, public demonstrations after these things happened, which tends to happen after people die. But Tim Pool is just flying off the handle here, and he just comes off as a paranoid delusional freak. I don't know. I don't know. Reacting, this is the type of thing I'm talking about, that reacting to this is like, it's a hostile environment. You have like 5 of his guys there. He can pull up a story of his random paranoid delusions at any moment and just dump it on you. And you're supposed to go, yeah, I guess if nobody gave a shit about those things, it would be pretty bad. But is that what actually happened? I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
See, where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the criminals do it, as explained in, what was it, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal, that's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as in, like, or you're saying that she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
You keep saying victimized. We're talking about a poor homeless person who may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. So why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them.
Did he?
Them first.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
again, this is a moment where all I would say is, dude, you're jumping to conclusions. You're the one who's jumping to conclusions here. You're the one who's making this a big deal. And you haven't even let due process happen. It sounds like you're excited about killing homeless people, man. But this is what Tim Pool does all the time. Deeply Concerned says, leftists are able to see that Tim is BSing here, but to the uninformed, it's like a sleight of hand. It's misdirection. Lance needs to call it out directly. I do agree that calling it out directly would be good, but if you'll notice, that Tim Pool has been, what about it? What Tim Pool is doing on a broader level is a gish gallop. He's flying from topic and argument to topic and argument at a rapid pace, which makes it functionally impossible for you to keep up with. And you can go, you're like flying all over the place, man. But people tend to want to engage with this, and that type of misdirection is like a broader problem. Like, anybody can do that in a debate. The way that you deal with that is by deflating it. You have to stop the gish gallop. You guys ever, let me show you. Hold on. You guys remember this one? Hold on. I'm gonna play you guys a meme real quick. Of the most insane gish gallop I've ever been present for. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, here we go. I reposted this recently. Let's watch this absolute
Conversion therapy is torture.
Hold on a second. You guys are gonna love this, okay? It's sped up, but this actually happened. okay? This is a sped up and comical version of an event that actually happened. Let's enjoy it, okay?
Conversion therapy is torture. You not liking a presentation that you have to see as an adult at your job and having a problem with that is not even close to the same thing. With all due respect, stop being such a snowflake.
Now, if people are having things attached to their genitals, clearly that's a step further than what I was saying. I said it while you were saying that, like, yeah, that's clearly torture. The majority of conversion therapy didn't include things like that. The thing that's offensive about conversion therapy that most people that understand what it is would say is it would be offensive to tell people based on the way they were born, if they were born in a certain way, that they needed to change who they were because there was a flaw with it. We're talking about the left, the pendulum has swung so far that you're literally allowed to call all white people racist, and that is taught in federal training programs. I can go through a couple more real quick. There's literally dozens of these I can come up with.
So we went from federal training programs to workplaces to electrical conversion therapy, just flying all over the place.
Sandia National Laboratories, which is developed technology for American nuclear arsenal, executive celebration and segregated training session for white male employees, 3-day event which was led by a company called White Men. Its school diversity partners set the goal of examining white male culture, making employees take responsibility for
white male culture,
the white privilege, male privilege, heterosexual privilege. One of the opening exercises the instructors from the whiteboard that white male culture can be associated with white supremacists, KKK, Aryan Nation, MAGA hats, and mass killings. On the final day, trainers asked employees to write letters to women, people of color, and people apologized for their privilege in being white and promised to be a better person. Department of Homeland Security University trainers have a session on microaggressions based on the psychologist Harold Sue. In his academic work, Sue argues that white Americans have been fed a racial curriculum based on falsehoods, unborn fears, belief in their own superiority, and thus have been socialized into oppressive roles. Trainers thought that Homeland Security employees are a myth of meritocracy and colorblindness is the foundation of racist microaggressions and microinequities. The trainers insisted that statements such as America is the land of opportunity, everybody can succeed in this society if they work hard enough, etc., was racism. If white employees disagree, his point is dismissed as a denial of individual racism, which is another microaggression. The point is, this stuff occurs all over the place at the federal government, in corporate America, and academia, and it's too far.
Okay, hold on. I know that's okay.
That. Do you hear everybody afterwards going, "Oh my God"? Okay, yeah, that is like a iconic Gish Gallop. You fire out a bunch of facts, figures, arguments, references, buzzwords that your audience is primed to know what they are. Oh, it's anarcho-tyranny where the homeless people don't even let you defend yourself. It's your Second Amendment right. You don't want to get charged with fourth-level burglary. If somebody comes into your house, you have the right to defend yourself. You want to take away our guns? Why is AOC not caring about pushing people in front of the trains? And anybody can do that, and it is a very manipulative tactic. It's part of the reason why serious debaters don't tend to engage with pure demagogues. Like scientists would generally not debate with creationists in public because they would do shit like this that's designed to preach to the choir, that's designed to generate hype a one-sided way. Sure, it looks insane to you, but they're playing to their own biases. They're saying words that make their own audience go, yeah! And so it's a manipulation tactic that's designed to reinforce your own audience while avoiding actually having to have a real argument, because nobody can engage with that. Now, there are ways to deal with that. I know how to deal with a Gish Gallop. I've dealt with it many times. I feel like I did pretty well in that particular debate, as did Vosh. But dealing with a Gish Gallop is nonetheless challenging, especially when you're in a hostile environment where 4 other guys can jump in and interrupt you. So, yeah, can't lose the argument if they can't catch you. Anyway. Yeah, so. Yep. Anyway, let's continue. Mama should go on Tim Pool. Honestly, I would consider going on Tim Pool, but I don't know that Tim Pool would ever have me on. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about doing in-person events, but I'm open to it. I'm open to it in the future, to going on Tim Pool. I think I would have a very different approach to basically everybody else who's been on that show. And also, of course, the entire thing would fixate around trans issues. There would be no way, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I don't think you should be traveling to a rural area in West Virginia as a trans person. Oh, I'm not scared. I used to live in a rural area of West Virginia, and I was fine. Yeah, listen, I roll with a crew, okay? I would never be going alone, obviously. But anyway, Lance never debates. Why did he think he could do this? He's out of his depth. He hasn't done bad so far. Like, I don't agree. I understand there's a lot of people in the audience who don't feel good about, who don't really like Lance, but I don't think that Lance has done bad so far. I don't think he's done great either. I just don't think it's as bad as people are saying. Responding to a Gish Gallop is rough, especially when it's a news story that happened the day before and you're dealing with somebody like Tim Pool, who is just sort of asserting shit out of everywhere. You would trigger the fuck out of Tim Pool. I know I would trigger the fuck out of Tim Pool. Part of the reason why I would trigger the fuck out of Tim Pool is because I wouldn't bite the bait. I wouldn't try to be like, you know, I would let Tim Pool say, oh, blah, 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 and then I would say, bro, it sounds like you're digging in deep. When I debate people, you guys have seen my recent debates. I don't know, these things don't, like a lot of these tactics don't work on me because I grew up debating Christians, and those guys are the most dishonest debaters in the world. All they do is cheap rhetorical tricks and guilt tripping and all that shit. But yeah. Let's see how he does. I don't think this is as bad as people have said. Some people are saying that Lance did really bad here, but honestly, being like, well, is there video of that, is a pretty fair thing to ask. And also, Tim Pool jumped down Lance's throat. Literally, if we rewind back here to the very beginning, Lance didn't say barely a sentence before Tim Pool was like, hey, well, wait on a second, why are you doing that? What's that jump that you're making? You're jumping to conclusions. And Lance was like, whoa, buddy. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's like, yeah. But we'll see. We'll take a look.
You're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have...
Tim Pool would have a trans person on to talk about how actually trans ideology has gone too far, and my response would be, no, it hasn't gone far enough. You guys make up a bunch of nonsense. You blow up a bunch of fake news garbage about trans M&Ms and all this shit. But in truth, trans people are suffering in America. And I can say that with a spine. I think it would come off as strong. I would literally just say, Tim Pool, you claim to be a libertarian. Why don't you support people's ability to determine their own body? Why don't you claim that you're against big government, but why do you want the government to insert itself in between parents, kids, and their doctors who are making informed decisions that have been researched by science? You have an angle here that goes against your general belief. That's what I would say. It's not, I don't know, like people dance around these issues too much, but you guys have to remember a lot of people, even people in Tim's audience, actually just respect you being Giga Chad and spine pilled. These people smell weakness and they smell fear. And if you don't show fear and if you don't show any weakness, they don't know what to do. Anyway, let's continue.
Evidence of that. It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
You're being
I'm
awfully
asking
pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this form? As in, like, I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No,
right?
no. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right. And so this is why I'm asking: did he say to the people who subdued?
Galloping away. Now it's about a woman and a man protecting a woman. Do you notice that what that is right there? That is a highly that's an activation word. He can't stay on the topic. Instead, oh, well, let's talk about a woman being saved by a man. I have a lot of guys in my audience who feel protective of women. Let me bring that up. What the fuck?
Him, I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you.
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. See, I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance. Right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped,
Yeah,
right?
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I have seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific footage of him threatening the very people who subdued and ended up killing him?
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like, what is it?
All right, well then that's all I want to know.
But what does
All
it have to do with what I said? I don't. That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense of others, right? So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times. Then I was in these subways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but my answer here would be being a victim doesn't mean someone needs to die. And also, I have the advantage of going like, I am super pro Second Amendment, and I still don't think that somebody just making a threat means that they need to die, especially in a public place. Like, yeah, is that bad? Are you being victimized by being threatened by someone? Sure, but not all victimizations mean death. And not all victimizations mean physical subduing. If somebody says, I'm gonna throw my hot dog at you, bro. I'm gonna hit you with my hot dog. I'm gonna throw a hot dog at you. You can go get the fuck out of my face, right? You don't have to fucking grab somebody and strangle them. Like, not all threats demand physical subduing. Not all threats demand death. I don't know, man.
The craziest thing to me,
I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who were going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good thing.
25 people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people were pushed in front of trains. How is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
I would say anybody shoving someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean?
Well, but is that what happened? Was all 25 train pushes, were they random incidents? Were they, like, again, that's a really good question to ask. And I think that, well, we're gonna see what happens. I think Lance should push this one. Lance should go, bro, you're talking about 25 different incidents. Were all of these homeless people who pushed a random person, or were these people fighting? Were these people who were enemies? What's going on here? These incidents don't seem connected to me, man.
The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying, stop killing people?
This is like, what? Tim, if I approached you today...
Dude, what? Why put somebody in prison for finally saying enough? That's not what happened, dude. Talk about editorializing. I would be like, bro, what I would say here is that is incredible projection on your part. A guy choked another guy, and you have projected your own perception of the world onto that guy in a way that I think is unhealthy and deranged.
I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
Not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay, okay. Do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we've talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And you've talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit?
We talked
about
That's terrible. Yeah, okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they... before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that.
I'm giving you an example of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys...
I was ignoring this. I told you, no one's on the other side of this. No one is pro-push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch the show.
You did a protest? You did an actual protest. You guys...
Okay, this is a part right here where if I was in Lance's position, I would have been like, man, Tim, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Why are you literally yelling at me? Like, why are you yelling at me? Because apparently I didn't go to New York to protest a train event. You're saying you guys, like, what? You sound insane. Dude, what's wrong with you? You sound insane. Like, that is literally what I would say to him if I was in Lance's place. And I feel like that's kind of what Lance is doing here. But also, I think it's really hard to deal with when somebody is freaking the fuck out at you and suddenly yelling at you literally in physical space.
We don't go on the streets ever,
but
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem of, like, you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
Not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
What have I brought up garbage about people pushing people into trains? This is the most random
I'm not
example.
talking about you saying, I'm saying you.
That's a good response there, being like, bro, what are you actually talking about? Did I say you did something wrong by talking about people with trains? Like, what?
You don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not gonna let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all.
By the way, this is Punisher shit. Remember earlier when I showed you the fucking Tim Pool fan mass shooter who had Punisher stickers all over his place? Tim Pool is doing Punisher rhetoric right now. While we watch, he's doing Punisher rhetoric. He's basically just saying, finally, a brave man stands up and is willing to take the law into his own hands. It's literally, he sounds like fucking, Senator Armstrong. I'm not even kidding you. If he wasn't so weaselly and squeaky, he would just be like, this is what I like to see in America. A man taking the law into his own hands, taking destiny and finally saying enough is enough. Down with the degenerates. That's what he's actually arguing. The argument he's making is completely projected. He's saying, you guys say things about me and subway train pushings, and that's why this Marine needed to kill this specific guy because he was the Punisher, basically. Absolutely deranged.
Saying that person should go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Your protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this is that
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so I am saying that the solution...
Lance should have said, no, I have never once at one point spoken in support of the criminal. Secondly, this guy was not convicted of any crime. He's not a criminal. In fact, he's the dead guy. So it's a little bit weird that you've all of a sudden jumped to the conclusion that this guy is a criminal when he hasn't been tried with any crime. That is a flaw on Lance's part here. Lance should have been like, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't defend the guy. Secondly, you're calling him a criminal and he hasn't gone to court. He's dead.
Into a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare, like getting and making sure that people have access to it and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that are you against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care? Well, then there you go. So that's a much better line.
So here's
right?
my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it. And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When This story comes out now. You, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me
talking about?
Are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the
Lance should be like, stop. You are insane, and you are literally putting words in my mouth. All I can say here is that Lance should have been way harder pushing back on Tim Pool and been like, what are you fucking talking about? You sound insane.
The issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time going back several years. And this is why I left New York, because two cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill. And suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
He's
dead. I really want to see the start of this video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, either you accept that
Lance should have just firmly said, innocent until proven guilty. You have jumped to the conclusion that this dead guy is a criminal. That's disgusting. You shouldn't do that. You sound like a psychopath. You sound like you support Punisher-ass vigilante justice, and I think that's insane. That's what Lance should have said here, in my opinion.
Witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree. No one has any idea, so there's no point in even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that
nobody has any idea, so there's no point in even talking about it. But here Tim Pool is not only talking about it, but coming to the conclusion that the guy was a criminal without any evidence. Isn't that fucking interesting? Isn't that fucking interesting? There's no point in even talking about it, and yet here I am, lying about it. Amazing.
Mentioning preventative measures.
Tim Pool is such a fucking dishonest fuck.
Are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing, regardless of the prevention methods.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making, we don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's.
What?
I don't think it's fair to say unique.
Obesity is pretty heavy here. What's that supposed to mean? This is the type of shit I'm talking about. That I think people go a little too hard on Lance when dealing with the gish galloping, because again, you're not just dealing with Tim Pool's gish galloping, you're dealing with the fact that Tim has 3 other people in the studio with him who can all insert random thoughts. It is very difficult on just a general level to be able to deal with one person gish galloping, let alone another guy who's stoned out of his mind just going, yeah, America has fat people, bro. Did you know that? Like America has fat people, bro. Americans are kind of fat, man.
Uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms. It then becomes a
Australia has more per capita than the United States? Is that right?
Per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by... No. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oops.
That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El
Australia.
Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correct,
so is it all right if I just finish my thought?
Sure.
He was just wrong. Look at that. United States is higher than literally any other country except for Colombia, Brazil, Guatemala, Honduras is the highest weapon violence rates, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about mass shootings. He's double wrong. Tim Pool is double wrong. Oh my God. Bro. This is total firearms death. This is including literal countries in which there is open gang police warfare, not just like mass shootings, civilian killings. He's putting in countries like Colombia where there is open in the streets gang war in some cities. cartel war. Literally, dude, this guy Tim Pool is such a fucking fraud, man. This guy is such a fucking fraud.
So my basic point.
Yeah, that was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador. And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures. The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
Yeah, no, so it's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates. Depending on the nation that you're looking at, there's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore...
That is not that. I don't believe that's true at all. I think he just made that stat up. I'm a Second Amendmenter, and I'm pretty sure that is not true. Like, how would you even measure that? How would you measure a gun preventing a crime if the crime can't happen? Yet, like, how would you even measure that?
Restricting...
Like, I know this guy is a complete right-wing cuck. Like, this guy made Freedom Tunes. Again, if you want to understand Freedom Tunes, just go watch a Freedom Tune. They speak for themselves. Unless you are literally an 80-year-old MAGA head, you will not be able to finish watching a Freedom Tune without physical pain. Okay, I just want you to understand that. But still,
firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you type in it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for...
By the way, decently high murder rate was a very clumsy...
I don't want to cheat, so I saw you type in it, but yeah.
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And yeah, Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades are illegal there.
Okay.
I've got a feeling
why are there grenade attacks in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the US versus Canada, when I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license and then you get gun training and then you have the ability to buy guns. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them and then all that kind of shit. And you can also control for that.
But that's not what's happening in the United States. Like people just running around randomly. Like
no, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying
yes, it fucking is. It happened like 2 days after this fucking viewed, and it was a Tim Pool fan who ran out into the street and gunned a bunch of people down. It absolutely fucking is.
That is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, if you look at how it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a federal program where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right, guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
Dude, I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
Like they used to.
They used to,
absolutely, yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people.
The Constitution.
Guys, there's a reason why there's a reason why schools don't have fucking gun clubs, okay? And that's because kids fucking pop each other accidentally all the time. You have no idea. Fucking negligent discharge off the charts. I'm not opposed to kids being carefully trained. When I was young, I learned. My dad took me to a gun training course. My dad put me in the junior NRA. Like, I was trained in guns when I was young because I lived in a rural area where literally everyone was a hunter. Every house that I went to had multiple guns in it, and almost everyone I knew was a hunter. But like, in school gun classes is not viable, okay? It is so difficult to maintain that, and it increases the danger and liability for the school like by so much. That is ridiculous, okay? That's just silly. There's many reasons why gun clubs are no longer parts of schools anymore. Yeah, people pointing out just recently a 9-year-old accidentally killed her shooting instructor. Yeah, negligent discharge is super dangerous, especially because obviously people don't see it coming. If you have 20 kids all handling firearms at the same time and you don't it's just not workable, okay? It's not workable.
Clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree. You know what? Not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing. But Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations.
Tim Pool isn't, on this particular point, Tim Pool isn't wrong. It is psychotic, the degree to which arms manufacturing and the ownership and possession of arms is offloaded to private companies. But that is not fixed by letting random people possess grenades. Like, you can't arms race yourself out of reforming capitalism. Like, if everyday people had landmines and grenades, so many more fucking people would die. Just because the rate of negligent discharge, the rate of a psychopath throwing a grenade into the window of somebody he's mad at, there's a reason why these things are controlled and restricted above and beyond guns. I don't know, man. Whatever.
They're not people.
Right.
Let's be clear. This regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low-level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
Chokeholds kill people all the time. Just so you guys know, people kill each other in sexual situations by accident with chokeholds all the time. It's actually a super common way for people to die. People need to be really fucking careful with chokeholds. Like, that's neither here nor there, but Jesus fucking Christ. People don't know how to safely chokehold. It is really fucking easy to kill somebody.
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming, who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued.
Yeah.
3 people. Yeah. So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy to me because, look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's like no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right. Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him. And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say, obviously, and advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives.
Annie.
If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis? And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, no, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've had specials before. I'm what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way,
I don't got the stats on hand. But I've seen a decent amount of Tim Pool's show, and I don't think I've ever once heard for him advocating for greater mental health support. I really, really haven't. I don't think he does it a lot. I think he's just lying here.
Buddy, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all,
I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong. Maybe when I wasn't looking, Tim Pool is spending a whole bunch of time talking about how mental health support needs to be funded. But I don't think so.
When it comes to the issue of violence in this country,
I don't think Lance is doing bad, by the way. Like, I don't think he's doing amazingly here. But I also, again, I think it's very, very difficult to deal with a multi-angled Gish Gallop. Like, they went from talking about, they started this conversation talking about a developing story about a guy who was choked on the subway. Tim started jumping down Lance's throat immediately. They pivoted to home invasions, then they pivoted to a guy protecting a woman, then they pivoted to gun violence as a whole, then they pivoted to grenade deaths, and now they're back to the original topic after all of that. That's a very difficult thing to deal with, no matter who you are, even if you're a rhetorical genius. And I don't think Lance dealt with it poorly. I just think that he was like he should have been harsher about being like, Tim Pool, what the fuck are you saying right now? You're accusing me of like defending this guy, but you've already decided he's a criminal, even though he was never tried in court. All we have is newspapers saying he might have been threatening people. We don't know the nature of the threats, and the man is dead now. And you've already concluded he was a criminal and that the guy who was doing it is like a Punisher type hero. Like, that's what I would have done, but I don't. And to be fair, I still think Lance has relatively held his own fairly well. I don't think it's a great response, but I don't think it's bad either.
Conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
Yeah, Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country has ever had. No fault divorce. How about that shit?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah.
I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism. But I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence.
By the way, the no fault divorce thing, that is they went on an insane rant about how this was recent. Tim Pool went on an insane rant about how no-fault divorce is like a really bad thing. This was in response to Steven Crowder. He basically took Steven Crowder's side and then went one step further to say that it's a real shame that arranged marriages haven't come, that arranged marriages don't happen in America anymore. I hope Tim never gets married. Don't worry, Tim will never get married. Tim has talked about this multiple times. He's had like, we actually watched it. He had a talk with this like lady who writes about dating, and he was like almost on the edge of tears talking about how hard it has been for him to get any dates and that he just can't do it, and he feels like a loser. But yeah, I actually think Tim Pool is somebody who I actually think is so repellent that he actually struggles to be able to even get a date.
Violence and mass shootings is an issue of mental health. Mm-hmm. And then the left takes the opposing
But do they invest in that? Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look up the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But that's
where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to come onto a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have I'll make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of that advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like, some.
Yeah, recently sober Moonlord, who has cooked his brains with drugs for his entire life, now within the last like 4 months has concluded that he's an anti-drug guy. Yeah, I guess you're the expert, man.
For very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long term. I don't want them on psycho, crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right. Well, and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said, why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Yeah, or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking about the fact that protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is an...
Yeah, often people who do lots of drugs are the most acquainted with why drugs are bad. Not surprising. It just comes off as like a little weird to be like a hippie druggy guy your whole life, and then one day after you like profusely use drugs and openly talk about how much you use drugs all the time, you start talking about how everybody else has a problem with drugs. Like, it's that, it's like if you were like, I don't know, how else do I, it's like, I bought 600 cars and bankrupted my family, and I gotta say, you know what? People have a problem with cars. It's like, no, dude, you have a problem with cars. Like, lots of people use drugs responsibly. Lots of people have a prescription that they actually need. Like, it comes off as like a weird type of projection. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's like Aiden Ross talking about porn. He's like, men these days have an issue with porn. Everybody's just jacking off 19 times a day. I mean, like me, right? And then there's crickets. It's like, no, dude, most people don't spend 19 hours a day jacking it to porn. What, you're self-reporting, you know?
Narco-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys, say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before.
This is just Punisher narrativizing, man.
And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC...
Yeah, I don't know. Choking a guy for 15 minutes kind of does sound like something that you probably should go to prison for. I mean, I don't believe... I'm like, I have a lot of critiques of prison, but all things being equal in our system, it seems like choking somebody for 15 minutes until they're dead definitely seems like something, if we keep everything else the same, that does seem at least pretty fair that you go to prison. But I don't know, man. We'll find out, I guess.
Calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as...
Why does he keep bringing up AOC? It's brainworm activation. He's pressing the button. His fans have been over time conditioned to activate with anger every time they hear the word AOC. This is something you notice with conservative talking heads all the time. This happens on Tucker Carlson, we've talked about, where there will be just strings of buzzwords that if you're not plugged into their network, it doesn't even make sense to you what they're saying. they've talked about it so much. There's such a pre-existing required knowledge. You have to be in the juice. You got to be dipped and battered in the sauce, and then it makes sense to you. Bringing up AOC is pressing the buzzword that makes certain people angry. He's working the audience. That's a term for it. Is you're working your audience, okay?
NPCs or a cult. There is complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way. In the other direction, in the opposite direction.
Except we're not conservatives.
In the exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Is it all right if I jump in with something, right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative. He's a moon lord, and I'm a traditionalist.
Remember what I said? Third eye opened. Remember what I fucking said at the very beginning? How even though all that Tim Pool does is put out conservative talking points all day, every day, even though the majority of his guests are conservatives, the people involved with his show profess conservative views, even though he pushes conservative messaging and references conservative news sources, he continues to pretend that he's not a conservative. I can't even, I don't know, guys. I just saying, I fucking called that shit way back at the beginning of this video. Deranged.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm
huge
here,
part of that
I'm
argument.
Here for the dog pile. I signed
you're
up.
Not, I promise.
I'm sitting in
the
Ye's chair, right? This is where Ye sat. Did Ye sit here? No, I'm here for the dog pile.
So I think when you talk about mental health and trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
But
New York
is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this, right?
Actually, what Ian said.
And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental.
Our society. We live in a society where men don't behave like men anymore. We live in a society where we have moved away from the way nature intended. We are no longer, well, you could say we've degenerated. We live in a degenerate society. Oh my fucking God, man. By the way, he is correct though. I will say he's correct on one thing. This guy, is correct to say that the way that conservatives talk about mental health, when they do talk about mental health, is completely different. Conservatives support programs like what my old church used to run, which are they are rehab programs where they're literal religious work camps. You check yourself into the rehab program, they take your keys, your money, your ID, and then as a part of the rehab, they teach you how to be a godly man by literally selling your labor, by contracting out your labor to friends of the church, and you're there doing work to learn what hard work and labor means in the name of God, to become a worthy laborer. But it's literally a slave labor exploitation camp, and they tell you, they'll surround you and ply you with all of this religious messaging. You're doing this for God. We're teaching you how to live a godly life, but they're making money off of it in the background, and they just avoid ever talking about that. That's a real thing, by the way. Look it up. Look up Christian anytime you want to. I've talked about this on my stream, but you can find this information there. Look up Christian rehab programs and see how many of them include include laboring as a part of the rehab program, and the labor benefits the church directly. They literally make money off of free labor of people who are, while they're never truly trapped, they can leave. It is very difficult to actually leave, and it's very hard, and there's an incredible amount of pressure applied to you, both from inside and outside. Usually your family, who are usually religious, are in on it as well, and also pressuring you from the outside. It's very fucked up, and they pay no taxes on any of it. And they're making money, and they're paying their pastors, and their pastors are driving Land Rovers.
And physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody.
He's talking about imprisoning people that he thinks are crazy. I think there should be a pretty high bar for imprisoning somebody. He's not just talking about people getting help. People can voluntarily get help. He's talking about people being committed. He's talking about people being arrested. This guy belongs in an insane asylum.
So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
It would actually be really funny here if Lance was just like, bro, you think that a priest says a prayer and it turns bread and wine into literal flesh and blood that still tastes like wine and bread. Flesh and blood that retains the personality of alcohol and bread. Or sorry, blood and flesh that retains the personality of bread and wine. That sounds like crazy shit. Should you be able to be locked up? Because that sounds like crazy shit to me.
So I think the important point, going back to what I agree, this is not a conservative show, but if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
That's actually wrong.
Yes.
But more because the guests that come on.
Not just even the guests, but the way they're...
Man, that's fucking insane, man. To say that people from an outside perspective wouldn't conclude that this channel is conservative, that's fucking nuts, bro.
Frame, the thumbnails, the words that you put in.
That is mad copium, dude. Everything you talk about is a conservative talking point. You report almost, in this episode alone, the two sources besides Wikipedia that he cited were fucking Matt Walsh and Myth Informed. Two far conservative sources. Jesus Christ, man.
Read and whether or not you're supporting or going against one, either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats.
By the way, if you are here and you've been enjoying this debate react and commentary, please make sure that you press the like button down below, whether you're watching live with me right now or whether you're watching the video in the future. And of course, please make sure that you are subscribed to Demon Mama so you can continue to hear the signal. We'd love to have you as an imp. Press those buttons. Thanks for supporting my show.
And you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them.
I don't.
Big no.
I don't vote on party lines
we do
personally.
like.
Okay, okay, sure. But there's a lot of right-wingers who watch you, right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right-wingers who are going to vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right-wing.
Most of the people who watch this...
Spectacular Snyderman, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Thank you.
The largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh no, I think.
But along party line,
Libertarians are right wing.
who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely,
Like,
they're going to vote for whoever.
When they come on this show and say abolish the police.
One of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moonlord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
Okay.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry?
I don't know. Harry Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast, and he said, please.
This is the moment where I would go, dude, your co-host just told me that he believes that a priest literally turns bread and wine into flesh, but that flesh just tastes like wine and bread, and it looks like wine and bread, and if it's observed under a microscope, it's still wine and bread, but it's definitely flesh. And you want to say that I'm in the cult, man?
No, don't clip this. I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time, and like people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up All Sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble, right? So
All Sides. I want to look at this. I want to see. Am I on here? All Sides balanced research. All right, let's see. Hold on. I want to see Fox News. Hold on. How do we do it? Media bias. Let's give it. Ooh. I want to see the right-wingers. Let's see who they list as right-wingers, okay? I want to see it. Wait, oh, hey, go back. Media bias. Hold on. I'm going to bring this up. Let's take a look at it. I'm curious now, okay? Oh, they got Breitbart News. Oh, they got Fox News. They got Fox News. Oh, good. They got that one accurate. Okay. They rate Epic Times as slightly right? That's fucking insane. That is deranged. I guarantee you that this shit is fucking, they have, I bet you they swarmed this. I bet Epic Times swarmed this. Have you guys ever seen Epic Times? Out of curiosity, if you've ever seen them, they're like so far right, it's actually deranged. There was the last Epic, I saw an Epic Times that had a picture of a blood clot on the front and it just said, vaccine kills. Like they are off the rails right wing. Yeah, I have a feeling Epic Times deliberately had their fans go and vote bomb this. I would be amazed if that wasn't the case. The Blaze is listed as far right, but the community only somewhat agrees. The Blaze. Fucking The Blaze TV. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. This is a community review site. I don't know how that works. Let's see. They publish their methodology. Let's see. Learn more about our methods below. All Sides editorial reviews are conducted by a multi-partisan panel of 6 to 9 reviewers from the left, center, and right who review news reports, look for indicators of bias, and discuss findings. They put Forbes. They put Forbes as almost into the far left. This is Rotten Tomatoes. At least they're right about the Daily Wire. Fucking yeah, Forbes leftists. Oh God. Okay, I don't know, man. Sure thing, bro. I don't know. All I would say to this is, okay, bro.
I'm too far left. The Overton window is too far away, is what you're saying?
Yes. So like when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.,
right?
And I do. I go to National Harbor or I go to Baltimore, Maryland Life. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why
places.
you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey, man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and a guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me and the end result is centrist.
Gayfesh says, I just asked my dad what a good example of a far left mainstreamed news org was, and he said CNN.
If I'm actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro-choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as traditional liberals
not
have
from
been.
what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like
what?
Yeah. I remember watching you debate
baby guillotines.
Yeah. Okay. So baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
a viable baby.
Of a viable baby
that could.
I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored.
Isn't Falun Gong the founder of Epic Times? Yes, Falun Gong, the cult, the far right cult, is the group that operates Epic Times. Yes, yes.
Bored, or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to do it. What do you
false
mean
argument?
False. That's the real world.
I already said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely.
And why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest. Because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
So all right.
This is a bad look from Tim, by the way. This has, regardless of what Lance is saying here, Lance said, dude, no one is getting a 9th month abortion unless the fetus isn't viable. No one is. And Tim Pool goes, irrelevant, you're crazy, irrelevant, you're a cultist. Tim looks bad here.
I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So how do you
kill one or the other, and they have to make
He's correct here. Lance is just correct here. He's like, you're saying that if the fetus is viable, the mother should have to die. And Lance is just correct, and Tim is just freaking out for no reason.
Tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation before.
So shouldn't the law then be, if the baby must be removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that can happen to her.
That's not always, again, I said I didn't want a dog pile, but that's it's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit. And then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy. When it comes all the way along to 9 months, I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously.
Sorry, let me
We'll
listen to
say
that
that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is
Citation needed, my man. This sounds like some mega narrativizing. Let's see the numbers, bro. Let's see the numbers.
They will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously. And to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say there's no...
Killjoy says, Shark looked up these stats on his stream. 9th-month abortions, #1 cause is because of direct complications, and the second is because the abortion was impossible at an earlier date because of a legal issue or medical problem. Almost like Lance is correct here, and the rest of these freaks are coping.
No such thing as a medically necessary abortion. The principle behind that is if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
Wrong. Wrong. That is simply false. Saying that it is never medically required to do an abortion is absolutely and utterly false.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing.
So,
and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said
let me ask
Can I just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88.
Yeah.
88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that? Guttmacher?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers. This is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000. That's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am not here
13,000.
to justify.
What the fuck? Get this fucking Freedom Tunes Joker out of here. What a fucking idiot. Literally, what the hell does that have to do with anything? What does the gun violence, what does that have to do with anything?
By abortion when it happens, as in it's a good thing.
No.
I don't celebrate it.
You're saying it doesn't happen.
No.
You're saying it
I've
doesn't
never
happen.
said
It happens 13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry. The numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yes, the numbers will be high. I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of human beings.
13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns,
13,000 adults died from guns versus 13,000 pregnancies that had to be stopped in order to save the lives of a mother. Are you fucking crazy, man? Are you fucking crazy? These guys are insane, man. Like, they want to talk about Lance living in a cult. You have to be insane to think that 13,000 pregnancies that had to be stopped because the #1 reason being danger to the life, severe danger to the life of the mother, is the same thing as 13,000 adults' lives being terminated because of gun violence in a year. You actually have to have a completely and utterly broken brain to think those things are comparable at all. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen, is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by a gun, have they been shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue. I just want to clarify.
I need to answer this.
Well,
in the case of
yes,
but in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people are allowed
to end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No, I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months, I would say at 9 months, because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No.
Hold
on. Colorado legalized abortion in up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question. You're
I know, but I'm asking.
No, I think this is a good answer here. I think it's a fair answer to say, yeah, I think they should have the right, because making a medical determination like that is very difficult. You might not have the time or the money to see 2 doctors. You should still have the right to terminate the pregnancy, even if you don't think it's a good action to take regularly. Just like Tim Pool says, Tim Pool thinks it's a good idea to fucking blow people away, apparently. But Tim Pool, I'm guessing, believes that it's a good thing that you have the right to self-defense, right? Not that you should kill everyone in every instance, I would assume. He believes that you have the right to it, though, huh?
I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that they're
Elective,
bored.
yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then put it for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But hold on.
Like you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
But hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it? And you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. Of course it is. At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby, it's still her body.
We're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
The forceful removal of the baby, or...
Forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the right.
The woman says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would if they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So like the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
This is, again, the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay, so my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You're allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Sure, but that's the idea. You can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should
the woman wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right? There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing that.
Great solution, Tim. Leave the baby. Force a woman to give birth so that you can leave the baby on the doorstep of a post office. Man, these people have no brains. Tim Pool truly has no brain.
Legalize, even if it's one. Why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality. because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable, right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
So you believe nobody fucking does that. If people can have an abortion at an earlier point, they fucking do. It's not safe. No one gets a late-term pregnancy unless they have no other option. It's like, statistically, there might be somebody who has done it at some point somewhere, sure, but nobody does that. It's more dangerous, it's more painful, it's more it's more emotionally distressing at times. Nobody does that unless they have no choice. They get the earlier, easier abortion. Again, I think Lance is doing fine here, and Tim Pool, at least by my measure, comes off as completely deranged. He's been literally screaming at Lance, been absolutely losing his shit over this entire thing, and Lance's argument is relatively straightforward, but Tim hasn't even let him finish it.
That at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of
what this guy is saying here is he's arguing against Tim's argument, because obviously this guy believes that abortion should be outlawed entirely.
And another reason,
basically, this guy should shut the fuck up, because both Tim and Lance purportedly would disagree with this insane fuck, this deranged cultist.
That is given as the man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you, because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere, and I can respect the point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child. I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently.
I'm actually happy Tim Pool told that guy to shut the fuck up. That was the smartest thing Tim Pool has done in this entire thing. He was like, Seamus, shut the fuck up. You're gonna do some Catholic bullshit where you're like, no, the purpose of sex is to be, your only reason to have sex is for the purpose of procreation. God will strike you down. That's my Irish accent, okay? I don't care. If you think that sounds too Italian, shut the fuck up. Someone stole me Lucky Charms.
I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes,
I'm anti-Irish. I'm anti this Irish guy.
You should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So I would steal this guy's Lucky Charms. Fuck you.
I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months simply for having Down syndrome, but you would agree she is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think
so there are limits to how much bodily autonomy women should have.
So yes, right.
So that's your stance.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right? Sure. Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks.
Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Thank you very much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Ron's KFC says, notice Tim said put the baby up for adoption. Again, abandoning the baby and making it someone else's problem. They never talk about orphanages or social issues or the child's future development because they don't care. Tim Pool doesn't care. Tim Pool needs to maintain a position that is plausibly centrist while still ultimately being able to basically scaremonger around abortion, and he's found a way to do so. So, yeah.
Meaning, if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, well, but it just killed the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense.
Again, Tim Pool believes you have the right to self-defense. Tim Pool believes you have the right to use a gun in self-defense. That doesn't mean that every single circumstance where someone uses a gun in self-defense is a morally correct one. Nonetheless, you should presumably have the right to it, right? It's very simple. But Tim Pool is also very simple. So
that's the pro-abortion side. So if you go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, etc., if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth. And I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well. So I'm against that. I think that's creepy big government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning them into these viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you. Cool. Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is viable at 8 months, dude. There have been babies after 20 weeks.
Bro, your whole position is that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point.
How?
How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggy.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But
That's what this is. Nonsense statement. Because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, I demand you say giving birth or both ending a pregnancy.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false.
Damn, Tim Pool Tim Pool hasn't always been this hostile, has he? It feels like he's really losing it. It feels like he's actually losing his shit here. Like, what's going on, man? Like normally when Tim Pool argues with somebody, he doesn't get this mad, does he? I feel like we've seen a lot of debates with Tim Pool, and I've never seen him fly off the handle this hard. What the fuck is it? He almost got in a fist fight with a guest? Okay, so maybe he did. I don't remember that one. I mean, this is just weird. Like, Lance isn't even being that aggressive to him. In this conversation, he called Lance a cultist. I feel like Lance should be more aggressive. He's been getting more mad recently. I don't feel like I saw the fight one. Ron's KFC with the incredibly generous $5 super chat. Side note, the musket gun and unsheathed samurai sword display looks dumb as fuck. It's like a Last Samurai type thing. 2-minute fight clip. All right, we're taking a little one. Let's see it. Let's fucking see it.
They have it worse than I do. I literally just said they have it worse than I do.
That was the facade.
That
was the facade to not take away
facade?
From the yes, it was like
admitting outright, saying straight up, bro.
And your Jesse Smollett hoax. You made up this whole story about white supremacists coming to your house and saying, "Oh, the mixed couple," and throwing racist pamphlets at you, and you made up a whole Jesse Smollett thing. You know, that's the takeaway from the struggle of the black man.
It seems like we're blending between
No, you're a racist prick. Here's my hour-long documentary about the black struggle in Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, great.
Yeah. Oh, great. $100,000 budget. Yeah. James Baldwin interviews with people on the ground to talk about what they've been through, and you have the nerve to come up to me and tell me my experiences don't matter when I'm fighting the fight.
Stop screaming, bitch. Stop screaming, first of all. Talk to me like because I'm not that guy.
Yeah, you are. You actually are, dude. Yeah. You are that guy.
I'm not that guy to fucking scream at, bitch. You want to get fucked up? Huh?
All right.
What the fuck you screaming at, bitch?
Let's calm down.
You gotta cut it, man.
You think you can...
I'm not that guy. You don't disrespect me, bitch.
What did you do to me? Did you disrespect me?
Nah, you start raising your voice to me like I'm some sucker.
Did you laugh at me?
Bitch. Yeah, laugh.
Did you disrespect me? I was nice to you, bro. I was being nice.
You start raising your voice to me like I'm your son, bitch?
You raised your voice to me?
Bro, I said
raised my voice
I
to
respected
nobody.
you.
You wouldn't shut
I
the fuck up with
appreciated
that
you.
raising your voice shit.
I stopped.
I mean, he's correct in saying this guy didn't raise his voice at him, right? Like, let's go back to the beginning of this real quick. We're at 1 minute and 26 seconds. Let's see.
They have it worse than I do. I literally just said
Yeah,
they
I
have it
know.
worse
I
than
know.
I
That
do.
was the facade.
That
bro.
was
the facade to not take away
Facade?
from the yes, it was like yeah.
Admitting outright,
So
saying
here's
straight
Tim.
up.
Right, and you
raising his
Jesse
voice a
Smollett
lot.
hoax. You
Oh,
made up this whole
please,
story
dude.
about white supremacists coming to your house and saying, "Oh, the mixed couple," and throwing racist pamphlets at you, and you made up a whole Jesse Smollett thing. You know,
I've been
and
noticing-
that's the takeaway from the struggle of the black man.
It seems like we're blending between
No, you're a
generalizations.
racist prick. Here's my hour-long documentary
And
about the black struggle in Ferguson.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great. $100,000 budget. James Baldwin interviews with people on the ground to talk about what they've been through, and you have the nerve.
No, it is. Tim Pool is definitely the one raising his voice here. Tim Pool is getting like visibly angry and definitely raises the stakes. Now this guy goes a little hard. I think this is a little much, personally.
I'm not that guy to fuck.
Laugh at me?
Yeah, laugh.
He asked him to chill the fuck out, stop yelling at him, and Tim Pool keeps going with it.
I raised my voice.
I
to
respected
nobody.
you.
You wouldn't shut the
I
fuck up with
appreciated
that
you.
raising your voice shit.
I stopped when you told me to. You said lower your voice, so I lowered my voice.
No, he didn't.
I told you I respected you
though.
coming. It was a good show. I said I respected you willing to admit when you got things wrong. Bro, I have put so much of my life into this. Look at this.
I watch your videos.
You
I
see
already
this?
watched your video. No, I see your videos.
You don't.
No, I
see
see your
you
video.
see
Yeah,
the
you're
hate.
gonna say,
You
look,
see the
this is the non-racist thing. But
The
meanwhile,
non-racist thing.
you have videos promoting Derek Chauvin and acting like he was in the right. You have videos of that. You have videos
We
of the other
disagree
guy.
on some
you have
things.
videos of the other. You have videos of the other guy.
Two guys.
Armory. And you go,
guys.
oh, but they grabbed the pistol, defending them, killing a black man in the streets, and he ran for them and giving excuses.
Two guys.
You have these videos, so all of this shit doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No, of course not.
A decade of work doesn't matter.
No,
Because
not
two
if
guys.
no, because lives were lost by police, and you were there bootlicking the fucking cops.
I think we should abolish the police.
But you don't. You claim that so you could get away with
Have you
talking
seen my
about.
explosive rant where I was screaming at the camera about how they're going to kick your door and lie to defend the state?
Yeah, but then I see you defending cops.
You're talking.
Good point, dude. Damn, that was I don't remember seeing that. Maybe I saw that clip at some point, but I don't remember that shit at all. Damn, that's wild, man. This is what would happen if Tim tried to debate bro this shit, except he'd actually get hit. Yeah, totally. I mean, Tim Pool has been like off the cuff, like screaming at Lance in this conversation. We've been watching this thing for like, they've been talking for an hour. I don't know how long we've been reacting to it. I don't really care. They've been going for an hour, and Tim Pool has screamed at him, called him a cultist. He's raised his voice at him multiple times. It's like, dude, Lance has been very, very chill. I think that Lance should have gone harder back and should have hammered it way home. But I think that Lance is doing fine, especially given how fucking unhinged Tim Pool has been in the last like 5 minutes here. Like this guy's been. I mean, he's just been screaming at Lance. Listen to this shit.
Pregnancy whenever she wants.
Me up to 8 months,
a woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, but
I demand you
aborting
say
and
it.
giving birth are both
you
ending a pregnancy.
make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy.
Fucking raising your voice, pointing at somebody, calling someone a cultist. I don't know, man.
A certain amount of time.
At 8 months is where you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the
or
baby.
a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it off.
So how do they remove the baby?
So hold on. Either way, the baby comes out of her. You're saying that
you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against their will.
So can I just interject here?
You're saying they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby
I'm saying
out.
she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way, the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering?
By the way, imagine if anybody talked about any other surgery like this. Do you think that you should be able to slice someone's abdomen open with a scalpel, shove a tube in, cut out an organ and carve it out with the blood and suck the blood up with a tube? Sorry, I was referencing a appendectomy there. I was just talking about an appendectomy. What are you guys getting so emotional about? You think they should be able to take a laser and slice open somebody's eyeball, reshape and bend and break the lens inside? I'm just talking about LASIK surgery, guys. I'm just talking about LASIK. That's all I'm talking about, man. What do you...
Delivering a baby, you shouldn't kill that unborn child. How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. Like she can't
She's
decide.
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
I mean, medicine, yeah. Like nobody's, like obviously medicine is grim. That's why I'm pointing out they only talk about things in this very shocking language when it's to their advantage. They don't talk about every surgery this way. They just say it was a surgery. Even if surgeries are gruesome, as it turns out, almost all types of surgery are pretty fucking gruesome. It's not something that most people can stomach. Most people literally can't watch surgical footage or even look at surgical photos because it's so grim. It's a very difficult thing. They break this out strategically when they want to scaremonger. It's just how it is.
We're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know, I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
Is so
yes, she does.
fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say, I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want, but if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it then. She has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up, is what you're saying.
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to.
Literally, Tim Pool is just aggressively interrupting Lance here. I think people are really harsh to Lance because I don't know how you would, like, when somebody is being that aggressive, like, there is no, like, the only way you respond to it is by, you basically have to try and manipulate the audience into acknowledging that they're being insane. That's the only thing you can do when somebody is jumping down your throat like that. Like, Tim Pool is literally cutting off Lance every single time he opens his mouth.
Give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth, the removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
Like, but what is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure.
This is, in my opinion, this is not a bad response. What is an abortion? Like, I'm not a doctor. I don't know the exact specifics of it.
It's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done at 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor?
Tim is fishing for a response here, and it's a very dirty tactic, but he's failing at it. See, what he wants to do is he wants to get Lance to say something like, I don't even know what he's angling for. Like, that's the thing that makes this come off as so unhinged. He's fishing for an answer, but what's the answer going to be? Lance is gonna say, I think you should be able to have an abortion at 8 months. I don't know what the details of an abortion is. I don't even know if Tim does. I don't know if Tim even knows what an abortion looks like at 8 months.
For a forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend
removing
that I know.
a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No,
it's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand.
Tim is misusing the term fetal viability. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. He uses that to sound more legit than he is. But again, Tim is in this weird position where he has to pretend that he supports abortion because he does on paper, but then he has to spend his time fear-mongering about it in order to win over the right. It's a very weird position that he's in. This is just a very stupid conversation, and it's very weird for him to get this mad about it, because for a moment, I've spent a lot of time critiquing and talking about Lance's positions, and a little bit about Tim Pool flying off the handle, but let's talk about what I would do if I was in Tim Pool's position. If you really wanted to seem like a centrist, the way that you go with this is just go, yeah, you know, I personally conclude that I don't think that at 8 months that, you know, these medical procedures are necessary. And just leave it at that. Because what Lance has said is nothing there, but instead Tim Pool's flying off the handle, which makes me suspect how devoted he really is to a pro-choice position. Right? Like Tim Pool, if I want to put on the beanie for a second, if I want to be in Tim Pool's position, I want to argue for a centrist, pro-choice position that is against late-term abortions. Don't you just go, I think late-term abortions are bad, and I don't think they should be legal, and then Lance goes, well, doesn't that mean you're kind of pro-forced birth? And he's like, and then Tim Pool should just go, at 8 months? Yeah, I guess so. I don't really see it that way, though. Instead of doing this weird freak out. Like, that's the way that I would do it if I was in Tim Pool's position. Of course, I think he's like, I don't know, he's having some kind, he's gotten triggered or something. He's having like a snowflake meltdown over here.
And what you mean by forced birth, but if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure, yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth, extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They're pushing a baby out of their body.
So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know. Okay. But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
Now he doesn't know. Why? Oh my God, man. He doesn't even, oh God, this is so pathetic. Oh my God. Dude, what is this? Tim Pool, dementia moment, man.
Would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby
naturally.
is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's my point?
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her no matter what anyone says or does?
What's your point? Tim, you're the one who's been flipping the fuck out at Lance. Like, what do you mean, what's your point?
Point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because
Nice.
Because when you keep saying 8 or 9,
a good look, bro. Nice move, bro. Damn, you definitely don't come off as triggered and super sensitive, Tim.
9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is...
Okay, that means that there's more than a 50% chance of
you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
Listen to this audio. 4 people cross-talking.
is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for the woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like, you
right.
can,
so you're okay.
Here's
So
a
we're
compromise.
talking about semantics.
I got a compromise
semantics.
for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course.
She should kill the baby after it's already born?
I don't want her to kill a baby. I want her to have.
Why do you keep saying it?
Because I want her to have the ability to choose. That's different, and that is a fundamental part of this.
The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly. In your scenario.
No. Let's say 24 weeks. The woman goes to the doctor and says, "I want this baby out of me." And
what if she says, "I don't want to have this baby"?
I don't want to have this baby.
Okay.
Okay. And the doctor says, "I will remove it."
Okay.
Uh-oh, the baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth.
No. She said, "Doctor, I'd like an abortion." He says, "You got it." Step
and so
right up.
he's lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails. And
an abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't trick.
They're called failed abortions.
Failed abortions, where doctors trick women into taking the babies out?
No. So when they perform the abortion, as Seamus explained, they stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart, and then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die; they survive. Right. So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion, what should be done?
Is this true?
A failed abortion being that the child.
I unironically don't know. I unironically don't know if he's even making this up or if there's even any truth to this. Like, I have no fucking clue what he's talking about here at this point. This is deranged.
Child is living. It's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
Agreed on that point.
Right.
Yeah.
So then where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place.
Gayfesh says, I'm with Vosh on this. Abortion debates are a no-win scenario. Abortion debates end up always being very stupid because you end up having to have an argument about the philosophical point of personhood. That's what conservatives are always going to make it be about. And that is a very difficult debate to have because it is purely philosophical. And yeah, they're very annoying arguments to have a lot of the time, because there's no, like, hard facts are difficult to come by. This is why you have to have the spine-pilled position, which interestingly I'll note Lance is having. Lance says, I value the bodily autonomy of the woman. I think that she should have the right to terminate the pregnancy, that it should not have to have some sort of state-justified reason for terminating the pregnancy. Once the child is born, obviously that child is born and alive and is a living child. But before that child leaves the womb, before that child is born, bodily autonomy wins. And I think that is a perfectly valid thing to do, because that is what these arguments always boil down to. The stats the stats that are used in these conversations are for totally different ends. The stats that conservatives are going to bring out are going to be things like, oh my God, 10 gajillion babies are being murdered every year. They blow them up by sticking a metal missile into their head and blowing their bodies apart. And then the stats that, that liberals are going to bring up are going to go, yeah, well, women don't have these things until the 9th month unless they're in a horrible situation and their life is bad. And but they're going to completely different ends. They're talking about completely different values. So at the end of the day, you just have to state your position and stand by your reasoning for it. You guys, by the way, you guys think I'm joking or whatever about the 10 billion babies thing? Let me tell you, no, I am not. The church I used to go to, the cult that I grew up in, this absolutely deranged cult, they used to sell bumper stickers that would say the American Holocaust, X million babies murdered per year, and it would have a picture of like a fetus on fire. I'm not kidding you. Like, they are that dramatic. And yeah, if it sucks, well, bring it up to the conservatives. They're the ones who can't have a conversation outside of saying that people having abortions at any point is the American Holocaust.
So she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, I'm going to perform an abortion, which the assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there, that's not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you go to prison if you should go to prison if he performs an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah,
I heard that.
Yeah.
Not surprised.
Opposite perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C.
Wow. Moonlord coming in clutch. What the fuck, man? Moonlord. Holy shit. How? How is it that Moonlord is coming in clutch here?
Section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive Acts in different years, but what they basically say is that if
Moonlord is based, keep up. Don't ask Moonlord his positions on the Jews, nuts.
the abortion fails, it is not legal to kill the child.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass a law?
Republicans were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Obama voted against it. But you would be in favor of that.
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so I'd have to read
if an
up on it
infant is
first.
born alive after an attempted abortion, it has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
Yeah, I would be okay with that because at that point it's a human. If you're killing a person that is alive outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is not a gotcha.
We agree on that. That's great.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
yeah, of course.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they
The Born Alive Abortion Survivor Protection Act is a proposed U.S. law that would penalize healthcare practitioners who fail to provide care for an infant that is born alive from a failed abortion attempt. What the fuck? The bill requires that any infant born from an abortion attempt be given the same amount of care as any other infant born at the same gestational age, such as a preterm birth. Failure for a healthcare practitioner to do so can be penalized with up to 5 years imprisonment under the bill. Violations of the law are required to be reported to a hospital or law enforcement. The bill also authorized the right to civil action to the mother of which an infant had been neglected care. So what this is saying is, if an abortion fails, which I am not a medical professional, you can imprison the doctor for 5 years and sue the mother if that baby then dies after that point. That sounds very, very problematic to me. That sounds like a huge, huge way of basically creating a legal chilling effect so that doctors are too afraid to do abortions because of the chance that if they fail, they'll go to prison. It says it would allow for them to sue the mom. It's bait to allow pro-lifers to investigate every abortion for a living fetus. Yeah, that's very clear why people would oppose that. They are misrepresenting this law. But again, that's all that they do. Tim Pool's entire job is misrepresenting everything.
They're inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on. What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess DCFS would be,
Oh, it's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not in Oregon.
Methyl and MDMA. It's a
Maybe
type
it's
of meth.
alcohol.
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth
There's
is legal in
different kinds
Oregon?
of-
No, it's
not crystal.
Hold on a second.
MDMA is a kind of meth. Methylendaxy, methamphetamine is ecstasy. That's a kind of meth. There's also crystal meth.
I think Lance just misspoke here, which is a mistake. Fair. He made a mistake.
Which is not legal. MDMA is legal in some places for therapy sessions. I don't know if it's legal for
Yes,
very
it is.
pregnant women.
Okay, it is.
Is it for pregnant women? I
Oregon
don't know.
decriminalized possession in 2021.
You were right.
But I don't know if
But
that's...
I'm just okay, dude. So like,
decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know those two things are completely different, right?
well,
it's a question of whether you can press charges.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever that is.
That's what legalizing is.
No, this is
No, it's
decriminalization, not legalization. We never said
There's no such thing
legalization.
legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it means.
No, that's not true. There's a big difference. Decriminalization means that they can't prosecute you for possession. Legalization means that there is actual laws passed that regulate the amount that you have. So decriminalization is basically you can't be tried in court for having or for having this drug. Legalization is by the way, here's what is allowed to be produced, here's how you can produce it, here's how much you can use it, here's the license you need to do it. Yes, it is a legal distinction, but it's not just a small semantic difference. There's a pretty major difference, but regardless, none of this matters. Let's hear where this goes.
It means that there's no longer a prohibition on that product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, two very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not be legally allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
So if she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a 5th of vodka while pregnant?
Yeah, she can legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do, yes.
Yeah, she has a right to do so currently. It's just not a good thing at all. It's just a really bad thing to do. There's all kinds of things that you're allowed to do, that you have the right to do, that are bad things to do, because the act of trying to litigate or to legislate, not litigate, that was the wrong word, to legislate that particular action would cause a greater harm. Like, for example, how would you ever enforce pregnant people not being able to drink? What if somebody doesn't know that they're pregnant? Can you clap them in prison for that? Should you be able to clap a woman in prison because she had a beer when she didn't know she was pregnant? And alcohol is terrible for non-pregnant people. Alcohol is fucking poison. It's like one of the worst drugs you can do. It's horrible for you and your body and your brain. This is so stupid.
She has a right to do it. I don't agree.
But I do think that Lance is stumbling on this point. To be fair, it's a pretty rough point. I think it's a kind of a bad faith engagement, right? Because it's a totally separate issue. Neither of them would agree that it's a good thing to drink, but obviously, you know what? Here's what I would do. I got the strategy. If I was in Lance's position, I would. Now, obviously, I have the benefit of not being put on the hot spot. Being hit by this out of left wing is a pretty rough one. But if I was in Lance's position, I would say, Tim, do you think that the police should be required to investigate and arrest women for drinking alcohol while pregnant? And then he would say yes or no. And then I would say, okay, well, if you say yes, then what if she doesn't know that she's pregnant? Do you think that a woman should have to go to prison because she drank something when she didn't know she was pregnant? A thing that happens all the time? Like, we can both agree that drinking while pregnant is bad. Hopefully we can both agree that drinking generally is unhealthy. But he's getting a gotcha on Lance, but the gotcha can be reversed. You can do a Uno Reverso on Tim here very easily. But I will say, I sympathize with Lance here, because Jesus Christ, that is That is a tough one to deal with out of left field.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's illegal. I think heroin actually was legalized. I think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was oxycodone and other drugs. So
she has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with a woman who would have an elective abortion at 9 months. I think that is like, why the fuck would you have done that? But I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
Oh, I don't think it's ethical. No, of course not.
Because some things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion.
True.
And should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
No, I'm sorry. Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil citation, like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon. You get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is deliberately misleading and offensive to pregnant people and doctors and nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt by anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped political end. To ban.
Oh yeah. By the way, there is a 0% chance that I wouldn't bring a laptop with me if I was going to the Timcast studio. And I would also ensure that I had the fucking Wi-Fi password. There is no way these guys dunk so much shit on you. I would absolutely be like, give me my fucking laptop, you bitches.
Safe and legal abortion. It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read this?
Okay,
and
well,
what
no,
source is this
hold on,
from?
no. I don't care. I mean, who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was,
you brought it up. You guys brought up the Born Alive Act.
If an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And Lance already said no. So we're done with that.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left, right, or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby.
So it has the same rights as every other human at that point, right? It's an American.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos. There's no logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives. It seems to be only. It's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a sub.
Can we listen to that again? Hold on, just listen to how slanted that is. This alone should give Tim Pool a right-wing bias. There are people who are fighting for life and law and order, and there are people who just want death and destruction. Like literally, what the fuck?
Chaos. They're born. It's a baby. Interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos. There's no logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives. It seems to be only. It's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving.
Long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving
the world. And one side.
And improving the world, and the other side. According to his argument, the right is the side that wants long-term planning, logical thinking, and to improve the world. And the other side wants to ruin the world, think illogically, and never plan anything. How can you possibly pretend to be a centrist?
That takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. Three guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people on the trains and protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Are you asking me for like an affirmation of that? Because if you ask me,
no, I'm just saying like that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me, I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for, or sorry, who our leaders are, right? Like we want to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom there. So people who work at their jobs for 8 hours a day have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fundamental belief for me.
So what do you mean by stealing from them?
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check and
Yep, wage theft is the I believe the largest form of theft is wage theft. Wage theft, yes, officially. That's like recognized by the US government. Wage theft is the #1 largest monetarily form of theft. Yes.
Largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you look,
I had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National
Good for
Labor
you.
Board and we won.
How does it happen?
As you should. So there's a ton of
Not
ways.
paying overtime.
Not paying overtime. Bosses simply just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it bullshit. And when you look at theft,
No, you can accuse me of being a pre-watcher. I literally did not pre-watch this. I didn't see fucking anything from this. Actually, no, that's not true. I saw one thing. I saw a 10-second clip of Lance pulling out a graph. And I think somebody was posting the nerd emoji at him because he pulls out a graph.
every single, like you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that. Wage theft blows everything out of the, like they're not even comparable. It's one down here and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I got a story for you. So I worked at a company. I get a paycheck. I'm good at math and stuff. And so I look at it and I'm like, hey, there's a problem with my paycheck. And they go, no, it's good. And I'm like, no, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it. And I very quickly was like $67 missing. I want it fixed and I want it fixed now. And they went, give us a few minutes. Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, are you joking? And they were like, huh? And I was like, this is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck. Went to a couple other employees. I said, let me see your paychecks. I looked and I went, come with me. Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, this is what they did. They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them. And then I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out of work, they said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on. So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus, you can say something.
No. I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of this discussion.
Causing more in losses? Wait, what do you mean? Causing more in losses to who? What? Causing more in losses? It causes gains for companies, you fucking idiot. You fucking snake.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to grant it if that is the case. And at the very least, for the sake of argument, I certainly don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion. Happy to engage in it with you guys too. And I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want to go to other issues or if you want to talk about that. Because I would like to talk about that.
Budweiser.
You're going to move to Bud? I do want to talk about LGBTQ+.
We got to do it.
So why I'm here.
And Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad. In private to investors, though he's not made a public statement, sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light.
Here's his next citation. Remember, he cited theocratic fascist Matt Walsh. He cited right-wing convention myth-informed, and now he has cited the Daily Mail, right-wing rag from the UK. Oh, but he's super centrist, bro, super centrist.
Is just behind the counter, totally full, and everyone's buying other brands.
You zoned out. They said they were going to switch topics, yeah.
So did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but they
ran
did
for
both leave.
So let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
but Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're
that's absorbing...
super anti-LGBTQ+, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push
Agreed.
anti-LGBTQ laws, so Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh, man, I'm so here for it. Keep
Me
going.
too, absolutely. Yeah, they think that they can pay off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here, here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
all for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney, all for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you
Yeah,
pulled
they're
it
actually
up,
fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like
We don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens is when we pull up stories, I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail after doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components.
Okay.
Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo of the VP and her husband, how in-depth this story is. So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock.
Just remember, his other citations, as we said before, Matt Walsh and Myth-Informed Mike's Twitter page.
Including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah,
so
it's aggregate.
It's a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear-mongering that takes place.
You want to open that book?
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue, though, because
right. And that's, that's why I ask about the book.
Okay,
It opens
we can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up. I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care. Gender affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your show.
I do.
No, I don't.
I don't know if he does. I call it mutilating children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
But then you made.
And I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
Okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care. 0 to about 10.
Are you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care. 0 to about 10 years old.
You got to define it.
The answer is yes.
You got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different, tell us what you're talking about.
All right, so if someone is trans and they're young, and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing. There's no hormone blockers. There's no puberty blockers.
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on kids.
No, they don't give hormone blockers to kids who don't have fucking hormone production yet. Puberty blockers block puberty. If you're not going through puberty, you don't take fucking puberty blockers, you fucking clod. Jesus Christ.
Under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not true. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
so that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have to because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So you. Okay, so you're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying.
Oh, he's fucking stumbling now.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done, and there was a study. Actually, it was Canadian, I believe. 12 to 17, they had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay, so again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that there are people who get this at 12, that could be the case.
Who would have it? I think
let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Lupron. You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is...
That's the fucking point. That's the point of it.
Built upon what we've seen out of Europe already.
Why,
right?
not what?
So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got shut down. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well...
Yes, as people in chat are pointing out, fucking an infection is a natural process. That doesn't mean it's good.
Okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so I can address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender-affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't. I mean, I disagree. I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on them for 1 second.
My position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first. Okay.
Oh.
Let's get through Lupron.
Hey, I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found desistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article? Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not.
All of a sudden, Tim Pool doesn't care so much.
This is 2018. This is Gender Dysphoria in Adolescents, Current Perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just
want to get the mic again.
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around with you.
Yeah.
Move it. I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to at least skim some of the what the numbers and reference are to, like the reference.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little kid being
outcomes,
like a little boy being like
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years of consultation between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay, I can answer this
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC.
Right.
But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
Yes, keep this. It actually says it right here. Look, indicates that for 80% of children who meet the criteria for gender care, for gender dysphoria care, the GD recedes with puberty. That doesn't. What this means. This is not people who start. This is, I literally argued about this. I argued about this back in my debate days. This is for people who qualify at all for considering gender dysphoria care, okay? So the desistance rate for people who actually go on to start puberty blockers is next to nothing. It's incredibly low. However, some people, this is stuff that supposedly Tim Pool should support. Some people have gender identity concerns and they would qualify to potentially start care, but the gender dysphoria stops, and so they don't start those hormones at all. According to Tim Pool, this is the system working the way Tim Pool claims that he wants it to work. That the system is filtering out people whose gender dysphoria recedes as they enter into puberty. This study is always misrepresented by conservatives, because they say the desistance rate is of people who actually start puberty blockers. But as it turns out, of the people who start puberty blockers, the desistance rate is almost nothing, because by the time you're at the point of being prescribed puberty blockers, it takes a level of sureness that is not present in all kids. According to Tim Pool and these other people, this is the way the system is supposed to work, and they're just lying about the statistics. It's unbelievable. Is he being a liar or a dumbass? A liar. These people lie about trans people because they have an agenda.
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that
What can I pull up to confirm that?
Okay.
Because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim.
You didn't read the study, you fucking idiot. Tim Pool didn't even finish reading the study. What it says, people who qualify for care have a desistance rate of over 80%, not people who start care.
Pull it up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, this topic makes me so fucking mad.
Okay, so, well, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning when they weren't, in fact, doing that.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
Yes, okay, so he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you just said. I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond
to. We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again. That's
literal desistance.
No, it's not.
That's not your. Oh my God, he's so fucking.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone off to a different doctor. They could have done something else. But that is not someone who has verifiably said, "I was trans. I'm no longer trans." That's just people who did not show up. Okay, so go to transadvocate.com/
I'm not going to I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay,
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Advocacy
So
group.
this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And
you
the person who...
And what does the scientific study say, Tim? Fucking finish reading it, you idiot. You manipulative fucking piece of shit.
And I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And
you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific study.
Is there a counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay, yes, an overwhelming amount. Okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay. Can you
look? If I pull up the NIH,
sure,
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you understand why I'm not going to do this.
Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance, okay?
You went to the Daily Mail, you fucking idiot. Your own website lists that as a far-right source, you fucking moron.
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta-study
Let me. What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies. Just start looking up Cornell University meta study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55 that Cornell University looked at that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net positive. This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta study.
So wait, but hold on.
But I'm trying to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also just want to ask a question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through, what, puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy?
It's shit like this, by the way. It's shit like this that legitimately makes me so angry that I just never want to talk about politics again. The level of dishonesty that these people will go to, the sheer level that they're gonna have some fucking idiot far right cartoonist asshole come on and interject in the middle of a conversation where Tim Pool is blatantly misrepresenting the study and refuses to engage with critique categorically, that they just throw it out because, oh, the website's name is transadvocate.com. That means I won't listen to anything from here at all whatsoever. I'm not going to listen to a meta study because I don't have a reason for that. Let's let Freedom Tunes, the fucking far right freakazoid, come in and talk on this. Insane. This is why debate fails, by the way. This is why there is a limitation to the value of debate. And I've always said this, that there is a limitation to the value of debate. Nobody who watched this, even though Lance is correct, nobody who watches this cares about any of these opinions. They're not here to learn. They're here to have their biases reaffirmed. They are here to hear Declan O'Hanahan, the fucking trad Catholic piece of shit, fucking dump garbage down your throat and misrepresent studies. Oh, pardon my Irishophobia. I'm sure a bunch of feigned fucking offense is gonna come out from all the fucking racists out there. Fucking idiots. Our president is Irish? Yeah, listen, no, it's fair game. Once you get a fucking Irish president, it's fair game for me to poke a little fun at this guy who's got the Irish flag fucking flying behind him, okay? While he talks about how, yeah, he doesn't believe that trans people should be allowed to live, okay? Fuck him. Fuck him.
Surgeries.
Sure, for each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers, some had hormone therapy.
All the Irish people in chat are disowning him. That means I win.
But a lot of them in one form or another had received gender affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from
it's not a sample. This is a mega study. Oh my God, it's a meta study. Just so people understand, just so you guys understand what a meta study is. A meta study is a study that takes studies that have been done, compares their data, and analyzes what the conclusions are from intercomparing those datas. Now, meta studies are incredibly important because, as it turns out, if you never do a meta study, you can never conclude what multiple experiments, there could be hundreds or thousands of experiments on a topic, and you need to do a meta study to figure out what the information is across all of the studies. Meta studies are not perfect. Nothing in science is perfect, but a meta-study is a very reliable way of cross-analyzing multiple experiments. And of course, the more clear the meta-study is, the better. Everybody's saying giga study, sigma study, ligma study.
Trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled.
Oh yeah, by the way, in case anybody gets super mad at me about Irish, I'm fucking Irish, bitch. I'm a quarter Irish. You don't like it? Fucking suck my Irish cock.
randomized test for the
right.
treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies. So
Okay.
you would have to go between each study because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do, where each of us starts saying like, "Well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study." We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata study that I want you to look at.
Gay fish.
Regret after gender affirming surgery.
Didn't you say you're like Slovakian? Yes, the majority of my ancestry is indeed Slovakian, but it is also true that I'm a quarter Irish.
A systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and it interviewed between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So can I also mention something? Desistance and deposition.
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources.
Dude, don't even start, man. Do you see how slanted this shit is? Do you see how fucking slanted this shit is?
At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You have now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta
What are
study.
the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
He said it like 6 times just because you're slow and interestingly convenient. The moment that Tim Pool needs to bring something up, he's quick as lightning. And Lance told him multiple times, the Cornell University meta study on trans desistance. And he's like, I can't find it. What is these? I don't know what these words are. I can't hear you. Your mic is off. Fuck these people.
This one is Cornell University. They did a meta study.
What's the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care. 72. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on?
I just want to flag that desistance and detransitioning are
look
2
up?
different things.
Right.
Well.
What?
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
Send him a link.
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Nice. And the third one.
Damn, Moonlord found it. Moonlord is the only functioning person in this room. I can't believe I'm saying that besides Lance, obviously.
Meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
Did you get that from what we know? Inequality.
But hold on, like, do we have a standard on why we should accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing. You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim.
Okay, so
peer-reviewed scientific papers.
I reject it outright.
Okay, so if you want to reject that outright,
bro, next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a meta-analysis.
This has nothing to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing to do with ivermectin.
You can't come to.
By the way, yes, meta-analyses are peer-reviewed.
Me. When everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works,
you can go,
and then have someone from
by the way, that doesn't mean every single meta-analysis is correct, but meta-analyses and meta-studies are absolutely valid. And what he's doing here is just throwing it out because it's inconvenient.
Left come to me and now claim meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said, give me a study and you cannot do it.
I am.
What the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool? This is one of the most infuriating things I've ever seen in my entire life. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? This entire conversation, insanely hostile. Lance literally has engaged on every point in as good faith as possible, and all Tim Pool has is literal yelling and ignoring what Lance is saying and throwing things outright. Oh God. He literally will not engage with them. What a fucking idiot.
My way to give you a third meta study, a combination of studies.
These are studies.
No, if we go study to study back and forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking forever. So let's
give me one study. I've given you 2. Give me 1.
This is embarrassing.
I've got like
embarrassing. You can't give me 1 study. Okay. I've given you 2. And I didn't even make an assertment. I Googled it and pulled up what I found.
You want individual studies instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure, here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care from February 25th, 2022. This shows
let me type it in and pull it up for you.
Yeah, but I can explain to them while you're doing your own research. Kids who receive puberty blockers and
pull it up.
Mental health outcomes in
Mental health
transgender,
outcomes in
transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study. The findings, kids who received puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Wait, hold on. That nothing to do with desistance.
Do you want to go back to desistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about. I Google search desistance. Wikipedia has 2 studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source? You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a meta-analysis
we're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed source.
Meta-analysis. If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis.
A meta-analysis is of multiple studies. It contains analysis of numerous studies. You could pick any single one from within there. Honestly, Lance should just take one of these and let's go through it together. But let's be completely honest here. What's going on here is that Tim Pool wanted to seed the narrative by opening with explicit misinformation, and now when Lance is trying to counter the misinformation, Tim Pool is rejecting it outright because Tim Pool is a right-wing demagogue. Tim Pool supports a movement that wants trans people eradicated. Let us not forget where this all starts and where this all ends.
This combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looked, of the 55 studies that it looked at,
72 studies that have drawn a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different. You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion,
no, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions,
of course,
that are peer-reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
because it's not a study. It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
But the problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain for those that want to understand what I'm trying to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does.
Not all studies are the same, and not all meta-analyses are the same. I could do a meta-analysis right now off the cuff. That doesn't mean it's the same thing as a Cornell University peer-reviewed meta-analysis. This is the problem with Tim Pool right now. Tim Pool opened with misinformation and refuses to even consider counters to that misinformation. Now, honestly, if I was in Lance's position, this is a very difficult situation to deal with, and honestly, it's very difficult at all to engage with this. And part of the reason why I don't generally believe people when they say, oh, you look good, this looks bad. You never fucking know what you look like to this person's audience. Honestly, because we've already seen how Tim Pool's audience behaves. They got mad at him for making Kanye mad. Just remember that at the end of the day. But if I was in Lance's position, I would have told him to simply reread that line that he did before, at which point it pointed out explicitly within the text of the original study that Tim Pool cited, that the desistance rate referred only to people who qualified for care, not to people who began care, people who qualified. The number of people who qualify for care is huge. The number of people who start care is small. It's very simple. But of course, this fucking shit is manipulative. It's designed to be manipulative so that Tim Pool can push his transgenocidal agenda the same as he always had. These people hate trans people. These people want trans people to fucking die. Just remember that at the end of the day. Can I just bring back up real quick? Can I just bring back up these, let me see if I got it here. Hold on, where did I put those? Where did they go? Where did my little screenshots go? I wanted to just, remember my Tim Pool ones from earlier on? I closed them because I thought it wouldn't be relevant. Hold on, let's see. Here we go. Ooh, here they are. Ooh, wouldn't it be a shame if I brought up Tim Pool talking about in the aftermath of the fucking mass shooting at a gay club that killed innocent people. We shouldn't tolerate pedophiles grooming kids. Club Q had a grooming event. This is an explicit lie. This is nothing except for a lie. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. This is a lie. How do you prevent the violence and stop the grooming? This is apologia for a mass shooting. The grooming of children is not stopping. The grooming that he lied about that didn't happen. People are calling for more violence. I do not think legislators will stop the grooming. People will not stop calling for violence. So you tell me what happens next. Fuck Tim Pool. Fuck these genocidal freaks. And just remember, there were 100,000 Tim Pools operating at any time before every single genocide in history. And guess what? We know exactly whose side they end up on. We know exactly what they help build. And we know exactly what good it does to pretend that they're engaging in good faith at all. They're not.
I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out. No. This
Come on. I asked you for, you're pulling up Reddit when I'm
I'm pulling up Reddit because Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejean, explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85% because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this. There are arguments about what is true all day, every day.
I wouldn't have put it the way Lance did. I do think that it sounds bad to reference it as Reddit, to just say, here is the person, here's what she said, here's why you've got it wrong. But also, and I'm going to critique Lance here a little bit, Lance should have just made her argument. He should have just, in his own words, repeated her argument. You are misrepresenting the study. You do not understand that that study was talking about the people who qualified for care, not the people who started care. That's what you should have done. And I do think that this is a problem.
There's arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while other.
I think it hits when the author of the study says you are misrepresenting the study. Yes, I do think that that's valuable, but notice that Tim Pool will literally not let Lance read that out. Tim Pool is so bad faith. Tim Pool is so afraid and so manipulative and so married to the message that he's pushing. An anti-trans message, by the way, a message that kills trans people, a message that engages, that not just enables the oppression of adult trans people, but that specifically targets the oppression of young trans people. Tim Pool will not even allow it to be read. He will not even allow it to be admitted. He will not even allow it to be heard by his audience. Instead, he barrels over Lance and he refuses to let it be seen.
Are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is.
Okay, but remember his super strong science from the beginning when he said that, 22 people were pushed in front of trains and that means that the Punisher needs to stand up and kill some homeless people. Remember super high level ideas, Tim Pool here?
Peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have two peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your
meta-analysis opinion, the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin.
That's not an opinion. Hold on, let's just check real quick. Hold on, let's see. I just want to see this real quick. Let's just check. I just want to check this real quick. These are all peer-reviewed studies. Here's all of them. It's fully documented. Wait, I can show this on the screen, okay? This is it right here, okay? This is Cornell's University Public Policy research portal. Here is the publishing of their methodology, which is visible right here, completely broken down, completely and utterly broken down, okay? It's publicly available, publicly reviewable. Here is their entire thing. Here is the direct source to all of the links. Here's how they did it, why they did it, and the other people who have looked at it. This is all published publicly for anyone to review on the website of a credible university done by credible doctors. And Tim Pool just refuses to engage with it. And you have to ask why. We all know. This is about where Vosh couldn't handle this debate anymore. I'm literally feeling like this is draining me to the point that I don't even, like, I'm not feeling any passion about this conversation whatsoever. Like, it just feels like Tim Pool is browbeating Lance, and that Lance is literally not even being allowed to show his sources. He's not even being allowed to discuss them. He's not even being allowed to make a case for them.
Works because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin, so it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies, and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it. That meta-analysis also found...
Ron's KFC with the $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much. The theme song to The Office works perfectly here. Had to play that in the background while watching this debate. I feel like the only thing that works well here is like a live recording of people being burned alive. Like, I feel like that's the only thing that would correctly accurately represent how this fucking debate actually is operating. Because I mean, let's be real. That's what's actually going on here. Tim Pool has a massive platform in which he disseminates information that is directly leading to a war, a deranged culture war against trans people. He refuses to engage with even the most basic critiques of his already decided upon position. It's so blatantly, obviously biased that anyone whose brain isn't completely rotten should be able to see it. But unfortunately, a lot of people's brains are rotten because we have a lot of propaganda in America. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, this fucking culture war against trans people is advancing at a pace faster than any debate could possibly do. You couldn't debate the fucking Nazi party, okay? And they tried. Don't fucking doubt they fucking tried. They fucking tried to debate the shit out of the Nazi party. And guess what? The camp still fucking came.
A less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is to flagrantly...
Well, there's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know. I just saying very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm typically like we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these treatments.
Like Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty.
Yeah.
And it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying
gender dysphoria is an actual medical issue, Tim. You fucking ghoul.
Very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is
Are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
What an interesting, literally just asking questions. The answer is, you're a fucking idiot for even bringing that up. Obviously, there is a massive medical process by which it takes fucking forever for kids to even get access to the studies Tim Pool cited show that it takes time and effort and repeated appointments and money for kids to even get to the point where they can be considered for puberty blockers. This is the fundamental dishonesty, because you're so far from having a real debate. There is no debate. There is a mountain of propaganda versus someone desperately trying to shovel their way out of a mountain of propaganda. When Tim Pool says, they're just giving you drugs for making you play with dolls? I'm a centrist. I'm totally a centrist. I'm totally engaging in this in good faith. He's not, and it's fucking blatant.
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to hold that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this, you only take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects from that.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying
Helena Kirshner is a conservative American ex-transgender activist. Remember when Tim Pool refused to acknowledge an interview with the literal creator of the study that he cited because it came from a website, because it was hosted on a website called Trans Advocate? Well, now we have Tim Pool citing Helena Kirshner, who is an American conservative ex-transgender activist from Peak Resilience Project, an anti-transgender group. Man, such good faith, Tim. What a genuine good faith conversation that's definitely very productive and is certainly not just Tim Pool constantly reassuring his demented fans that they're definitely receiving the truth and they're definitely not being manipulated because he's not biased at all.
it can happen. I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader trends.
That's the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said, we don't want that to happen,
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But then if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta-studies. We have to look at...
I am so fucking hungry right now. I need this conversation to be over. What do they talk about this forever? Okay, I've got a deal. After the trans subject, we're done. I'm way too hungry to deal with Tim Pool insanity for more than I have. We've already listened to his homelessness rant. We already listened to him lose his fucking mind for no reason over abortion. I'm not like, we're gonna finish this and then I've seen enough. But let's continue.
And analyze global understanding of this.
Like, I can't believe how long this debate is. And apparently there's more. Apparently there's a further segment, that the after show or whatever.
When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children. There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades.
We've been this is an hour and a half of a debate so far. There is still an hour left in just this video, and there's an after show. I hope Lance got paid for this, but I know that he didn't. Because I know that Timcast doesn't pay their guests.
It's Lupron.
Or at least, maybe they do, but I'm quite sure they don't.
It was just being done.
No, but
for
that's for an
cis kids.
entirely different reason. That's for an entirely
For
different
cis
reason. So
children.
to say we
For
want to
cis
prevent
children.
to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is
8 years
entirely
old.
different.
That's about it.
It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
But whether or
that's
not-
an entirely
but
different reason.
whether or not it's
because
Why would they pay for their guests? In the past, it was normal to pay for guests. In the streaming era, nobody pays anybody for anything. If you're going and creating content for somebody for 4 hours, normally you would pay a guest. In the past, if you were invited to be on somebody's show, that's like a normal thing that would happen. But yeah, in the streaming era, that doesn't happen.
looking
is
for a
dangerous
different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know
Yes.
whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on
Yes.
children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous.
Huh? How's that work? Your intention changes the danger of a medication. That's weird. Damn, but I mean, again, we're talking to fucking Seamus over here who literally believes that Jesus Christ is teleported into your mouth, but he just looks and smells and tastes like bread and alcohol, but he's literally teleported into your mouth. Literally, he actually unironically already admitted that he believes that Jesus Christ is literally teleported into your mouth when a priest blesses communion. But it's okay, you know, I guess it makes sense why he would come to the conclusion that your intention changes what a medicine does to you.
So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
Is not, yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
Yes, it's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go into the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns, and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all that.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment.
My point is that I'm drawing a false equivalence to make you look bad. He almost said it. He literally almost said it.
Being allowed under circumstance A, but not B.
Sophie says transubstantiation and the Eucharist is a basic Catholic Orthodox belief. To be fair, most Catholics believe in it. I'm sorry not to go Loretta atheist here, but transubstantiation is fucking insane. I don't care how common it is. Believing in transubstantiation when you can literally prove that it doesn't happen is fucking insane. I don't care if you want to believe that there's a symbolism there, that there's something spiritual that's connecting you to something greater. But transubstantiation, the Catholic belief, is fucking insane. It's anti-realistic. It's anti-reality. They believe, they don't just make a claim about spiritual value. They're not just making a claim about spiritual symbolism. They're making a physical claim that is false. It is a lie. And actually, it's really funny. Most Catholics, when pressed, don't actually believe in it. Trust me, I've known a lot of Catholics.
Allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite sex.
It's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA.
May cause... From statnews.com. I don't know what his NewsGuard thing is. Isn't that his app that he's like supported by? This is so fucking stupid. Vontix with the incredibly generous $5 says, transubstantiation is one of the things that atheisted me. It atheists a lot of people because it's literally insane. And Catholics that still push transubstantiation to this day are like one of the main drivers of people becoming atheists, because they literally cannot acknowledge that they are believing in something that's just counter to reality. That they can literally have the bread blessed. Somebody can take that piece of bread, look at it under a microscope. It will be bread. It will be identical to what it was before it was blessed. And the Catholic is, by Catholic law, required by Catholic law to tell you, to gaslight you, to lie to your face and say, no, that is Jesus. That is Jesus. It only appears to be bread. Insane.
FDA reflecting the experience of women.
And yes, of course, transubstantiation isn't even biblically sound. No, it's literally just Catholic stubbornness. So he thinks bread transitions in your mouth. The Irish guy, yes, he admitted he does believe in transubstantiation, which means, yes, when the priest, it actually transforms in the hand of the priest. When the priest is holding the wafer and he says the blessing, it becomes literally Jesus, physically Jesus. And then Catholics will say, but it maintains the qualities of bread, whatever that means. It's cope. It's mad, deranged cope. It is literally religious gaslighting.
Who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
You know, regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though,
but I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings,
she's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
that's not for us to say.
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz would.
What does that have to do with being trans?
Well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have to do with being trans?
What does that?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old.
What?
So the question is,
what?
We want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids.
John Money. Hold on a sec. Oh, okay, wait. Let's hear what he says.
And the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl, and then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide, and then the death of the.
John Money took a cis child that had no experience of gender dysphoria and forcibly transitioned that kid in an example of human experimentation. John Money was literally took a cis child and forcibly transitioned them, and it led to that child committing suicide. What the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool? They do this all the time, by the way. You'll notice every conservative tries to bring up John Money, but what they don't say, of course, is everything else about John Money. They never actually represent it correctly. They never actually explain what's wrong with it. And they never acknowledge that John Money is a perfect example of why trans people are in the right. Because trans people are the ones who decide to transition. Even young trans people. There is no, all they have is conspiracy about doctors. And of course, they never have an answer to the motive, but all they have is that there's a massive secret conspiracy of doctors that want kids to transition for some reason. And secretly, there's a secret, notorious, magical army of parents who want their kid to transition because they want to pay medical bills for their children. John Money was doing an experiment. He was self-enriching. He was pursuing something for himself, and he literally did an experiment experiment on a kid that was disgustingly unethical. This is not a thing that every doctor, that there's a secret conspiracy of doctors doing this. It's fucking insane. Oh, this is so fucking insane.
Brother as well.
And apparently, because Jazz Jennings is a lesbian, that means that Jazz Jennings can't possibly be trans. Absolutely fucking stupid, broken brain, broken soul, will be rejected by God.
We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen.
Wasn't it done because of a botched circumcision? The botched circumcision was basically the botched circumcision was the justification that John Money used to exploit the people, to exploit the family. There was a botched circumcision, and then John Money basically said, hey, here's my opportunity to do this experiment that I want to do. But I don't know if you guys get this, but using John Money as an example is like trying to say that every person on the planet is John Wayne Gacy. That's an insane position. And unless you have evidence of it, accusing random doctors who are just literally following the well-studied preponderance of evidence on gender care to take care of their patients, which Tim Pool doesn't know any of these people. Tim Pool is inserting his fucking little fucking dirty ass into everybody's personal lives so that he can say without any evidence that there is a secret conspiracy of many John Moneys. What an idiot. What a disgusting idiot.
Already, and we know that happens. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors,
also,
there may be
what
some.
What is he talking about? A 3-year-old being like... In the John Money situation, by the way, the forcibly transitioned child repeatedly refused the gender role throughout their childhood. The gender that was forced upon this child by John Money was rejected. Essentially, the child, he literally rejected the role of womanhood. Functionally, this was a trans child who was being forced to live a certain way. But because it was John Money who forced the gender role, they try to act like this is an anti-trans example, when it actually shows that children do know who they are. They do know about their identity. And it's so, God, it's so infuriating. I get so annoyed with this shit. It's so ghoulish. It's so disgusting. It's so dishonest. And there's just like, what are you supposed to, no matter how much you say, no matter how much Lance says, no matter how much I say, it doesn't change a thing. Tim Pool is still dumping out his garbage into the world.
Concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating. And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks, the mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is not dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't follow the John Money situation at all. And by the way, if the parents in this particular case are abusive, which is certainly possible, God knows there's a lot of trans people with abusive parents out there, that still doesn't change the fact that doesn't mean that every other trans person is Jazz Jennings. That doesn't mean that every other person in the world has a kid with weird TLC abusive parents. This is pure anecdote Andy, and I don't even know. We're just taking his word at the facts of the Jazz Jennings situation because I don't know anything about this shit. Should we look up the Jazz Jennings situation? Oh God. Wow, this is, I will say just generally, just searching Jazz Jennings is like ridiculous. One of the #1 searches is how much weight has Jazz Jennings lost? What mental illnesses does Jazz Jennings have? Why did Jazz Jennings gain so much weight? Jazz Jennings on April 1st of 2023. Hold on a second. I just want to show you this. Here we go. Jazz Jennings. This is Jazz Jennings' actual official account. This is the real account, okay? Just so you guys know, all right? I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youths out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement therapy allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman and eventually got bottom surgery and am living as a proud woman today. Yes, I struggle with mental health and always have. It was not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many other LGBTQ plus people face. Why? Well, a lot of it has to do with the hate and lack of acceptance I receive in society. So to all of you speaking about our mental health for views and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers. Just in case anyone fucking brings this shit up ever again, Tim Pool is a disgusting, lying piece of shit. I have seen enough of this garbage. How much longer do we have in the trans section? Do I need to see any more of this? Is there anything else I need to see of this trash? From Jazz's own fucking mouth. But no, fucking Beanie Bob over here, this fucking drooling piece of shit, needs to insert himself into Jazz Jennings' life to tell you he has concerns. Well, guess what? I have concerns about your viability, Tim Pool. I think I have some concerns about whether or not you're complicit in a disgusting agenda that threatens the lives of people I care about. And I think we all know the answer, you fucking piece of shit. Witch Night Melody with the $5. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. This has been a massive drag and a lot of work. And honestly, I'm regretting covering this. I think after this, I might just never react to Tim Pool ever again. This is like, there is no point to this. Nobody is gaining anything from this. We already have to, we go over these arguments in a more structured format all the other times. This is just an incredibly uncomfortable experience that Lance was put through. So it sucks to see somebody that I actually know and think is pretty cool go through like a genuinely terrible treatment from somebody who invited him on his show, only to literally yell at him, call him a cultist, cut him off over and over again, and literally refuse to engage with any of his arguments. And also, it's just Tim Pool blasting out trash propaganda. Anyway, Witch Night Melody, thank you for the $5. I hope you have a good camping trip. Here's something to take the edge off Dim Ghoul's centrist quote-unquote nonsense. I'm gonna need a beer after this one. I'm gonna need a fucking nap after this one. I am regretting this. Please never do this again. I have hated this stream. I'm literally only here for you. Tim makes me want to plots. I'll give it to Lance. He handles the rest of the debate really well. I don't think that Lance did a bad job here, but Lance, actually, I don't think Lance did a bad job at all. It's just that Lance made the mistake of going on Tim Pool's show at all and getting engaged in any fact-based argument. If you're gonna go on Tim Pool, there is only one thing that matters: rhetoric. You have to make him look bad and nothing else. There is no way you can try and engage in facts. Tim Pool literally lies over and over again. In this video, we watched him repeatedly just claim that the homeless guy that died at the beginning of this whole conversation, Jordan Neely, I think his name is, was a criminal, even though he was never tried in court, even though there is no evidence that he was a criminal, just word of mouth, just the word from the newspaper, and then he freaked out at Lance for saying maybe he wasn't a criminal, maybe he shouldn't have died. That was enough to make Tim Pool fly off the handle. There is no honesty here. The only thing that matters in a fight with Tim Pool is whether you can out-demagogue him, and that's it. I don't think that Lance did bad here, in fact. And I think that on a factual basis, he did fine. And in fact, I think he got Tim Pool to look like an unhinged maniac. But guys, Tim Pool's fans are also unhinged maniacs. They don't care if Tim Pool looks like an unhinged maniac. There is no optics for them. They only care that their biases are reinforced. I just need people to understand that that's really what it boils down to. Mixed Dizzy with the $5 says palate cleanser of Nubian woodpecker sounds. Oh, let's hear. Cute. Here, let's watch the actual video. Here, let's pop it up for a second. Let's watch this. Let's take a break. What a pretty bird. Ooh, it's eating lots of ants. What a cute bird. Birds are good. Birds are good in a way that humans never will be, especially humans like Tim Pool. All right, let's finish this segment out. I should at least finish this segment out. Let's do it. Would I adopt a bird? Absolutely.
Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are
literally just asking questions. Yeah, Tim Pool, what if you're a pedophile? What if? I'm very concerned, man. You certainly give off a lot of pedo vibes. What if you're a pedophile, man? What if you are? I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying, what if, bro?
be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically. In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of more often than not, these are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of...
He's a liar. He's a fucking liar. They do not do that. It does not happen. It simply does not happen. And guess what? Even if he cites that person he did just a few minutes ago, that was an adult. Notice before when Lance brought this up, he cited an example of an adult getting testosterone. He never has an example of a kid getting handed Lupron because it doesn't happen, because he's full of shit. He is a liar and a propagandist. And we all know what his goal is. We know what the goal of his movement is. I've said this again and again, but Jesus fucking Christ.
The average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote.
It's an
I'm telling you, it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at
so
data,
don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad
it should
trend.
Not happened.
Right, but that's okay. This is asinine. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants, and this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adult.
Twitchy Paws with the incredibly generous $5. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Tim is mind melting. I'm sorry we've had to watch that. Here's James McMurdy performing an address in defiance of anti-drag in Tennessee. That's based. I don't know who James McMurdy is, but I'll check that out. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that a lot. This is asinine? Yeah, Lance is correct to say this is asinine. It is asinine. Tim is literally has not let Lance finish a single thought. He has not let Lance finish a single argument in the last entire segment that we've watched.
And it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years
I can explain that as well.
Of young people identifying as trans?
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you read the study,
yeah,
please?
Of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%, for adolescents 62%, and for adults 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it. Let me pull it up. But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and with data that is collected poorly. Yeah, so just please find the source of that.
Thanks, cartoon guy. Thanks, right-wing Nazi cartoon guy. Really awesome to hear from the super credible Nazi cartoon guy that no, that data is bad data. It was, people I don't like made that data.
Because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
The history of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States. Do you see what happens here?
It levels out. It goes up and levels out.
We used to treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were. And then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen Z of all
I was concerned there was a trans genocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the actual.
You're certainly trying, Tim.
Statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So, and if you want to change topics to talk about trans genocide, we can move on to that. But you asked me specifically why is there a spike? Yeah. That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe?
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that generation, Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws.
He's literally 100% correct. Lance is just 100% on point here. But Tim Pool is so stupid that you can't actually talk with him like you're talking with a normal human. You have to talk like you're talking with a propaganda mouthpiece, because that's what you are. Tim Pool does not behave like a human in a conversation. Tim Pool behaves like a representative of his propaganda, because that's what he is.
Boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean,
hey, guess what? Hold on. You want to know what's really funny? Hold on. I have to do this. Okay, guys? I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Did you know that in most of the states of the United States, that it was at one point required that you be sterilized to be able to change the gender marker on your IDs, sometimes to be able to, well, not to change your name, changing your name you could do, but to change the gender marker, it was required that you become sterilized in many places. Changing your gender marker is a very important thing, because if you are a trans person, and every single person who meets you is able to immediately know that you're trans, you're open to a lot of hate crimes. Hate crimes, which have been pretty common against trans people in the history of the United States. And most states had laws, when it was allowed at all, the laws that were passed required sterilization. So who's pushing that genocide again? Who's pushing that genocide again, Tim Pool? People who wanted to live socially, whether they wanted to get surgery or not, were required to get surgery to be able to change their IDs so that they wouldn't be open to hate crimes. You fucking piece of shit. Isn't there still one state where that's the case? I believe there's still multiple states where that's still the case. Obama made some pretty major changes, and I believe that Biden brought back the changes that Obama did on a federal level. Obama made a change that made it so that you could change your passport with nothing but a doctor's letter. All you needed was a doctor's letter to be able to change the gender marker on your passport. That law was repealed by Trump, but reinstated by Biden, if I remember correctly. And what that created was basically a loophole. You could go to the federal government and you could get your gender marker changed on your passport, and then you could use your passport to change your state ID, because the passport counts as a valid identifier. Depending on your state. But yeah, there are, as far as I know, there are still states who have those laws on the books, whether they're practiced or not. Unironically, thanks Obama. Being trans under Obama, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. This is the most liberal thing that you'll ever hear me say, but Obama was unironically the most trans-friendly president that we've ever had. More so even than Biden. Obama passed multiple laws that actually directly benefited trans people. Obamacare literally changed the game for trans people, because prior, insurance companies were allowed to treat trans people as a blank, as a full slate, as a pre-existing condition. That alone changed so much for trans people. So seriously on that one, thanks Obama. And the second one was, of course, this law that I'm mentioning, which allowed you to change your passport gender marker with just a letter from your doctor. Liberal moment.
I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization, and then puberty.
And guess what, dude? Not every trans person gets bottom surgery, my man. If you knew even a drop about what you were talking about, you would realize that not every trans person gets surgery, and that people of your political predilection are the ones who made it mandatory to get that surgery.
Blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. And if they're a young age and they have...
No, you are not removing their ability to reproduce. People are allowed to choose whether they want to reproduce or not. You fucking dishonest, disgusting clod.
Haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably
Jazz Jennings made those decisions as an adult.
Part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not.
Sure.
Sex sells, they say. And when I say...
Did Tim Pool just try to do an Uno Reverso and fail?
This person will never have this ability. You go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
No, I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Man, he is so weak. Tim Pool is so sensitive.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
No, I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation
the sterilization of teenagers?
What? Dude, people can choose to get these surgeries or choose not to. It's not about supporting the sterilization, you fucking freak. What the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool's brain? Yeah, Lance looks very good here. This entire last segment, Lance has looked like a totally rational individual. But again, let me remind you, Tim Pool's audience doesn't care. Tim Pool's audience is crawling with Nazis. Tim Pool's audience roasted the shit out of him when he said that he felt like Kanye West was being anti-Semitic, and they freaked the fuck out and dislike bombed his videos and were calling him a cuck in the comments. Just remember that.
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim. I don't have the ability to do this.
Right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this.
Oh, yeah, Tim Pool. Yeah, Lance is the one who seems scared, dude. You sound fucking insane, my man. You sound fucking insane.
Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to health care. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying it like that?
You're implying that every single gender-affirming care results in sterilization.
I didn't say that.
That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also
the...
people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger? I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe.
What? This is such a bad look. I don't know how anybody can. I mean, again, it's opposite worlds, you know? I feel like if you saw Tim Pool acting like this, it should be fairly easy for you to conclude, man, Tim Pool's a fucking psychopath and he's being really weird to his guest who's been abundantly good faith to him. But then again, I remember that, like, the political group that follows Tim Pool, they just sit around screaming fucking racial slurs all the time, and they think it's totally based when people like Hitler. So... yeah, it's soy. Tim Pool is soy as fuck, but I guess I know that there's an entire audience that is just like, oh my god, so based. He blew out that SJW who was engaging in really good faith by saying, I don't like your emotional appeal, when it wasn't an emotional appeal.
You are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans kids are autistic, namely females. So this is an issue in that young, lesbian, autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally
six times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
That's not how that works. That's not. You don't.
600. Sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them?
What percentage of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim, that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of... let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and you know...
Just keep in mind, what Tim Pool is saying here is, I just want to point out again, one more time, this is a spectacle for Tim Pool. For Tim Pool and the likes of Tim Pool, him making jokes about supposedly Lance genociding autistic people is like a spectacle. It's a game. It's a fun little TV show episode that him and his insane followers can follow. Meanwhile, the people who back Tim Pool, the people that Tim Pool predominantly agrees with, are pushing laws that actually ruin the lives of young trans people. It's not a game for them. It's not a game for trans people. It's a game for fucking Tim Pool.
24%.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common. 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is
25. So you just lied, Tim Pool.
24% of trans people are autistic, according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, And in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying.
What the fuck is he talking about?
You can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You have completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome when we're talking about...
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what
stated...
does this have to do with trans rights?
Right, so we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this is very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their uteruses.
That is not the only operation that is done. There are trans people who maintain their same genitals as before. Right. Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery.
No one is doing that to them. Trans people can choose to get bottom surgery. Again, the stupid thing about this, the thing that's so infuriating is how insane and gaslighty it is at the end of the day. At the end of the day, here's a guy who is completely and utterly engaging in an alternate reality in which supposedly trans people are all being herded together by liberal doctors to be sterilized, when in reality, it's damn near fucking impossible to get SRS if you even want it. You can desire SRS more than anything on the fucking planet, and it's damn near impossible to be able to get it. Tim Pool is so unbelievably, stupidly dishonest, it's actually unbelievable.
The choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but
no, they don't cause sterilization. They cause, as far as we know, they cause temporary infertility. Now, it is possible. It's possible, but it has not been studied whether or not ceasing cross-sex hormones will return your fertility. But yes, while you are taking cross-sex hormones, you are infertile. That is not sterility. That's not the same thing. And people are choosing to take cross-sex hormones. They want it. That's the point. That's the entire point of this discussion.
Doesn't always. And you can be trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are... So, like, I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example, because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children.
Because she wanted the surgery, because she wanted to live a certain way, you fucking clod. Okay, guys, I can't do this anymore. All right, enough. I've seen enough. Lance did not do bad, in my opinion. I don't think that Lance did amazingly, although I do think there were strong points for Lance here. What I do think is that Tim Pool, this is one of the most deranged engagements I've ever seen from Tim Pool. I don't know if Tim Pool is this hostile to his guests, but I remember other conversations with Tim Pool that weren't nearly this hostile. Even with Vosh, his conversation with Vosh, Tim Pool was not this deranged and hostile. Tim Pool has been flying off the handle for this entire conversation. It's like Tim Pool isn't even engaging with a human. It's like he's trying to react to a video or something. It's unreal. And the amount of lies and just blatant manipulation that was going on in this conversation is off the chart. But at the end of the day, I just want you guys to, if there's one takeaway that we can have from this entire conversation, it's that, God, do I feel bad for Lance here, because Lance was fighting an uphill battle against a guy who refused to engage with any of his sources, refused to engage with any of his links, was constantly calling him a cultist, was constantly accusing him of genocide. Lance didn't accuse Tim Pool of genocide. Lance didn't call Tim Pool a cultist. Lance didn't call Tim Pool anything. The worst you could say he did was that Lance said he felt like Tim Pool was in support of forced birth, which I would agree with Lance on based on the argument that Tim Pool made. I don't think Lance looked bad here. I think Tim Pool looked bad here, really bad. I think if you showed this conversation to a normie, they would be like, what the fuck is wrong with Tim Pool here? But the normie would also struggle with something else, which is that Tim Pool is misrepresenting everything. Tim Pool controls the projector. Tim Pool would refuse to engage with anything that Lance brought to the table. This is Tim Pool's home turf, and it became very apparent here the type of information control that Tim Pool was engaging in. Tim Pool's own father thinks he lost to Lance. Tim Pool's dad. That's actually really funny. Yeah, it looks like he did post a video that said that Lance destroyed Tim Pool. That makes sense. The worst thing you can say about Lance here, Windleby says, the worst thing you can say about Lance here is that he waffled a little bit in a 3v1. This was essentially a 3v1. At multiple points, you had Seamus, who, let me remind you, is a cartoonist, a right-wing traditional Catholic cartoonist. So, wow, big chops there. Tim Pool, Ian, and Seamus all fucking weighed in at various points to dogpile Lance. At numerous points, the crosstalk was so bad, you literally couldn't understand what they were saying. I think this just goes to show the educational factor from this is that there is no reasoning with conservatives right now. Conservatives have worked themselves up into such an unbelievable culture war that there is no way you can even reach most of them. Conservative talking heads are completely pointless to engage with because they literally won't even consider anything you have to say. They don't just dismiss it and say, oh, I don't buy that. They literally won't let you engage with it. This is part of the reason. I'm not the only one who doesn't engage in debate anymore. Vosh doesn't even engage in debate half as often as he used to. You guys have probably heard him talk about it. And the reason is the conservative movement has gotten to a point that is so distanced from reality that you can't even have a conversation with them. They are unwilling to have a conversation. They are unwilling to even consider what you're saying. Lance here was wading through endless garbage that was being dumped on him by Tim Pool. Tim Pool was just blasting him with things, this, that, the other thing. You're a genocide, you're a cultist, you're this, you're that, all over the place. And Tim Pool wouldn't engage with a single thing that Lance brought up. They have closed the doors to any sort of conversation. So debate is very difficult to have. Instead, there is a never-ending siren screaming anti-trans propaganda all across the country, and a bunch of boomer fucking lawmakers are totally willing to jump on board with this and pass laws that force trans people to live lives of misery. You can't debate your way out of a situation like this. I'm sorry, as much as I love debate, as much as I do think that debate can be very valuable, I've learned so much from debate. You cannot debate your way out of a fascist uprising. When there are people who are this deluded, who are this convinced that the world is full of degenerates, who are convinced that there is a secret conspiracy of doctors pulling the strings to force trans people who they don't believe in, who they don't really care about, who they don't think should have rights, who they don't think should have access to HRT, to force them to have surgeries that they want but that they don't want, how do you engage with this? It's wizard logic. There is no. They know. They don't want to engage with it. Sukoya1 says, I appreciate you, Demon Mama. I don't watch Lance, but I think he did well under the circumstance and that no one could bowl a perfect game under that type of pressure. The pressure was insane, guys. The amount of pressure that was put on Lance in this situation is off the charts. It was a 3v1. This has been going. We watched almost 2 hours of this, and there's another 2 hours of them just bowling over him, Tim literally interrupting him constantly. I can't even imagine that. Being there in person, I can't even imagine how you would manage to keep your cool. Like, I would be so steamed. But of course, so would anyone. Anybody who was being pressed to that degree would be steamed. But the takeaway of this at the end of the day is that this is a good gauge of where the conservative movement is. Tim Pool is a very, very popular channel among conservatives. Tim Pool just had one of his fans go on a shooting spree, one of his neo-Nazi fans go on a shooting spree. Tim Pool downplays the danger, downplays mass murder against trans people. He spreads anti-trans propaganda and is completely unwilling to engage in anything other than completely manipulative messaging. This is the conservative movement in America. Keep that in your minds and plan accordingly, okay? Just recognize where this movement is going. Where is it pointing? You want to know one of the things that's a constant refrain? I hate to do this because I know that a lot of people get tired of hearing about this, and I don't really care though, honestly. Fuck off. You want to know one of the things that you hear if you read the experiences of Jewish people before the Holocaust that were dealing with that? They repeatedly bring up the fact, we thought we had more time. We knew things were bad, but we thought we had more time. We thought we had more time to prevent it. There is an entire book written specifically about when did Jewish people decide to fight harder? Why did so many Jewish people stay peaceful for so long? And as it turns out, it was because there was a constant belief that, no, we can change things, we can change things. This direction looks so bad. We have enough time to change these people. Tim Pool's not fucking changing, guys. Tim Pool and Tim Pool's followers, they don't care. They don't care about the facts at all. They won't even engage with them, okay? They won't even let them hear it. So just keep that in mind. Be aware of where these political forces are pointing, and let's try to build something that can give us resilience. Let's fucking band together and fight back against this shit. Let's build our communities up. Let's take good care of each other. Let's push back hard against this shit. Let's build community resilience by banding together, by actually ensuring that we can live our lives, by making sure we can get access to hormones, by making sure we can get access to healthcare, by taking refuge with one another. By arming the fuck up. No joke. I'll have to ask. I can't remember off the cuff. I shouldn't have cited the book if I don't have the citation off the cuff. Rhodes says you are 100% right. Most of the Jews that survived were the ones who understood the gravity of what was to come. Yeah, unfortunately. I know I've studied the Holocaust a lot. I don't talk about this shit lightly. I don't reference this shit lightly, okay? I've been trans and I've been very plugged into politics for a long time, okay? Guys, I just want to be clear. I remember what it was like under Obama. I remember what it was like under Donald Trump, and I've seen what it's like now, okay? Like I've been publicly and openly trans for a long time. There used to be a lot of hate. There's always been hate towards trans people, but it was this weird sporadic thing. If you minded your own business and bigots weren't looking for you, they wouldn't see you. Now they see trans people everywhere. There is a complete derangement on the entire conservative sphere about trans people. But let me remind you, they're still the minority. These conservatives really want to push. They really want to hijack the system. They really want to force their way in. But there's more of us than there are of them. Not more trans people, but more trans allies. The community of people who support trans people is larger in number than them. The community of people who support gay people is larger than the number of conservatives. We just have to work together and actually say, no, enough of this shit, and do whatever it takes to defeat them. There's a lot of different ways to push back against this shit. Everything from building direct paths of resilience to finding ways to aiding people that are in danger. There are electoral struggles even, and I'm not even a super electoralist. You guys know that. I have a lot of worries about electoralism because I feel that it's easily hijacked by people like this. Just remember that and start to think about it now. Think about how you can get politically engaged now. Think about how you can build resilience now. Super Like Cats says, "You're so right, Demon Mama. Thank you for your passion. Even when streams get heavy, you always cultivate a cathartic atmosphere that prioritizes learning and living. Thank you so much." Well, guys, I just don't see any reason to give up before the fight is done. I just think we need to learn from the past. Like seriously learn from the past. We have the benefit that we have access to a lot of history for the last, century. The last century has been fairly well documented, and we should learn from that seriously. We should learn from that so that this kind of shit can never happen again. There's already too much. The world is already a harsh enough place. We need to defeat this shit. This type of bigotry needs to be wiped from the world completely and finally. And the only way we do that is by defeating these fucking heinous movements. The conservative movement in America is deranging itself. It is whipping itself up into a pure, hateful spiral that wants to hurt. We're seeing it. We're seeing their fucking stochastic terrorists ride out into the street and pour blood, okay? We see their fucking organizations saying, we gotta get out into the street. We gotta get out into the streets and bring the fight to them, okay? We see them. We watch the Tucker Carlson speeches at the Heritage Foundation. We see the fucking Tim Pool rhetoric. We see it all, okay? And just fucking acknowledge where it's pointing and get active now, because the world doesn't have to be this bad. There are way less conservatives than there are everybody else. Conservatives are an insane, fucking hyper-specific, but very motivated faction. And the problem with conservatives is that they are incredibly motivated by their anger, their hate, and most of all, their fear. Their fear is what drives them the most. So we have to undermine that. Okay? Rhodes says, we have several advantages now that my people didn't have before the Holocaust. The base of support is significantly more solid than what Jews had in the Weimar Republic. I think we can survive what happens. I want all of us to survive this shit. I want us to survive so greatly that they can't even succeed. I want us to be so grounded. I want our feet to be so strong. I want our communities to be so strong that they can never succeed, that they can't get their shit off the ground, and they just have a fucking pathetic whimper. How beautiful the world would be if the Holocaust had instead just been a fucking big fat January 6th. But unfortunately, the Holocaust was a much bigger project than January 6th. It took a whole lot of things like that to build up to it. The Holocaust wasn't fucking a single event. It was a chain of events. It was a political, it was powered by a political movement of hate. But if we fucking take action, if all of you out there who have all these myriad talents I don't have, I'm good at talking to a camera. I'm good at being funny. I'm good at making a couple of arguments, okay? You all have talents I don't even know about. But if you all think about how you can apply your talents to these struggles, I do believe the world can be a better place. I don't believe it's a foregone conclusion. I think people like fucking Tim Pool and all these other fucking freaks can be defeated and left in the dustbin of history. Anyway. I need to go eat some food and get some rest. It is entirely too long, and that was an incredibly fucking stressful thing. I gotta pack up and go camping day after tomorrow. So, just remember, okay? First of all, if you enjoyed the video, press subscribe down below and leave me your comments. Your comments make this channel grow like crazy. So give me your comments, and it will mean the world to me. And secondly, do not fucking die. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the love. I'll see you all on the other side of my camping trip in a couple days. We got tons of videos that will be coming out on the channel, so you'll have plenty of entertainment. but I'll see you on the other side, okay? Ignar Husky with the $5. We shall not be moved by Pete Seeger comes to mind. Peace, Demon Mama. Enjoy camping. Thank you for supporting the show. I'll see you all very soon. Good night, my lovely imps. Goodbye for now.